Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On a quiet September night in 2009, a family of 6 in the small town of Beeson, Illinois, prepared for what they believed would be just another peaceful evening. The children were tucked into bed, the lights were dimmed, and the comforting routines of family life played out one last time. But before the night was over, everything would change. By morning, the house would be silent, not with sleep, but with death. A stranger had entered their home, and what followed was a night of pure horror. The crime was so brutal, so deeply disturbing, that it would later be named the Beeson Bloodbath. Even the most seasoned investigators were shaken by what they found inside. The quiet town of Beeson, with its population barely reaching 200, would never be the same. Surrounded by farmland and rolling hills, Beeson had always felt like a safe, almost forgotten place. But after that night, it became the center of one of the most chilling crimes in Illinois history. At the heart of this story are two families, the Gees and the Constants, neighbors, friends, and longtime residents of the area. Let's start with Rick G. Rick was known for being hardworking and determined. He had a never-give-up attitude that everyone respected. Early in his career, he worked at his stepfather's construction company in Lincoln, the closest town with schools, stores, restaurants, and other basic services. Lincoln was where you went if you needed something that small town Beeson didn't have. Rick's stepdad, Pudge, and his mother, Judy, had lived in Lincoln for years. It was a close-knit area where everyone knew each other, and that made what happened next even more devastating. Rick hustled hard, picking up construction gigs wherever he could, and saving every penny to build a better future for himself and his daughter, Nicole G. His dedication finally paid off when he bought property on the edge of Beeson, and instead of sticking with his stepdad's company, he started his own business, which he called G Construction. He snagged a ranch-style home with a 2-car detached garage, an above-ground pool, and plenty of farmland for keeping chickens and other animals. But owning a business came with its costs, so Rick decided to rent out a room in his home. That's when Ruth Constant entered the scene, moving in with her 2 little kids, 3-year-old Justina and 1-year-old Dylan Constant. Initially, Ruth became Rick's tenant, but it didn't take long for sparks to fly between them. Ruth was a warm-hearted woman known for her outgoing personality and sense of humor, and Rick was the perfect match for her. As their bond grew stronger, Ruth discovered she was pregnant in 1997. They tied the knot with Rick at 34 and Ruth at 27. Not long after, they welcomed a baby boy, Austin, and their home was bustling with life. A year later, they celebrated the arrival of a baby girl, Jessica G., filling their hearts with more joy. Unfortunately, that joy was short-lived, as they learned that little Jessica was born with a serious neurological condition, leaving her with disabilities that required around-the-clock care. With no facilities in Beeson that could meet Jessica's needs, and unable to afford the necessary care, they reluctantly had to move her 50 miles away to Peoria, Illinois, where she became a temporary ward of the state. It was reported that she died well before the tragic murder occurred. Dylan was also showing signs of trouble. According to their relatives, he was full of energy and often acted out, which is typical for kids his age. His teachers frequently sent home behavior reports, and Rick and Ruth worked hard to find ways to help him. Eventually, he was diagnosed with ADHD after they decided to seek therapy for him. While the therapy helped a little, it didn't make a significant difference. However, there was a glimmer of hope when Rick's daughter Nicole turned 18 and started dating Christopher Harris, a 21-year-old local. Their relationship grew serious quickly, and they married, moving just a minute away from Rick's house. Not long after, Nicole discovered she was pregnant, making Ruth and Rick grandparents for the first time with the arrival of little Elisa Harris. They were thrilled, and Nicole and Chris often dropped Elisa off with Ruth while they worked, and in late July 2009, Nicole and Chris welcomed their second baby. To everyone who knew them, they seemed like the perfect family. With a new baby expected to start crawling soon, Rick's stepdad Pudge and his grandson Adam decided to help Nicole by putting in new carpet in her home that September. The following day, 10-year-old Seton Landstrom ran over to the Gee's house to show off his new bike, but when he reached the porch, he froze at the sight of blood smeared all over the porch and the door slightly open. Worried, he dashed to Nicole's house, where Rick's stepdad had spent the night. As soon as they heard the boy's discovery, they immediately went to the house, and Adam was the first to reach the porch and noticed the blood as well as a knife at the bottom of the porch steps. When Adam entered the door and turned the lights on, he saw a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying in the hallway was Rick, face down in a thick pool of blood. Frozen in shock, Adam dared not to move further. He turned and ran outside to Pudge, telling him to call 911, though he didn't know what to tell the police, since he hadn't seen it all firsthand. And when the police arrived, they were met with a huge pool of blood, around 2 to 3 feet wide. As they moved deeper into the house, they saw that Rick's head was completely wrecked, and his body looked like it had been through hell. At first, they couldn't tell how he died, but the gruesome scene made them suspect a shotgun was used. They hadn't even checked the other rooms yet. As they walked down the hallway, they noticed the walls were all messed up, like someone had punched or smashed them. Then they found the second victim, 14-year-old Dylan, curled up on the floor just outside the main bedroom, wearing nothing but shorts. His body was badly hurt, and his head was just as wrecked as Rick's. Blood splattered everywhere, even on the ceiling, making the officers feel uneasy as they continued through the house. When they stepped into the main bedroom, they saw Ruth lying on the floor in her nightgown. Half of her skull had caved in, and again blood was splattered all over the walls. Pushing on, they entered the attached bathroom, where they found 11-year-old Austin, dressed only in his underwear, lying face down on the bloody tile floor. It was clear that the G family never saw this evil coming. They must have been caught off guard, getting ready for bed the night before. The officers moved cautiously through the house, unsure if the killer was still inside. They walked down that bloody hallway past Dylan's lifeless body and headed to 16-year-old Justina's room. And when they entered the room, they found something far more gruesome than what was initially found in the house. Blood smeared across every surface, soaking into her bed, where Justina lay on her stomach, her head hanging over the edge, leaving a puddle of brain matter below. She had suffered the worst injuries of anyone in the family, and just when they thought it couldn't get worse, they braced themselves for what came next. As they left Justina's room, they checked an adjacent space and initially saw no more victims, but then they spotted something in the dark closet. There they found a 3-year-old girl's body crumpled on the floor, surrounded by blood, with skin peeled back above her right ear. It broke the officers' hearts. They were trained professionals, but nothing could prepare them for such a brutal scene, especially involving such a young child beaten to death. Suddenly, a corporal noticed something move. It was the child. A paramedic rushed over and scooped her up like a baby, dashing out to the ambulance. They quickly ushered Nicole into the ambulance too, and off they sped toward the nearest hospital. But when they arrived, they discovered that Tabitha's vital signs were alarming. Moments later, Nicole's husband Chris showed up at the G's house. He had been called from work about the terrible incident. When he arrived, the police confirmed the heartbreaking truth. The family had been murdered. But in the middle of all the chaos and tragedy, there was hope. The police told Chris that Tabitha had survived. Everyone felt a wave of relief because despite the horrific events, Tabitha was alive and might be able to help uncover who was behind this terrible crime. But not for Chris. He felt nervous when he learned Tabitha was alive. Without thinking twice, Chris jumped back in his truck and drove urgently toward the trauma center where Tabitha was being rushed. Meanwhile, 2 first responders, Logan County Sheriff's Corporal Michael Block and Illinois State Trooper Paul Hennessy, were left to sift through the crime scene for clues about what had happened inside the G family's home. 2 o'clock. Officers found a bloody handprint on the bathroom vanity where Austin was killed, along with a fresh shoe print outside that matched K-Swiss tennis shoe. Officers canvassed the small community and followed up on tips. One neighbor reported seeing a silver pickup truck passing by around the time of the murders, noting it had exhaust pipes coming up through the bed behind the cab. Despite these leads, police found no further clues. Jar John Ralston, a forensic pathologist, performed the autopsies that night. He photographed every inch of the victims' bodies, but the injuries were so numerous that it was hard to keep track of them. But one thing was clear: they had been brutally attacked, and it wasn't from a gun, initially thought to be caused by a shotgun. It turned out that each member of the G family had been bludgeoned to death, suffering with each blow until they were too weak to fight back. Starting with Rick G., the father, he had 39 impact wounds, 13 of which were to his head. His wife, Ruth, suffered 28 blows all over her body, and her skull was crushed. Their 11-year-old son, Austin, had a caved-in skull and was struck at least 21 times. Signs showed he had been pushed against hard objects, and someone had stomped on his feet. 14-year-old Dylan had over 100 wounds and was struck at least 52 times. 16-year-old Justina had at least 15 identifiable injuries and was missing the top part of her skull. Meanwhile, Tabitha was in a real fight for her life. Doctors quickly discovered she had multiple skull fractures and serious brain swelling. It was tough for her. She couldn't speak or see because of the swelling in her face, but there was a small silver lining. She could still move her arm, showing she had some strength left to help her recover. The doctors made the difficult decision to remove a few small pieces of her skull. They hoped this would ease the pressure from the swelling and help her brain heal properly. It was a scary situation, but the medical team was doing everything they could to save her. Nicole remained by Tabitha's side throughout her recovery at the hospital. The atmosphere was tense, with police officers standing vigil behind her hospital bed. They knew Tabitha was the only survivor of the horrific incident, and there was a real concern that the suspect might try to come after her. This made it all the more important for the authorities to keep a close watch on her. Additionally, Nicole did her best to help the authorities, sharing everything she could about her loved ones and what had happened. On the other hand, Chris was a constant source of support for Nicole during this incredibly tough time. He spent hours with her, trying to offer comfort and help her navigate the chaos surrounding them. However, things weren't simple between Chris and Nicole. Their relationship had been tumultuous, filled with ups and downs. They had broken up several times, but had only managed to patch things up again earlier that same year in 2009. Days passed, and the police found themselves at a standstill, despite following every lead they could. Like the details of the suspicious car and the fresh shoe prints, they still hadn't identified any official suspects. The G family had no known enemies. In fact, they were well liked in the neighborhood, known for their generosity and kindness. Many neighbors could vouch for their good nature, painting a picture of a family that was both wealthy and loving. In light of the recent events, the police took precautions and encouraged everyone in the community to secure their homes and stay alert. A week passed, and the funeral for the G family was held on the 28th of that same month. It was a heartbreaking day, but among all the grief, Tabitha was still fighting for her life in the hospital. And while the community mourned, there was also a lingering fear, because the killer was still out there, and no one knew when or if they might strike again. Then, in a random but significant twist of fate, a major break in the case came at the hospital where Tabitha was being treated. One officer, after finishing his shift in guarding Tabitha, shared an elevator ride with Chris Harris, who had just left Tabitha's room. The officer happened to glance down and noticed Chris's shoes, K-Swiss sneakers with an aggressive tread, just like the shoe print found outside the crime scene. The officer quickly informed detectives, which led to Chris being called in for questioning. They compared his tread to the print found at the scene, but there was a slight discrepancy. The shoes were a half size too big. However, the detectives knew something was off, so they didn't stop there. They collected Christopher Harris's fingerprints and palm prints, sending them to the crime lab for further analysis to prove his innocence. His brother Jason Harris stepped in to defend him, providing an alibi and claiming they had been together the entire time, far away from Beeson where the murders occurred. Meanwhile, Nicole was furious at the mere suggestion that Christopher could be involved. She took to her MySpace page to defend him, writing in an emotional, though error-filled message, "This whole situation is such a mess and so unfair. Not only have my children lost 5 close family members, but now their daddy is being set up and taken away. This is too much to bear." Nicole continued, "There's solid evidence that all 6 victims fought for their lives, And Chris doesn't even have a scratch on him. He's been with us through everything, and now they've taken him too. Nicole wasn't the only one standing up for Chris. His stepmother, Debbie Harris, also spoke out to the media, saying their family believed in his innocence. Chris's father, Ed, was in tears during a phone call with Chris from jail. According to Debbie, Chris was shocked by his arrest and scared for his family's safety, telling his father, "Dad, I'm scared because I know the killers are still out there." He swore he didn't commit the murders. When police booked Chris, they photographed his entire body. Although he didn't have any injuries, they noticed a large blister on the palm of his right hand. Coincidentally, a tire iron was later found near a creek by Jason's house, where investigators were still searching for clues. On October 2, when they seized Chris's truck, they found it belonged to Jennifer Ernest, Jason's girlfriend and mother of his other children. Both Jennifer and her mother, Sarah Duncan, had provided alibis for Chris and Jason on the night of the murders, but as the investigation unfolded, those alibis were proven false, leading to their arrest for obstruction of justice. The police were able to discredit the alibis, partly because Chris's palm print had been found at the scene. Additionally, a woman named Lori Cole, an armed security guard, came forward. She claimed that on the night of the murders, around 11:35 p.m., Chris and his brother Jason knocked on her door, asking if she wanted a party. Lori, who lived not far from the G family, recalled telling Chris she wasn't interested and needed to sleep for work. She noticed a Ford Ranger parked outside, similar to the one Chris and Jason were seen with earlier. Although she told them to leave, their behavior left her unsettled, as they seemed to have already been partying and didn't want the night to end. Another woman, Christy Moore, came forward during the investigation. She told investigators that she and Chris had been on-again, off-again lovers. She revealed that Chris had called her late on that same Sunday night, but she was busy with her kids and couldn't meet up for what she knew he wanted: sex. However, she agreed to see him after her children went to school. The next morning, Chris arrived at her house in Clinton, just a 15-minute drive from Beeson, about 12 hours after the murders. They slept together, and Christy said Chris was acting completely normal afterward. Christy even took selfies of the two of them in bed. In the pictures, they were kissing and giving each other flirtatious looks, with Chris smiling in some of them. She told investigators that Chris had no visible injuries or marks on his body, and that nothing about him seemed unusual, except that she hadn't seen him in the past 2 months, likely because he had just had a baby with Nicole 2 months earlier. From the moment Chris was accused, he maintained his innocence, denying any involvement in the murder. However, when confronted with fingerprint evidence, he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and got a lawyer. It seemed that Chris was content to let the legal process play out, but things took a sharp turn as the pressure began to mount on his brother, Jason. Initially charged with obstruction of justice, Jason's charges were soon upgraded to 5 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder, the same as Chris's charges. Jason, now facing the possibility of life in prison, had a choice to make: stay silent and support his brother, or tell the truth and save himself. The survival instinct kicked in, and Jason began to talk. The story he told was chilling. According to Jason, the night had started with drugs and alcohol. He and Chris had been out partying hard, drinking and snorting cocaine. Eventually, they decided they needed a woman's company to keep the night going. They first tried to reach out to some ex-girlfriends, but both women turned them down. That should have been the end of the night, but under the influence of drugs and Chris's heightened libido, the brothers continued their search for female company, which tragically led them to the G family's home. Jason recounted that they had first tried to visit Lori Cole, the armed security guard who lived nearby. He waited in the truck while Chris approached Lori's door, but she turned him away. What happened next is where Jason's story became inconsistent. He gave 13 different versions of the events, but the one thing that remained constant was his claim that Chris killed the G family. Jason alleged that it was Chris's idea to go to the G residence with the intent of having sex with Justina G, the 16-year-old daughter of the family and Chris's sister-in-law. Chris had convinced himself that Justina had been flirting with him. Whether they planned for it to be consensual or not remains unclear, but Jason said Chris believed Justina was interested in him. He then said that he stayed in the truck while Chris approached the house. In some versions of the story, Chris was already armed with a tire iron. In others, he went to the door without it. In one account, Rick G., the father, answered the door, and after a brief conversation, things escalated, leading Chris to retrieve the tire iron from the truck. Jason said he then heard screams and thumping sounds coming from inside the house, the horrifying beginning of what would turn into a gruesome massacre. Jason said he stayed in the pickup truck the whole time, just listening to the chaos inside the house. He heard loud thumps and screams and saw Dylan jump out of a bedroom window. After that, Dylan ran to the front door and went back inside. Next thing Jason knew, Dylan burst out of the house, bleeding a lot, with Christopher Harris right behind him. Jason saw Chris hit Dylan 5 or 6 times with a tire iron before heading back inside. Miraculously, Dylan got back on his feet and went into the house again. A few minutes later, Chris came out and hopped into the pickup. As they drove down the dirt road, he tossed his shoes and the tire iron out the window like it was no big deal. It's important to note that there had been a complaint of attempted sexual assault against Christopher Harris involving Justina, but this complaint was dropped just a week before the incident. Jason suggested that Christopher had intended to go to the G house for sexual motives, which ultimately did not happen. Investigators retraced the path that Jason Harris had described during his testimony. They found the K-Swiss shoes and the tire iron thrown into a ditch beside the road. Forensic tests confirmed that the DNA found on these items matched both Christopher Harris and the G family. On May 31, 2013, a jury found Christopher Harris guilty of murdering the G family. His sentencing happened on July 19, 2013, where he received 5 consecutive life sentences. In addition, he was sentenced to 30 years for the attempted murder of Tabitha, 30 years for home invasion, and 20 years for robbery. Christopher Harris's defense team tried to argue that he had walked in on Dylan during the murders and acted in self-defense when he killed Dylan. However, this argument was quickly dismissed. In 2013, just before his sentencing, Christopher and his legal team sought a retrial, but their request was denied. Later, in 2019, they filed an appeal with the Appellate Court of Illinois 4th District, but that too was denied. If you think the story ends here, well, not quite. A former cellmate of Chris stepped forward, claiming that Chris had confided in him about the terrible events of that night. This cellmate revealed a story even darker than what Jason had shared. According to him, when Chris arrived at the G home, Rick answered the door. An argument broke out, escalating quickly. When Chris hit Rick with the tire iron, Ruth heard the commotion and rushed in to see what was going on. Sadly, as she entered the room, Chris turned his violent rage on her. In the midst of the chaos, Dylan grabbed a kitchen knife trying to protect his mother, but Chris was too strong, and it was during this intense moment that Jason saw Dylan crash through the window for the first time. In a chilling twist, the cellmate reported that Chris felt no remorse for his actions. In fact, he claimed his only regret was not burning down the house that night, suggesting that if he had, no one would ever know he was responsible for the violence. And let's not forget Nicole. With all the evidence piling up against Chris, she went from defending him to cursing him. Additionally, during the sentencing hearing, Tabitha also delivered an emotional statement that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. She said, "I am 7, and it still breaks my heart. I wish you were dead and my brother's sister and mommy and daddy were alive. You don't sneak up on other people. You have to say sorry, because do you know how badly that broke my heart?" As for Jason, he got a 10-year sentence in exchange for testifying against Chris, with credit for time served. This decision sparked debate. Many questioned if it was fair for someone who played a part in such terrible acts. There were many times that night when Jason could have stepped in to help. He heard Dylan calling out for assistance, begging him to intervene, but he didn't act. However, his testimony helped bring justice for the G family. After the trial, Jason's girlfriend Jennifer and her mother faced probation and fines for hiding evidence. Meanwhile, little Tabitha, who was protected by state troopers during her hospital stay, formed a special bond with them. They painted her toenails, read her stories, and played games, showering her with the love and care she needed. They even threw her a birthday party. Despite going through many surgeries, Tabitha made a remarkable recovery, and fortunately, the head injuries she suffered allowed her to forget the horrific events that took her family away. Tabitha spent some time in foster care, but eventually found a loving home with her sister, Nicole. As the community mourned and tried to heal from this tragic loss, they dedicated a playground in memory of Austin, Dylan, and Justina, creating a space where their spirits could be honored and celebrated. In an interesting twist, in 2014, the show When Murder Comes to Town aired, trying to shed light on the G family murders. Despite interviewing various residents and officers involved in the case, the show leaned heavily on the defense's narrative, suggesting that Dylan was a deeply troubled boy capable of violence. This portrayal sparked outrage among those who had worked on the case. The officers involved wrote an open letter questioning the show's accuracy, particularly how Dylan was portrayed. They emphasized his heroism, stating he wasn't just a victim, but a brave teen who tried to protect his family. I agree with their perspective, as Dylan's actions deserve recognition for his courage in the face of tragedy. What are your thoughts? Was the sentencing fair, or do you believe the accomplices should have received harsher penalties? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Angie Diaz was more than just a name in the headlines. She was a vibrant young woman, a devoted wife, and a daughter who brought light into every room she entered. But what began as a seemingly happy love story ended in one of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. The voice you just heard on that call, the laughter during a murder investigation, came from the very man who once vowed to love and protect her husband, the same man who would later be accused of taking her life in the most brutal way. Just 3 months before the tragedy, Angie and Jared stood hand in hand, smiling for wedding photos. They looked like any other couple starting a new chapter, filled with hope, laughter, and dreams for the future. But something went horribly wrong in the days that followed. What happened between their "I do" and the unthinkable moment Jared took everything away? The horror came to light on January 11, 2023. Until that day, everything on the surface seemed normal. Friends and coworkers described Angie as gentle, cheerful, and full of life. She was the kind of person who left a mark on everyone she met. But now, her absence left a haunting silence behind. As the community mourned, her loved ones struggled to understand how could someone so full of warmth meet such a violent end? And how could the person she trusted most be the one responsible? This is the story of a beautiful soul lost too soon, and the dark truth that tore her world apart. The nightmare had unfolded in the rural outskirts of Magnolia, Texas, a peaceful community known for magnolia trees and small-town charm, where violent crime was nearly unheard of, until now. The first medic on the scene paused, unsure whether they were walking into a suicide, an accident, or something else entirely. As he stepped inside, a realization hit. They weren't there to save a life anymore. Angie was gone, decapitated, and her head was mercilessly dumped in the bathtub. The living room floor was soaked in blood. Cigarette butts were scattered around the body. Blood-stained clothes were tossed carelessly near. This wasn't just a killing, it was rage. It was personal. It was deliberate. What happened in that house between two people who once vowed forever? And what drove Jared Dicus to commit one of the most brutal acts in recent Texas memory? In fact, if anything, people might have pointed fingers at his older brother Wayne. He had long battled meth addiction and had tangled with the law more than once, starting back in 2018 when he was only 20. Jared, on the other hand, was the responsible one, the quiet one. He played football in high school, held a steady job as an electrician, and had a reputation for looking out for his troubled brother. He'd even called the police on Wayne once for stealing copper wire, though he later expressed regret. Now, Jared had lived in the Houston area all his life. There was nothing about his background that hinted at the horror he would eventually unleash, but perhaps the cracks were there, small fractures, waiting to split wide open. Then came Angie. Their paths crossed in 2022 at Cheap's Meat Market, where Angie worked as a cashier, a chance meeting that turned into a whirlwind romance. To outsiders, it looked like fate. They moved fast, too fast, and by October of that year, they were married. Angie Diaz had her own story. Born in Nicaragua in October 2001, she was raised by a single mother who often left the children in the care of relatives while working in Costa Rica to support them. Angie was smart, driven, and deeply loyal to her family. She studied accounting at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua at León and was known for her work ethic and maturity beyond her years. But life took a sudden turn when her aunt, the woman who had raised her like a daughter, was diagnosed with cancer. That's when her biological mother, now in the U.S., paid smugglers to bring Angie and her siblings across the Mexican border. They arrived undocumented, seeking hope in a place that promised more than what they'd left behind. Angie quickly found work at the meat market and began promoting herself online as a personal trainer. Her posts brimmed with optimism and resilience. Reminders to celebrate your own victories because no one else truly knows what it took to earn them. But not everyone shared her urgency. Her mother, cautious and protective, told her to have patience, reminding her that things would come with time. Finances were tight, but Angie didn't want to wait. She wasn't going to sit behind a cash register forever. She had dreams, and in those dreams, Jared Dicus was suddenly front and center. He came across as charming, a former football player with small-town charisma and enough edge to feel exciting. Angie was smitten. Their social media feeds became a showcase of their young love, filled with laughter, road trips, and a carefully curated intimacy for their online audience. They got married just before Angie's 21st birthday, but not everyone was convinced this was her fairy tale ending. According to one of her closest friends, Angie had previously been in a serious relationship with a man named Jose. She had been planning to marry him in the U.S., a future that never came to be. But then she grew distant with everyone else in her life, almost around the same time she met Jared, the boy she thought would save her from the misery of a mundane life. Somewhere between letting go of that past and clinging to this new love story, Angie had rewritten her future in Jared's name. It was more of a fast-forwarded romance, so much so that Jared's family didn't even fully know who Angie really was. And maybe that speed wasn't just about love. There were whispers that immigration concerns played a part. Angie had once been in an accident, and rumors were there that it sparked fears of deportation. In Angie's mind, the timing of their wedding, just a few months into their relationship, suddenly seemed less about fairy tale endings and more about paperwork and panic. Even her friend urged her not to rush, to slow down and truly get to know Jared before binding herself to him legally and emotionally. She'd seen too many women fall into rushed, controlling relationships and suffer quietly behind closed doors. She didn't want her dearest friend to become one of them. But Angie didn't listen. Her uncle, who was a witness at her wedding, had noticed how quickly things were moving between her and Jared. Like her mother, he grew concerned. He sat her down one day and gave her the kind of advice someone gives when they've seen too much of how the world works. He told her not to make a decision out of desperation. Not for papers, not for a green card, not for legal status. And Angie insisted. She loved Jared deeply, that they were doing fine, and all of this was real. Her family was worried. They weren't convinced that the timing was right. And when they found out Angie and Jared were getting married, it felt like it had all happened too quickly. It was hard not to wonder if their fears were being ignored, or worse, if Angie was ignoring red flags she couldn't or wouldn't want to see. Because not long after the wedding, the cracks in that fresh start began to show. Maybe Angie truly believed this was her fresh start, that this love, this man, this marriage could be her new beginning, a clean break from the sacrifices and hardships of her past. But whatever happiness she clung to was built on shaky ground, because while social media told one story, a blissful young couple glowing with affection, the reality was much darker. Behind the smiles, there were cracks, patterns, red flags. People close to her urged caution, asked her to set boundaries, to make sure Jared treated her with the respect she deserved. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of something that feels like love, it's hard to see where adoration ends and obsession begins. And all too soon, Angie would find out. when it was already far too late. When Angie first introduced Jared to her circle of close friends, it was supposed to be a casual get-together, just some laughs, shared drinks, and good company. But something about it felt off, even then, though no one fully grasped it at the time. They were a tight-knit group, mostly Spanish-speaking, and Angie had always fit right in. That night, one of her friends brought some beers, thinking it would help Jared ease into the group. Instead, it seemed to make things worse. Jared didn't speak Spanish at all. As the conversations flowed in a language he couldn't understand, frustration began to flicker across his face. Angie, trying to bridge the gap, kept translating back and forth. Her friend noticed how tense she got, always looking to Jared as if checking whether he was okay, whether he was angry. They started calling him Rojo, red for his hair. It was a light-hearted nickname among friends, but Jared didn't laugh along. He didn't smile. He sat stiffly, disconnected. And sometimes, without saying a word, he'd just leave. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. What seemed like awkwardness at first, in hindsight, began to look a lot more like resentment. Jared wasn't just irritated that he couldn't follow the conversations. He was alienated. He felt like an outsider around Angie's people, in her world. And the way he handled that wasn't with curiosity or patience. It was with cold detachment, maybe even simmering anger. After the wedding, things got worse. Angie's friend remembered the shift, how Jared's discomfort turned into distance, how he stopped making any effort. The gatherings became fewer, the joy dimmed. Angie became quieter, and when she did show up, she never really seemed fully there. Looking back, her friend could trace the moment the light in Angie's eyes started to fade. The pressure of trying to make two worlds fit together was falling squarely on Angie's shoulders, and she was doing all she could to keep it from breaking. But sometimes the cracks are too deep to hide. As 2023 rolled in, Jared Dicus was unraveling fast. By November, his volatility had reached dangerous heights. He'd been arrested for driving while intoxicated after causing a scene at a local restaurant, shouting, acting aggressively toward the staff. When police arrived, they found him belligerent, punching windows. He was so out of control, they had to strap him into a restraint chair just to draw a blood sample. It wasn't just alcohol. The police suspected meth was coursing through his veins. By January, Jared was out on bond, but nothing about him had stabilized. Behind closed doors, Angie was growing more and more afraid. She asked Jared's mother, Lynn, directly, that Jared stop sleeping in the same house as her. In the final week of her life, Jared had started asking to move back in with his parents, into the house he'd just spent money fixing up, for him and Angie. Why? No one could quite understand. But it was clear he didn't want to be in that house with Angie anymore. And maybe, just maybe, Angie didn't want him there either. You know things are serious when your boss notices it too. Ruth Almendarez had worked closely with Angie at the meat market. To her, Angie wasn't just an employee, she was like a daughter. The two shared a quiet closeness built over time. Ruth had seen her through cheerful mornings, long shifts, and bursts of laughter behind the counter. And it was at this very counter where Angie had first met Jared. But things changed after the wedding. Slowly. At first, Angie, once so warm and full of light, started retreating into herself. She grew quieter, more nervous. She wasn't as quick to smile, and she was always looking over her shoulder. Jared had started showing up at the market too often, just standing there looking for her, hovering around the counter. It made people uncomfortable. Then came Tuesday, January 10th, the day before Angie's murder. Ruth walked in around early afternoon and immediately sensed something was off. Her staff flagged her down, urging her to talk to Angie. At first, she assumed it was a work issue, maybe a customer complaint or a mistake, but they said, no, it was more serious than that. Angie didn't look well. Her eyes were distant, her energy drained. She looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying too much. Ruth pulled her aside gently, asking what had happened. That's when she noticed it. A bruise on Angie's shoulder. Not the kind you get from bumping into a door. This was something else. Another coworker, Erica, joined them in the back kitchen. Together, they sat with Angie for a few quiet minutes. That's when she opened up. She told them she was planning to leave Jared, not maybe, not one day, she was sure. And then Angie said something else. Things that went beyond just hitting. She told Ruth they had been arguing all night, which Ruth would later tell the cops. That Sunday, Angie had gone to the movies with her aunt. Just a simple outing, something completely normal for her. But Jared hadn't wanted her to go. He didn't want her seeing anyone. Didn't want her to have even a sliver of independence. When she got back home that night, it all exploded. Jared kept her up all night, refusing to let her sleep. Angie looked drained when she showed up at work the next morning, pale, hollow-eyed, like someone who had been pushed far past the edge. And then, as she tried to shower and get ready for the day, the argument escalated. And then Ruth would tell the officer that Jared had assaulted Angie while she was in the shower. It wasn't a matter of if anymore. Angie had been living in fear, and now it was written across her body. As Ruth gently pressed, Angie confessed even more. This wasn't just one fight. This wasn't a bad night. It was a pattern. And she was ready to break it. She told Ruth she had made up her mind. She told Ruth that it was time to leave. Angie didn't tell Jared she was moving out, not exactly, but she did tell him that she wasn't going to keep living that way. She wasn't going to tolerate the control, the fear, the violence. It was the first real declaration of her intent to escape. But what no one knew then was that this small act of resistance, this whisper of freedom, might have been what sealed her fate. And when Angie paused while telling the horrors she had faced, Ruth put a stop to the conversation, saving it for later. They made plans to talk again. Angie had Friday off and told Ruth she wanted to go for coffee somewhere quiet, away from the market, where she could finally say everything without people overhearing. But that coffee never happened. Tuesday was the last time Ruth saw her alive. After the murder, Ruth checked the security footage, desperate to find proof of that final conversation. The cameras had captured them talking at the register, but there was no sound, no microphone, just a silent video of a young woman, bruised and broken, sharing what she could before she ran out of time. And that silence would haunt Ruth forever. Then, on the night of January 8th, just 3 days before Angie's murder, something unsettling happened. At nearly midnight, Jared made a strange call to 91011. He was disoriented, paranoid, barely coherent. In a shaky voice, he claimed he'd taken drugs and needed help. He didn't seem sure of anything. Not where he was, not what he had taken, not why he even called. But he did ask for an ambulance. Paramedics were dispatched immediately, but just a few minutes later, Jared called again. Still confused, still mumbling about feeling unwell, unsure whether he meant what he said. It was clear something had altered his state of mind. Something strong. When the medics arrived, they transported him to the hospital, where it was confirmed Jared had been using methamphetamine. It was a devastating blow to his family. Jared's older brother had struggled with meth for years, tearing their family apart in the process, but Jared had never been that kid. He was the other son, the one who stayed away from the actions that would put his parents down, or so they thought. Jared had admitted to his parents briefly and in passing that he'd taken meth, only to deny it moments later. He flipped between admissions and deflections. One second he was crying, the next he was lying. The moments between might be uneventful for those who did not witness what happened between this couple, but it became evident on January 11 how deep trouble ran through in those days. It was a Wednesday morning, quiet, uneventful, and eerily still, but the silence was about to be shattered. Jared had returned to his home around 4 a.m. after what seemed to be a typical shift. His house, nestled in the back of his parents' property, sat dark and isolated. He slipped inside without much notice. No one saw him again for several hours. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that his mother, Lynn, caught sight of him again. He came back into their house, but something was off. He seemed nervous, unfocused. And then she heard it. A phone ringing. Not his usual ringtone. Not even his usual phone. It was a device she didn't recognize. Curious and concerned, Lynn questioned him about the unfamiliar phone. Jared casually claimed to have multiple phones, but the story didn't sit right. Something about the device, the look, the feel, it wasn't his. And when he finally pulled it from his pocket, the screen was in Spanish. That's when Lynn's heart dropped. She knew immediately this was Angie's phone. Angie, who never left her phone behind. Angie, who had been growing increasingly distant and afraid, who just days earlier had been bruised and exhausted from yet another sleepless, violent night. Lynn didn't wait. She bolted out of the house with her husband, Rodney, heading straight toward Jared and Angie's home. Deep down, she already feared the worst. There was only one entrance, the front door. As they pushed it open, a wave of darkness met them. At first, they couldn't see anything, but with a single step inside, Rodney froze. What he saw would haunt him in his sleep forever. He turned to his wife and told her not to come in, but it was too late. Lynn stepped inside and saw the horror for herself. Angie's lifeless body lay inside. Her young face, once vibrant, was now still, brutally silenced. Panic set in. Lynn fumbled with her phone, unable to think, unable to act. Rodney grabbed it from her and made the call. Not just to report a death, but to report their own son, the boy they'd raised, the man who had once promised to protect Angie, now suspected of ending her life. Lynn would then brief the officer about her son's issues. The police were called, and when they arrived, there was no question who they would arrest. Jared had been the last person with her. He was in possession of her phone. He had a documented history of violent outbursts and drug use, and Angie had told those closest to her that she didn't feel safe anymore. This, according to investigators, was the final tragic act in a toxic, unraveling relationship. A young woman who wanted out, and a man who couldn't bear to lose control. Jared was taken into custody, but that was only the beginning. The interrogation tapes would reveal even more unsettling truths about what really happened between Jared and Angie. Because when police sat Jared down and started asking questions, a new, disturbing narrative began to take shape. At first, Jared dissociated himself from the situation. Then he cracked under pressure, telling the officers that he had used the same knife against his wife that she took out for her self-defense against him. In the months that followed Angie's death, the case against Jared Dicus moved swiftly. The evidence was overwhelming. His erratic behavior, the bruises Angie had tried to explain away, the phone in his pocket that wasn't his, and most damning of all, the scene inside their home. Prosecutors argued that this was no sudden outburst. It was the tragic culmination of months of escalating violence, fueled by substance abuse, control, and a refusal to let Angie leave. Jared's defense tried to shift the narrative, claiming he'd only used meth once, that he was confused, overwhelmed, not in his right mind. But the jury didn't buy it. On July 31, the trial came to a close. Jared Dicus was sentenced to 40 years in prison, 4 decades behind bars, for the brutal murder of Angie. For Angie's family and friends, the sentencing brought some sense of justice, but no sentence, no number of years could ever bring her back. The young woman who dreamed of freedom, who was trying to find the courage to start over, had her life stolen before she ever got the chance. How many more women have to die after asking for help before someone listens in time? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Dismembered limbs. A head boiling in a pot. Blood smeared across nearly every surface of the home. These are the horrifying scenes that greeted officers during what began as a simple welfare check at the Guy family residence in Tennessee. What they uncovered was something out of a nightmare. A crime so gruesome, so unthinkable, it left even the most seasoned investigators shaken. For most parents, there's no greater purpose than raising their children, nurturing them, guiding them, protecting them long after they've grown. Joel and Lisa Guy were no different. They had devoted their lives to giving their son the best they could offer. But in a chilling twist, it was that very devotion that would be their undoing. Before we go any further, consider this your warning. What you're about to hear is graphic, disturbing, and not for the faint of heart. This isn't just another true crime story. This is one of the most savage murders ever committed by a child against their own parents. To understand what led to this horrific act, we need to take a closer look at the victims. And if you're picturing cold, abusive parents, you're wrong. Joel Guy Sr., known as Michael to his friends and family, was a kind, hard-working man. The kind of father who showed up, provided for his family, and tried to lead by example. Alongside him was his wife Lisa, a loving mother who poured everything she had into raising their children. They had spent their lives making sacrifices for their son, but behind closed doors, their generosity was being manipulated, and what happened next would turn a quiet suburban home into the scene of one of the most horrifying family massacres in American history. Michael was born on February 10, 1955, and he worked as a pipeline engineer. With his experience in the field, it's safe to say he was doing well for himself. He earned a solid salary, enough to comfortably support his growing family. Anyone who knew Michael would tell you he wasn't just kind. He was the type of person who made you feel seen and cared for, always willing to lend a hand or give advice, even when you didn't ask for it. He took immense pride in everything he did, whether it was his career or his family, and he made sure the people around him felt that pride too. If you were close to Michael, you knew he wasn't just a dad or a husband. He was someone who genuinely cared and wanted to make sure everyone around him was doing well. Now, Michael had 3 daughters from his first marriage. While the reasons behind the divorce weren't entirely clear, one thing was certain. The daughters held no grudges against their father. They had always maintained a good relationship with him, and that didn't change when he remarried. Michael's second wife, Lisa, was as kind-hearted as he was. Just like Michael, Lisa was someone who made everyone feel welcome and cared for. His daughters quickly warmed up to her, and there was no drama or resentment. Lisa treated them like her own children, showering them with love and affection. This was evident when one of Michael's daughters testified in court, explaining how Lisa became a mother figure in her life. She even went as far as to get an engagement ring that resembled Lisa's. She remembered all the small details about Lisa, the favorite shirt, the favorite cups, and everything else that made Lisa so special to her. Just like you just heard, this wasn't a mom who abused her children or mistreated them in a way that made them feel unloved. It's clear, just from the words of her stepdaughter alone, that Lisa poured love into every single member of her family. Additionally, Lisa worked in human resources at an engineering firm and was known for being reliable and generous. She was the kind of person who, no matter how busy she was, would stop to comfort a stranger in distress. She had a big heart, always putting others first. From this perspective, it was evident that both Michael and Lisa were known for their giving nature, and to everyone around them, they seemed like the perfect couple. Soulmates living a perfect life. However, everything began to change when Michael and Lisa welcomed their only biological child together, Joel Guy Jr. That moment marked the start of a shift no one could have foreseen. Unlike his warm and kind parents, Joel was reportedly the complete opposite, cold and distant to almost everyone. In fact, Joel Guy Jr.'s life before 2016 remains a mystery in many ways. Even his half-sisters, who grew up alongside him, admitted they didn't really know him. Whenever they visited, Joel would lock himself in his room, avoiding any interaction with family. On the rare occasions he did speak, he was dismissive and rude, treating his relatives as if they were beneath him. Over time, most of the family distanced themselves, choosing not to engage with Joel unless absolutely necessary. Joel's behavior was fueled by an inflated ego, believing he was the smartest person in the room at all times. His confidence was bolstered during his school years, especially when he performed well academically. In his final years of high school, he attended the prestigious Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts, a magnet school known for its small elite class sizes. Getting accepted into the class of 2006 only reinforced Joel's belief in his superiority. After high school, he enrolled at George Washington University for 1 semester before transferring to Louisiana State University, where he pursued studies to become a plastic surgeon. However, Joel never became a plastic surgeon or held any job for that matter. While he was in school, up until the age of 28, he lived entirely off his mother Lisa's income. Lisa, who worked full-time in human resources at Oak Ridge Engineering, sent her paychecks directly to Joel. Michael and Lisa decided to fully support Joel so he could focus on his studies without worrying about finances. They paid for his tuition, housing, and other expenses, hoping he'd graduate quickly and start his career. But their generosity backfired. Joel began to see this financial support not as a gift, but as something he was entitled to, his birthright. He believed his parents owed him this money simply because they were his parents. Though he claimed to be working hard toward his goals, Joel was far less focused on school than he led his parents to believe. Living alone in Baton Rouge, he spent his time doing whatever he wanted, completely oblivious to the financial strain he was placing on his family. He didn't understand or care about the sacrifices his parents were making for him. However, in 2016, things began to change. Michael's father lost his job and took a hard look at their finances. He realized that he and Lisa could retire if they stopped supporting Joel and sold their family home. Excited for this new chapter, Michael and Lisa shared their plans with their daughters in the family group chat. They explained that they intended to move into Michael's parents' home and stop financially supporting Joel. However, they were nervous about how Joel would react to the news. At 28 years old, Joel had never been financially independent, and his parents worried about what he would do once the financial support stopped. Despite their concerns, Thanksgiving that year seemed like a turning point for the Guy family. Thanksgiving was always a big deal, a time when everyone gathered at Michael and Lisa's home to celebrate, including their daughters, extended family, and their new families. So just like any other normal family, that year was very joyful for the Guy family. The adults gathered in the garage enjoying their cigarettes and catching up, while the kids ran around, and the aroma of delicious food filled the house. At every Thanksgiving, there's always that one person who locks themselves away, avoiding everyone, and in the Guy family, that was always Joel. However, this year was different, shockingly so. For the first time ever, Joel actively engaged with his family. He surprised everyone by playing with his stepsister's kids, children whose names his sisters doubted he even knew before that day. He brought them upstairs to his old room and gifted them toys his parents had lovingly preserved from his childhood. Joel laughed, joked, and even posed for family photos, a rarity that caught everyone off guard. His sudden shift in behavior was so remarkable that his sisters whispered to each other about how he might finally be turning over a new leaf. What made Joel's transformation even more puzzling was its timing. Just weeks earlier, Lisa had told him that she had given her 2 weeks' notice at work. She and Michael planned to retire, sell the family home, and stop financially supporting him. Originally, they'd intended to break the news at Christmas, but Lisa decided to tell Joel early, hoping to give him time to prepare for independence. Everyone braced for a meltdown or tantrum, but instead, Joel seemed fine. More than fine, actually. He appeared happier and more social than anyone had ever seen him. His family took this as a positive sign. Maybe this was the wake-up call Joel needed. Perhaps he'd already made peace with the idea of standing on his own 2 feet and was reconnecting with his family as part of a fresh start. One of his sisters even mentioned to Michael that Joel might be trying to repair their relationship. Still, Michael held firm that they wouldn't resume funding his lifestyle, no matter how well he was behaving. Little did they know, Joel's cheerful demeanor masked something far darker. While he was smiling and bonding with his family, he was also laying the groundwork for a chilling plan. That day, Joel brought over 2 large plastic tubs, which he carried into the house without much explanation. They seemed heavy, but no one thought to ask what they contained. What they didn't know was that Joel had spent weeks plotting his parents' murders. Those tubs held the tools he intended to use in his gruesome plan. As it turned out, Joel wasn't handling the loss of his financial lifeline as gracefully as he appeared when Lisa told him they were cutting him off. Joel didn't see it as a push toward independence. He saw it as a betrayal. He decided to take matters into his own hands, crafting a plan to murder his parents, frame his father for his mother's death, and stage it all as a murder-suicide. In Joel's warped mind, he was a genius capable of orchestrating the perfect crime. His education and endless hours of watching crime shows like Law and Order convinced him that he could pull it off without a hitch. But while Joel once excelled in academics, his arrogance blinded him to his own shortcomings. So instead of heading back to his apartment like usual, Joel decided to stick around at his parents' house for 2 whole days. At first, Lisa and Michael probably thought it was a nice change. Maybe Joel was feeling sentimental about the family house before they sold it. After all, with Lisa preparing for retirement, they were all gearing up for a big life change, and the idea that Joel might actually want to spend some time with his family seemed like a nice, albeit unexpected gesture. But things took a strange turn just 2 weeks before Lisa was set to retire. Her co-workers and boss had been planning a celebratory send-off for her. She was well-liked, dependable, and a hard worker who would always communicate if anything was off. So when November 28 came around, and Lisa didn't show up for work, Jennifer, her boss, started to worry. It wasn't like Lisa to just vanish without a word, especially since she'd been so involved in the retirement celebration plans. Jennifer tried calling her several times, but there was no answer. Then she reached out to Michael, but he didn't pick up either. That was strange. Lisa and Michael were the kind of people who always made sure to check in, even if something came up. This wasn't adding up, and Jennifer knew it. So after a couple more unanswered calls, Jennifer made the decision to call the non-emergency police line and request a welfare check at the Guy family home. When the officers first arrived at the house, everything seemed normal, so they didn't think much of it and were about to call it off. But Jennifer, Lisa's boss, wasn't convinced. She had a gut feeling something wasn't right, so she called again. What they uncovered next was something no one could have prepared for. During a thorough check, the officers noticed a few strange things. The house had a for sale sign out front, but something seemed off. There was no lockbox on the front door for a realtor's key, and the doorknob didn't look like it had been there long. It didn't even match the door. It had obvious signs of being tampered with, likely with a screwdriver. Not wasting any time, the officers decided to check the back of the house, and that's when things took an even darker turn. The back door was missing its doorknob altogether. One officer peered through the hole where the knob should have been and was immediately hit with a blast of heat from inside the house. But that wasn't the worst part. There was a sharp chemical smell hanging in the air. It was the kind of smell that instantly tells you something was seriously wrong. The officer looked closer and saw bottles of bleach scattered across the floor, still unopened. But the clues didn't stop there. He also noticed groceries that had been dropped at the front door, like someone had rushed inside without finishing what they were doing. That was enough for them to make their move. They headed back to the front, found an unlocked vehicle with the garage door opener inside, and used it to gain access. The officers entered the house, and what happened next was all caught on body cam footage. The pot you saw earlier? Yeah, that was the same one Joel used to boil his mother's head for about a day. It's chilling when you think about it. Investigators first found a table with the guy's wallets and a sledgehammer on top, followed by another table with long guns. As they made their way up the stairs, they could hear a dog intermittently barking. They then spotted Michael's ring on the floor in a hallway and eventually discovered the dismembered bodies submerged in a solution in the bathroom. Among the other items found in the home were sewer line cleaner, a bag of baking soda, drain opener, a bottle of muriatic acid, lye, hydrogen peroxide, several bottles of bleach, a spray bottle, gloves, and trash bags. Investigators also came across a note inside an open suitcase, which included the name and address of a Louisiana Ace hardware store, as well as a reference to sewer line cleaner. Given the hazardous chemicals, the Knox County Sheriff's Office hazmat team had to step in for biohazard removal. With the overwhelming amount of evidence, the KCSO forensics unit worked through Monday night and into the next day to process the crime scene. Now, what really happened after that Thanksgiving on November 26? Joel Guy Jr. attacked and killed his father in a second-floor exercise room while his mom was out shopping at Walmart. The scene was chaotic, with torn blinds and blood splattered on the walls and an overturned Bowflex machine. The amount of blood was beyond horrific. The struggle must have been brutal. The poor man's clothes were shredded from the knife wounds, and it was reported that he was stabbed at least 40 times. However, this is just an estimate according to the autopsy, since most of the tissue was gone when they found the body. The actual number of stabs could never be fully determined. But it doesn't stop there. Joel also dismembered the body, leaving his father's hands behind in the room. When his mom came home from Walmart, Joel tricked her into going upstairs. She was in such a rush that her groceries got scattered across the foyer. But when she reached the top of the stairs, Joel ambushed her, stabbing her in the back over and over, just like he did to his father. Blood was everywhere. The prosecution later claimed he used so much force to decapitate her that her head actually broke. And then, get this, he just chopped her up like it was nothing, then put her head in that same boiling pot on the stove. According to the medical examiner, Lisa was stabbed at least 31 times, and 9 of her ribs were completely severed. During the trial, the forensic examiner testified that the head wasn't just severed, but had been forcefully broken off. Both victims had their arms and legs detached, Michael at the waist and Lisa at the knees, and their body parts were placed in a bin filled with chemicals to help dissolve them. This was the very same bin that Joel had brought into the house during Thanksgiving. After death, both bodies had deep cuts made so that the chemicals could more easily penetrate the body's main cavities. So you can probably imagine how heartbreaking it must have been for both of them, loving their child and spoiling him all the way into adulthood, only for them to be brutally murdered like this. It's beyond evil. But despite Michael loving his son so much, he didn't go down without a fight. Joel sustained several cuts on his hands, including a deep gash on his left thumb. Around 3:30 p.m., he was seen in the first aid section at Walmart buying bandages and ointment for his hand injuries. He also picked up isopropyl alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. It was also around this point that Joel returned to his apartment, likely because he was too lazy to continue with his plan. After spending 2 intense days carrying out his crime, it seems that for the first time, he was exhausted. He probably felt he had worked harder than ever before and needed a break, so he headed back to his apartment, possibly to rest. Little did he know, it was exactly during this time that the police also uncovered what he had done. The police began questioning those closest to Michael and Lisa. When they inquired about who had been at the house that weekend, everyone pointed to Joel. His sisters revealed that he was about to be cut off financially and that his behavior over Thanksgiving had been strangely out of character. The soiled clothes found at the crime scene matched the description given by his sisters, and when investigators found a book bag containing a notebook filled with Joel's meticulous plan, it became undeniable he was behind the murders. The only thing left to do was finalize the paperwork for his arrest. Now, the day after the bodies were discovered, Joel was arrested while heading back to the house. In his trunk, police found a KitchenAid meat grinder, a chilling indicator that he wasn't done with the gruesome process yet. But what really exposed Joel's intentions was what he had written in his notebook. From the gruesome methods of killing and dismemberment to his strategy for destroying the bodies and erasing forensic evidence, every step was carefully thought out. He planned to grind the bodies, destroy all DNA evidence with bleach and lye, and even set a fire to cover his tracks. He went as far as faking an alibi by scheduling a text message from his mother's phone, attempting to erase any evidence that could point back to him. Joel's motive, driven by a financial incentive, was also clearly outlined in the notebook. He calculated his parents' life insurance policies, assets, and joint property with the intention of inheriting everything. His obsession with money was evident, as he described in detail how he would inherit the full value of his mother's assets, including her life insurance, the family homes, and other financial resources. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Joel continued to buy supplies like knives, acid, and plastic bins, keeping the notebook hidden in his backpack alongside his school books. He made sure to pay in cash, thinking he was being smart and inconspicuous, but in reality, Joel's arrogance and sense of entitlement were his downfall. He believed his meticulous preparations would guarantee his success, unaware that he was overlooking the most basic human realities. Joel was so spoiled and out of touch with the real world that, even while erasing his tracks, he grew lazy and decided to take a break from his gruesome task. He had no real understanding of the consequences of his actions, thinking he could simply get away with it. But what he failed to factor in was the kindness of his parents and how their disappearance would immediately raise suspicions. Despite the mountain of evidence stacked against him, Joel Guy Jr. still pleaded not guilty, dragging his family through a painful 4-day trial. He knew he couldn't win. It was clear to everyone that he was guilty, but he wasn't trying to win. Instead, he wanted to make his family suffer by refusing to admit what he'd done. He kept control over them, forcing them to hear every ugly detail of his crime. It was like his final act of revenge, making them live through his cold, calculated cruelty. Even Joel's defense lawyers struggled to defend him. All they could muster was that Joel was a kind man who couldn't possibly commit such a horrific crime. But the jury wasn't swayed by this weak argument. On October 2, 2020, Joel Guy Jr. was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, his appeal to overturn his conviction was shot down by the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals in April 2023. With that, Joel's fate was sealed. He will now spend the rest of his life behind bars at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Tiptonville, Tennessee, where he will forever live with the consequences of the brutal crime he committed. Now, remember when we first said that not much was known about Joel's past? Well, as the trial went on, a surprising revelation came to light. Joel actually had one and only one friend. People were shocked to find that Joel had a friend he cared so deeply about that he even called him in prison to apologize. That friend's name was Michael McCracken. Very little is known about the nature of Joel and Michael's relationship, but it seemed that, at the very least, Joel respected him. The two met when they lived together in their high school dorms, and when Joel went off to study at George Washington University, he left after just 1 semester and transferred to Louisiana State University, where Michael was going. They ended up living in the same apartment building, and when Michael's roommate moved out, Joel moved back in with him. Some have speculated that their relationship might have been more than just friendship, but that's all we really know about the situation. When Michael was questioned about the case, he stated that he wasn't surprised that Joel had killed his parents. He explained that over the years, Joel had become increasingly reclusive, spending weeks on end alone in his bedroom, to the point where Michael sometimes didn't see him for months at a time. For whatever little comfort it may offer, Joel will spend the rest of his natural-born life in prison, exactly where he belongs. He will forever be remembered not as the genius he thought he was, but as a gigantic fool who couldn't take care of himself, and despite his so-called wisdom, made the catastrophic mistake of leaving a notebook, a kind of manifesto, at the crime scene. But what do you think about this case? I mean, we can all agree that Joel was definitely a psychopath, right? It's hard to believe he had any real justification for killing his parents, other than his own twisted desire to live a carefree life. But do you think there were other factors behind his actions? Was there something deeper going on that we're missing? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman, 24 years old, brilliant, vibrant, and overflowing with potential, walked into a quiet restaurant one evening in Malibu, California. Her name was Matrice Richardson. By all accounts, it was supposed to be an ordinary night. But what happened inside that restaurant would set in motion a tragic mystery that continues to haunt those who knew her, and many who didn't. Matrice was taken into police custody that night. That much is undisputed. But just a few hours later, in the early morning hours, she was released from the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, alone, no phone, no money, no transportation, into the cold darkness of the Santa Monica Mountains. She vanished that night, without a trace. For months, her name echoed through news reports, whispered in homes, shouted in protests, and carried in the prayers of a grieving family. Theories swirled, conflicting reports emerged, yet no clear answers surfaced. And when her remains were finally discovered nearly a year later, deep in a rugged canyon, the questions only grew darker. What really happened to Mitrice Richardson? Why was she released in such vulnerable conditions? And why, even after all this time, does justice still feel so far out of reach? To understand her story, we need to understand the young woman behind the headlines. Mitrice LaVaughn Richardson was born on April 3, 1985, to Lettice Sutton and Michael Richardson, both still in high school at the time. Young, uncertain, and navigating their own lives, they made the difficult decision to have Mitrice raised by her great-grandmother in Covina, California. It was a home filled with love, but also change. Her parents eventually separated, and later Mitrice moved back in with her mother, who married Larry Sutton. With her stepfather in the picture, Mitrice adapted quickly. She was magnetic even as a child, always in motion, always laughing. She danced, she lit up rooms. She was the kind of person you didn't forget. Her energy was electric, her spirit unforgettable. And that's what makes the silence surrounding her case so deafening. Because a light that bright should never have vanished so easily. And it should never have taken so long to find out why. She carried that same spirit into her school years, first at South Hills High School in Covina, then at California State University Fullerton. Mitrice wasn't just a good student, she was exceptional. A 4 GPA honors graduate, a degree in psychology, the first in her family to earn a college degree. It was a time of self-discovery. While navigating the demands of school, she also embraced her identity, coming out as a lesbian to her family, who supported her fully. She had ambition, dreams of graduate school, a future she was still shaping. After graduating in 2008, she took on multiple roles. She worked as a store clerk, danced at an LGBTQ+ club, and interned with Dr. Rhonda Hampton, a psychologist who saw something bright in Mitrice, but also something troubling, because even with all her success, something was off. Mitrice's behavior began to shift in ways that unsettled those closest to her. Friends noticed her moods changing. Social media posts became strange, disjointed rants that didn't sound like the Mitrice they knew. Dr. Hampton would later recall moments during her internship that raised concern. Moments that hinted at a struggle happening beneath the surface. By 2009, Mitrice had moved back in with her great-grandmother, now 91 years old. It was a quiet home, a place of stability, a relationship built on mutual care. Mitrice was a companion to her great-grandmother, offering support, company, and in return, she had a place to stay. As she figured out her next steps, she had her whole life ahead of her. And yet something was coming, a shift, a single night, that would unravel everything. Her story changed on the night of September 16, 2009. The Pacific Coast Highway stretched along the cliffs of Malibu, quiet except for the occasional car passing by. The night was still, but something about it felt unsettling. Mitrice wasn't familiar with Malibu. She knew Covina, where she grew up. She knew Fullerton, where she had excelled in her psychology studies. She knew Long Beach, where she worked Friday nights dancing under neon lights. She knew South LA, where her father lived, and the quiet streets near 118th and Central, where she stayed with her great-grandmother. But Malibu? It wasn't her world. Then she saw it, a sign glowing in soft blue letters, Jeffrey's, located below Point Dume. Jeffrey's was a high-end restaurant known for its ocean views and exclusive diners. Mitrice pulled into the parking lot. She turned off the engine and sat there for a moment. The valet approached, expecting her to hand over her keys, but something was off. By the time he reached her, she wasn't in her car anymore. She had moved into his. The door was open, and she sat in the driver's seat of his vehicle. Her body relaxed, as if this was normal. Hazel eyes peered up at him, flickering with an unreadable energy. Her curly hair stuck out from beneath a Rastafarian-style hat. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt under a black Bob Marley t-shirt, paired with faded jeans and a pink alligator mixered belt. Her Vans were slightly worn, but she seemed unconcerned with appearances. The valet hesitated. She wasn't aggressive, but something about her behavior felt strange. Her words, when she spoke, were cryptic. She muttered something about Michael Jackson's death, as if she were solving a puzzle only she understood. Then, just as casually, she handed him her own car keys and asked a bizarre question. "Vanessa here?" She told him to look out for a girl with tattooed arms, as if he should already know who she was talking about. Before he could respond, she strolled past him and entered the restaurant. Mitrice took a seat and placed her order, a Kobe steak and an Ocean Breeze cocktail. At first, she dined alone. Then she became drawn to a nearby table, where a group of 7 people were engaged in lively conversation. Without hesitation, she got up and joined them, slipping into their conversation as if she had always been there. Her energy was erratic, her words fast and disjointed. She talked about astrological signs, jumping from topic to topic without pause. The group exchanged glances, uncertain but entertained. She wasn't causing trouble, just behaving in a way that felt offbeat, unusual. After a while, she returned to her own table, but minutes later she was back. This time she had an announcement. She was going to Hawaii. She told them she would call them when she arrived. They smiled politely, humoring her. Then they paid their bill and left Mitrice. However, she stayed. When she tried to leave, the restaurant manager stopped her. Her bill remained unpaid, $89.00 in total. She looked confused. Hadn't the other table covered it? Mitrice was asked to pay her bill, which was more of a shocking news to her. A slow smile spread across her face, as if this were an amusing misunderstanding. She gazed at the restaurant's computer screen, watching the numbers blink and change. Her expression shifted, lost in thought. "I am busted," she finally said. "What are we going to do?" As the manager spoke, she wasn't listening. Her eyes remained fixed on the screen, as if she were deciphering something invisible to everyone else. Then her demeanor changed. She said something strange. She wasn't from here. She was from Mars. Her voice was calm, her expression unbothered. She wasn't joking. The staff grew uneasy. When she emptied her pockets, she found nothing but a small joint. And a restaurant employee picked up the phone and dialed the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station. They told the sheriff that this girl seemed crazy, that she might be on drugs or something. In the distance, the glow of approaching headlights cut through the dark. A patrol car was on its way. Mitrice's night, however, was far from over. It was just beginning. While the sheriff's deputies were en route, Mitrice continued talking, this time to the hostess. She told her she had been watching a soap opera at work earlier that day, when God instructed her to take the afternoon off. Her words were confident, as if this was an undeniable truth. Then she made another strange claim. She had no parents, she said, just her great-grandmother, Mildred. Concerned, the hostess decided to call Mildred. When the elderly woman answered, her voice was filled with worry. She quickly offered her credit card number to pay the bill. But there was a problem. The restaurant required a signature. The 90-year-old Mildred was unable to help. She was still on the phone at around 9 p.m. when the Lost Hills deputies, Frank Brower, Armando Loureiro, and John McKay arrived. The manager quickly filled them in on what had happened and described Mitrice's bizarre behavior. One of the deputies took the phone from the hostess and spoke to Mildred, who pleaded for them to take care of her great-granddaughter. Then the phone was passed to Mitrice. She sounded completely unfazed, as if nothing about the situation concerned her. Mildred, however, was not amused. "You put that phone close to your ear," she warned. "They'll get ready to take your black ass to jail." Her words carried the weight of experience, the urgency of a grandmother who knew trouble when she felt it. After the call ended, Mildred wasted no time. She immediately dialed another number, Lettice Sutton, Mitrice's mother. Mitrice's mother was already worried. When she found out her daughter had been arrested, she called the sheriff's station before Mitrice had even arrived. Would they be releasing her that night? She wanted to know. Lettice was uneasy. Mitrice didn't know the area, and this kind of behavior was so unlike her. She even tried to joke, hoping to ease the growing knot of fear in her stomach. At 12:30 a.m., Mitrice was released from the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff's Department, alone, 50 miles from home, no phone, No wallet, no car. She stepped out into the night, disappearing into the darkness. By the time Lettice found out, it was already morning, and then began the journey of going back and forth at the doorsteps of law enforcement, demanding justice for their beloved daughter. For months, Matisse's name was on top of missing persons reports. Theories surfaced. Was she working as a prostitute, being held against her will? Her father, Michael Richardson, was convinced he had seen her in January. He was in Las Vegas when he spotted a young woman who walked like Matrice, moved like her. He almost got hit, but by the time he reached her, she was gone. Just like that night in Malibu. In the days following Mistress Richardson's disappearance, her father, Michael Richardson, desperately sought help from local officials. He approached Malibu Mayor Andy Stern, hoping to rally support for the search. But instead of finding an ally, he was brushed off. Stern, in a hurry to attend a meeting, dismissed Richardson's plea, claiming he didn't have time to stop and talk. But Michael Richardson wasn't willing to be ignored. He decided to test the mayor's priorities. He called Stern's real estate business, disguising his voice and posing as a black professional football player interested in purchasing one of Stern's multi-million-dollar properties. The response was immediate. Stern suddenly became available, eagerly offered to cancel his meeting and show the property right away. When he realized he was actually speaking to the same man he had just rejected, Stern was caught off guard and embarrassed. The situation spoke volumes about whose concerns the mayor found worth his time. Tensions between the two escalated in October when Richardson called Stern again to discuss the case. The mayor abruptly hung up, later claiming Richardson had become abusive. Frustrated and desperate, Richardson left voicemails threatening to organize a protest outside the mayor's office. Stern responded by reporting Richardson to the sheriff's department. Despite this slow and reluctant response from local officials, the search for Matrice continued. By November, the city of Malibu finally offered a $15,000 0 reward for any information leading to her whereabouts. A month later, in December, Congresswoman Maxine Waters intervened, requesting an FBI investigation into the case. In January, law enforcement from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the LAPD joined forces to conduct a search across the Lost Hills and Malibu Canyon area, but by then, crucial time had already been lost. Mistress Richardson was 24 years old when she vanished. At that age, most people are building their futures, but for some it is the first time mental illness manifests in full force. Bipolar disorder, classified as an adult-onset disorder, often doesn't reveal itself until a person's early or mid-20s. Witness accounts from the night of her arrest strongly suggest that Mistress was in the middle of a manic episode. Employees at Jeffrey's Malibu described her behavior as erratic. She seemed euphoric, talking about astrological signs and claiming she was from Mars. She attached herself to strangers, convinced they would pay for her meal, and when confronted about her unpaid bill, she became detached, as if the situation didn't fully register. The restaurant manager noted her fixation on the numerical patterns on a computer screen, her thoughts turning into incomprehensible statements, her speech patterns, delusions, and impulsivity were all red flags. Yet instead of recognizing these signs, authorities dismissed them. The sheriff's department did not conduct a proper mental health evaluation. Instead, they released her into the night, alone in a desolate area she had never been to before, without her car, phone, or money. After Mistress's disappearance, her father spoke with a restaurant employee who revealed an alarming detail. Mistress's car was filled with clothes, purses, books, makeup, and stacks of journals, almost as if she had been living out of it. Her friends later confirmed that it wasn't unusual for her to sleep in her car for days at a time. All the signs pointed to a mental health crisis. Her mother, Lettice Sutton, had called the sheriff's station the night of her arrest, pleading with them not to release her in the middle of the night. She explained that Matrice was unfamiliar with the area and that her behavior was completely out of character. She even raised her concerns of finding her daughter's head chopped off, disguised as a joke. But little did she know what she feared would happen. If a police officer believes that an arrested person is mentally unstable, they have the power to detain them for a 5150 hold, a legal term for someone who may be a danger to themselves or others. In these cases, the person is either kept under strict watch at the station or sent to a hospital for a 72-hour psychiatric evaluation. But both options require extra paperwork, time, and effort. That didn't happen with Mitrice Richardson. The deputy who arrested her, Loretto, didn't mention anything unusual in his report. No strange behavior, no odd statements, just a simple charge: failing to pay her bill at Jeffrey's and carrying a small amount of marijuana. Her record was clean. Keeping her locked up without reason would have been against policy. Mitrice never called her mother from jail. The only number she had memorized was her great-grandmother, Mildred. The jail's logbooks show she tried to call Mildred 4 times that night. The sheriff's department later claimed that she had a conversation, but Mildred swears her phone never rang. And then came a shocking piece of information. The payphone in the station was broken. That meant Mitrice had to use a line that didn't record calls. No one knows if she actually spoke to anyone. She could have been talking to a dial tone. Alone in that cold, fluorescent-lit room, with no way to reach her family. Her mother, Lettice, assumed Mitrice would sleep in the holding cell overnight, but at 5:35 a.m., she called the station to check on her daughter, only to hear words that would haunt her forever. "She's not here." The jailer, Sharon Cummings, knew Mitrice had no belongings, nothing but her driver's license and 2 keys in her pocket. She also knew no one had come to pick her up. Yet, despite all that, Mitrice was released at 12:15 a.m. into the pitch-black night, alone, with nowhere to go. The sheriff's department later claimed she was offered a place to stay in the lobby, but that she turned it down, saying she was going to meet friends. But what friends? No one was expecting her. The jail sat along a desolate stretch of road. The nearest open businesses were a mile away, out of sight, past empty sidewalks and darkened buildings. Beyond that, just the vast, sprawling wilderness. A moment after speaking to Cummings, Lettice called the station again. This time she spoke with Deputy Kenneth Baumgardner. She had no idea that this conversation would mark the beginning of a nightmare after her release. Sightings of Mitrice were unsettling, to say the least. At 5:30 a.m., a man called the sheriff's department to report a young black woman asleep on his lawn. When he approached her, she assured him she was just resting. By the time deputies arrived, she had disappeared again. Another sighting at 7:30 a.m. reported a black woman walking around the area. After that, the trail went cold. For months, there were whispers that Mitrice had been spotted in downtown Los Angeles and even in Las Vegas. Some theorized she was being held against her will or had been forced into sex work. Remember when her father almost got hit? It happened when he believed he saw her in Las Vegas, running into a girl with the same walk and body language as his daughter. The encounter was so eerily familiar that he jumped out of a moving car, risking his own safety just to chase after her. Yet law enforcement dismissed his claims, only taking them seriously when another witness reported something similar. The idea that Mitrice had simply vanished without a trace was not just improbable, it was impossible. The sheriff's department justified their decision to release Mitrice by stating that she had passed a field sobriety test and showed no obvious signs of impairment. But that reasoning ignored the reality of mental illness. A person experiencing mania does not always appear obviously distressed. They may seem alert, talkative, even overly energetic. That does not mean they are okay. What logical person would choose to be released into an unfamiliar area with no resources in the dead of night? The answer is simple: someone who is not thinking clearly. And yet, despite her mother's urgent warning and all the bizarre behavior witnessed earlier that night, Mitrice was sent out alone. The Friends Group of Pasadena later wrote to the Sheriff's Department demanding transparency about their nighttime release policies. Why had no mental health assessment been conducted? Why was Mitrice not held for further observation? When Mitrice Richardson went missing, people had questions. But when her body was found nearly a year later, the mystery only grew darker. It was a hot August afternoon in 2010 when park rangers made the shocking discovery. They were deep in Dark Canyon, a remote and wild part of the Santa Monica Mountains, checking on an old marijuana farm. The farm had been abandoned after a police raid the year before, but the rangers were making sure no one had come back to restart the operation. Dark Canyon was the perfect hiding place, thick with trees and steep hills. It was hard to reach and rarely traveled. It was close to Malibu and Calabasas, yet felt completely cut off from the world. The only way through was by scrambling over boulders and pushing through sharp, scratchy bushes. Poison oak grew everywhere, and the creek that ran through the canyon made the ground as slippery and uneven. Anyone moving through this area had to be careful. The rangers found the usual signs of an old grow site: coiled garden hoses, broken pipes, and other scattered equipment, but no new plants. Satisfied that the farm was still shut down, they started heading back. Then they saw something unusual: a clearing about 60 feet from the creek. It looked like nothing at first, just dirt and fallen leaves. But as they stepped closer, something pale stood out against the dark earth: a skull, and beneath it, a body. The remains were badly decomposed, lying in the dirt, uncovered and exposed. The rangers froze. They had come expecting to check on a drug operation, but instead, they had walked into something far worse. They immediately radioed for help: the Malibu or the Lost Hills Sheriff Station, the same station that had released Mitris alone into the night nearly a year ago. I was alerted. Deputies arrived quickly, securing the area and calling in the coroner. Though no one had confirmed it yet, they all knew. The missing woman had finally been found. But instead of bringing closure, this discovery only raised more disturbing questions. How did Mitris end up in this isolated canyon, miles from where she was last seen? Had she wandered here alone, or had someone brought her here? And most haunting of all, what really happened to Mitris Richardson? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He was planning a massacre at his school, but before he could step through its doors with a loaded shotgun, he turned his rage inward, on the people who loved him most. In the early hours of a quiet morning in Luton, while the town lay asleep, a nightmare unfolded behind the walls of a modest flat on Wallett's Bank Drive. 3 lives. His mother, his 13-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old brother were taken in brutal succession. A shotgun, a teenage hand, a plan that changed course in the most devastating way. The United Kingdom, still haunted by the memory of Dunblane in 1996, had not seen a school shooting in nearly 3 decades. There had been warnings, close calls, arrests, but never the act itself. Until now, that line had not been crossed. But evil doesn't always begin in public. Sometimes it grows quietly, inside homes that feel warm, safe, and familiar. Juliana Prosper knew about starting over. Born Juliana Falcon in June 1976, she was raised in the coastal city of Mar del Plata, Argentina. It was a place where the ocean met hardship, where people learned to be both resilient and hopeful. Juliana was one of those people. She was the kind of woman who pushed forward, no matter how steep the climb. Years later, she left behind her home country and began again in England. It was more than a move. It was a reinvention. She married Ray Prosper, and together they built a life. 4 children, a simple home, a future. Juliana wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, but she was present, devoted, a quiet force who centered her world around her kids. By 2024, she lived in that small Luton flat with 3 of them. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was full of purpose. She kept routines, celebrated the little things, and did what so many mothers do: sacrificed in silence, loved without condition. What she couldn't see, what no one could have seen, was what was growing beneath the surface. Behind one bedroom door, darkness had begun to take root. And when it finally erupted, it didn't just shatter a home. It shattered the fragile illusion that tragedies like these couldn't happen here. Not in the UK. Not again. Not until now. There was a storm brewing within those walls, in disguise of a boy who seemed too meek to even hit an object in his path. Nicholas Prosper was the kind of boy who didn't just fade into the background, he clung to it. A December child born in 2005, he came into the world quietly, and for the most part stayed that way. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder early on, he walked through life a few steps apart from everyone else, not always alone, but always slightly removed, as though he were watching the world through a speck only he could see through. In his younger years, he had friends, not many, but enough to keep him anchored. He wasn't a troublemaker, not in the traditional sense. He was geeky, they said, soft-spoken, obsessive about computers, the kind of kid who could disappear into a screen for hours and still not feel like he'd scratched the surface. Teachers remembered him as bright, even promising. But what they couldn't see, or maybe chose not to see, was the slow erosion happening beneath the surface. The way isolation began to calcify into something harder, something darker. By the time he reached his late teens, that gentle geekiness had twisted into something far more unpredictable. He stopped trying to connect. The friend group dissolved. The screen stopped being a sanctuary and became something else entirely. A tunnel with only darkness at the end, only reflections of death, hatred, and perversion. He spiraled down corners of the internet where empathy dies, where violence is glorified and human suffering is cataloged like some kind of collectible. At some point, he was banned from one such site, a morbid database where real death was archived and dissected like entertainment. But even there, even in that graveyard of humanity, Nicholas had crossed a line. He made comments in support of pedophilia, vile and unfiltered, as though empathy had been surgically removed from his vocabulary. He wasn't just watching the darkness, he was absorbing it, he was becoming it. And no one knew just how far that darkness had sunk, how deeply it had planted itself in his bones, how it was growing, feeding, waiting. Because Nicholas Prosper wasn't just withdrawing from the world, he was preparing for war. By the time September's Friday the 13th crept into the calendar, the plan had matured into something monstrous, no longer a passing thought or a twisted fantasy confined to the corners of a screen, but an intention, rehearsed in silence and fed with obsession. Nicholas Prosper had immersed himself so deeply in the world of school shootings that his fascination had eroded whatever boundary there might have been between watching and committing. His mind was absorbed in the details of Sandy Hook, the timelines, the methods, the body count. Not from a place of grief or horror, but from an ambition to create something even more devastating. A spectacle of violence that would end with him turning the weapon on himself, leaving behind a trail of bodies and questions that would never quite be answered. His choice of target spoke volumes about his mindset. He didn't pick his old primary school because he had suffered there, or because of some open wound from childhood. He picked it because he knew its insides. The security system, the classroom layout, the way the corridors turned, like someone choosing the most familiar battlefield for the most calculated slaughter. There was no emotional trigger, no personal vendetta, only cold strategic advantage. When he tried to acquire a firearm in August, the attempt failed. But rather than derail his plan, the setback only seemed to strengthen his focus. He had already been preparing for over a year, building the idea piece by piece in his mind, layering it with research, false starts, and obsessive planning. A delay didn't shake him. It gave him more time to refine the vision. On 12 September, just hours before he would destroy his family, Nicholas finally secured the weapon. He purchased a double-barreled shotgun and 100 cartridges for £650 sterling, 0 pence, from a local dealer, using a forged firearms license that mimicked the real thing with disturbing accuracy. He had spent time studying every element of a UK license, the paper's weight, the seals, the placement of the official signatures, and had replicated it with extreme meticulousness. The dealer, though uneasy, believed the documentation to be genuine and notified police, but the warning came too late. The weapon was his. His timeline had locked in. As night took hold and the town around him drifted towards sleep, Nicholas wasn't winding down or hesitating. He was finalizing. His browser history from that night became a window into a mind that had spiraled beyond recognition, Search after search for methods of killing with a shotgun, anatomical specifics, outcomes, the kind of blunt force horror usually reserved for war zones and nightmares. Mixed in were searches tied to necrophilia and to the murder of Sarah Everard, as though his appetite for violence was expanding, even as the clock ticked toward morning. Then came the video, a final digital confession broadcast from his bedroom into the world. He described himself as a follower of Clementine, a fictional character from the Walking Dead video game series, latching onto her image, not for her humanity, but for some twisted symbolic allegiance that only made sense in his fractured reality. He spoke poison about his sister Giselle, referencing a choice she had made in the game months earlier, a moment so trivial that it might have been laughable had it not been spoken with such vile certainty. He said her face would be mutilated further than necessary, delivering the line with a coldness that felt rehearsed, devoid of any trace of human feeling. Though prosecutors would later argue that this reference was irrelevant to the murders, it felt like a sign that nothing, not even a game played with family, was safe from the rot that had taken hold of his mind. As the hours passed and darkness deepened, Nicholas Prosper stood on the edge of his own carefully constructed horror, armed, ready, and emotionally removed from everything that had once tied him to normalcy. Behind him was the quiet of a flat where his family slept, unaware that the boy they had raised, the brother they had laughed with, the son who once played video games in the next room, was preparing to become a vicious monster. Under the thin veil of early morning silence, as the world outside remained unsuspecting, Nicholas Prosper sat alone in his room, watching violent, animated pornography while continuing the same heinous research he had started the day before. It was well past midnight. By 4:32 a.m., he had already test-filled the double-barreled shotgun once into a teddy bear. His plan had been to kill 3 people, his mother and 2 younger siblings, in under 30 seconds. He thought the timing would be tight enough to escape detection by the neighbors, but Juliana woke up early. She wasn't supposed to. She saw her son with the gun. There was panic, there was shouting, and a struggle followed. Prosper attacked her with a knife first, slashing and stabbing her hands and arms as she tried to fight him off. He then shot her in the head at close range, killing her. Her body would later be found sprawled in the hallway. Giselle heard the chaos and got up. She was shot at, the bullet grazing the back of her head. She ran, trying to hide under the dining table. He followed. He shot her in the face. Kyle tried to resist. He grabbed a kitchen knife. He tried to fight. Prosper shot him in the chest from across the room. Then he walked over and stabbed him more than 100 times while Kyle begged him to stop. His lung was punctured. He still got up and ran. He made it to the hallway. Prosper shot him in the head. 7 cartridges were fired. He reloaded at least twice. Neighbors heard it all, the shouting, the fighting, the crashing sounds. One of them walked to the door to complain about the noise. She heard ruffling, a boy groaning, and then a shot. She turned around and ran. The first emergency call came in at 5:29 a.m. CCTV footage until 4:47 captured Prosper's eerily calm walk out of the flat at 5:33 a.m., almost 20 minutes later. The police had reached the scene. They entered the flat at around 6. They found Juliana, Giselle, and Kyle, blood streaks across walls, bloody handprints, bloodied knives scattered. A copy of How to Kill Your Family was placed on Juliana's body. Nicholas had packed the shotgun and 33 cartridges in a large bag. He started walking towards St. Joseph's primary school, the same one he had attended, the same one he had planned to attack. But the school was still closed. Police activity was increasing. He didn't go through with it. He hid in a nearby wooded area for 2 hours. He shared the video he'd recorded earlier, the one about the Walking Dead. He tossed away 2 mobile phones, hoping to protect a group of pedophiles he had spoken with online. Nicholas also left the shotgun and ammunition in a bush near a playing field. At 7:55 a.m., he walked out from the woods and down Birmingham Road. He raised his hand to a passing police car. The officers were returning from the crime scene. They stopped. They saw the blood on his face and arrested him. "It's not murder," he kept repeating. "He didn't want to show up." The courtroom was ready. The families were waiting. The hour was set, 10:30 a.m. sharp, but Nicholas Prosper, triple murderer, self-styled executioner, failed school shooter, was refusing to step back into the dock, not out of fear, not out of remorse, because he simply didn't want to. At 8:45 a.m., word reached the judge. The convict was refusing to appear. Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb wasn't having it. There would be no sentencing in absentia. He was to be dragged in if necessary, not for his sake, for the sake of the mother, the sister, the brother, the people whose blood he spilled, for those who had come to see the face of the boy who had torn their lives open. "You do not want to be here," she said from the bench, "but it is not your choice." She had him brought in, and he sat there in silence, staring straight ahead. Prosper had always rejected what the world had tried to give him: help, assessments, understanding, structure. His parents and teachers knew something wasn't right. They saw him withdraw. They watched him lose interest in the living and wrap himself in shadows. They had begged for an evaluation, reached out to child mental health services, tried to get him diagnosed for autism spectrum disorder. He refused it all, shut every door, sidelined every attempt. A psychiatrist would finally look into him, but not until after the murders. In the cold, clinical light of custody, a diagnosis came: mild ASD traits. A report detailed the hollow space where empathy should have been. It was not just a lack, it was an extreme lack, the kind that echoed through every corner of this case. He wasn't unreachable, but he was uninterested. There were no friendships, no real connections. Only deep obsessive spirals about serial killers, about school shootings, about death as a spectacle. The judge laid it bare. These weren't just odd fixations. They weren't just dark corners of the internet. They were what shaped his identity. A boy who had failed to hold even a thread of ordinary social interaction, had built himself a sanctuary in violence. The internet had opened the floodgates. He waded in freely. Every disturbing image, every cold commentary, every headline soaked in blood, it all fed him. Yes, there was an indirect link between his autism and the way he moved through the world, but as the judge made clear, ASD does not make one violent. It doesn't instruct a person to plan a massacre. It doesn't teach someone how to craft a fake firearms license. It doesn't guide their hands when they aim a shotgun at their own mother. That was Nicholas, and now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to the law, to the families, to the judgment. Because monsters do not get to vanish quietly. They must be seen, they must be named, and they must sit shackled in silence while justice carves its final word. The courtroom was silent when the full story came out in March 2025. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence. They were planned in detail with a clear goal to become infamous. Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, sister, and brother as the first stage of a broader scheme to carry out a mass shooting at St. Joseph's Catholic Primary School. The preparations had been ongoing for months. Prosper picked St. Joseph's because he knew it well. He had studied there, as had his siblings. He searched the school's website for photos of students and teachers and noted the timing of assemblies and classes. Everything was methodical. He chose Friday the 13th deliberately, hoping the date would add weight to his actions. His plan was to kill his family early in the morning, leave home by 8:30 a.m. and arrive at the school during assembly to carry out a mass shooting. Earlier that night, he researched how to use the weapon and searched for disturbing content related to violence, including the murder of Sarah Everard and material connected to necrophilia. Neighbors heard the noise. Some reported shouts, banging and groaning, followed by what sounded like gunshots. One went to the door to complain but fled after hearing a loud bang. A police call was placed at 5:29 a.m. A chase of cat and mouse followed, which ended with Nicholas being found with the blood of his family on his face and clothes. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. He was also charged with possessing a shotgun and a knife in public, as well as acquiring a shotgun without a certificate. Child abuse images were later discovered on his phone, but no charges were filed for that. When the police found him, Nicholas Prosper stood in black and yellow. It wasn't a random outfit. He had chosen the colors on purpose. This was the look he wanted to be remembered by. The judge sentenced him to life with a minimum term of 49 years. Now, this does not mean that Nicholas will be out in the world in 49 years. A life sentence with a minimum term of this many years means that the person will spend the rest of their life in prison. But they must serve at least 49 years behind bars before they can even ask to be released after the decided tenure. They can apply for parole, which is a formal request to be let out of prison. However, being eligible for parole does not guarantee release. A special board will review the case to decide whether the person is still a danger to the public. If they believe it is unsafe to let the person out, the person will stay in prison. Even if parole is granted, the person will remain under strict supervision for the rest of their life and can be sent back to prison at any time if they break the rules or commit another crime. Going back to the heinous crime that Nicholas committed, it didn't just shake a courtroom. It sent waves through an entire system that many believed was working just fine. But behind the horror of what Nicholas Prosper did was a quieter, more troubling truth. It had been far too easy for him to get his hands on a gun. Law enforcement knew it, and they weren't subtle about it. They pointed out how shockingly simple it still was for someone to sell a firearm private. All a person really needed was a certificate, real or fake, and a willing seller. And that was it. No double-checking, no verification, no questions. Just a deadly loophole wide open. In response, police and safety officials started calling for changes that felt long overdue. One of their key suggestions was to build a national database for firearm license holders. Something clear and central, where every certificate could be checked against real records. And not just that. They pushed for a rule that would force sellers to get clearance from the police before selling a weapon, to make sure the buyer had the right paperwork, real ID, and a legitimate reason to own a gun. But the danger wasn't only in how Nicholas got the weapon, it was also in what had been building inside his head long before he pulled the trigger. Officials spoke of an obsession, rooted in endless hours online, wrapped in disturbing content, soaked in stories of mass murder, brutality, and control. What happened wasn't just a crime, it was a slow-growing sickness that had fed on unfiltered violence found in dark corners of the internet. Completely unbothered and those watching this unfold didn't hold back. They saw this as a warning, one that wasn't just about guns or loopholes, but about the growing storm of violent content reaching young people and changing the way they think, feel, and act. And the message from the government was clear. This couldn't be ignored anymore. They promised to act, to make the laws stricter around private gun sales, to close the cracks in background checks, and to do more to protect communities from the kind of thinking that leads to something like this. It wasn't about just one tragedy. It was about making sure no one else walks the same path, with a weapon in their hands and a plan built from hate. Even after the government of the UK has promised change, it takes time, and time is something we can no longer afford to waste. The next Nicholas Prosper may already be watching, waiting, learning, just as quietly, just as patiently. And as the world spins forward, more connected and exposed than ever, the real question lingers in the quiet. What happens when the next warning sign goes unnoticed? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about. Private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of four. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, José Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, José fled the country during the Revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, José was a multimillionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as José's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets. His body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, the realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. José Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony. But it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point blank to her face. obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it, but their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0-cents Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at five-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, Let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents. Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen, or how it would be, if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents. Most particularly the father. Basically that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush, and in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CAS and early 1990 CAS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial. And when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money? Or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle, and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rossello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rossello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rossello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, a retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison, and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice? Or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On April 27, 2024, a 55-year-old man set out for what he thought would be a peaceful day of fishing near Myrtle Beach. His chosen spot was along the Lambert River, deep within the quiet expanse of Lambert State Park, a place he often visited to escape the noise and pace of everyday life. Unlike the crowded beaches and bustling boardwalks of the city, this park offered something different: solitude. He set up his fishing gear along a remote, overgrown section of the riverbank, surrounded by thick vegetation. As he cast his line into the slow-moving water, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of wildlife. But then, something changed. He heard it. Faint, restrained, almost ghost-like. the sound of a woman crying. It wasn't hysterical or loud, but soft and uneven. It came from across the river, somewhere within the dense underbrush. The man paused, alert. For a moment he considered investigating, but quickly second-guessed himself. Maybe it was just someone having a quiet moment, a private breakdown in nature. Respecting their space, he turned back to his fishing line. Then, silence. The crying stopped, and the forest returned to stillness. The man exhaled and tried to ease back into his rhythm. But just as he did, a sound rang out. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. A gunshot. It echoed across the river, slicing through the quiet like a blade. In that moment, the tranquility of the park was shattered, and what began as a peaceful retreat was now the front line of a mystery that would soon grip the entire state. This sound jolted him into action, making it clear that something serious might have happened. Feeling compelled to investigate, he decided to move toward the area where the sounds had originated. He navigated approximately 200 yards through dense vegetation before arriving at a small, cleared section of the riverbank. There, he encountered an unusual sight. A backpack lying on the ground, accompanied by a pair of sunglasses and a cell phone. The immediate area appeared deserted, with no signs of anyone nearby. The man inspected the belongings, but found no evidence of a struggle or anything else alarming, such as blood. This only heightened his sense of unease. Curiosity and concern drove him to open the backpack, hoping to find clues about its owner. Inside, he discovered a wallet containing identification, cash, credit cards, some personal items, and a small Bible. Despite the contents, there was nothing that explained the strange sequence of events. Realizing the situation could be far more serious than he initially thought, the man promptly contacted emergency services. Law enforcement officers arrived approximately an hour later. After conducting a preliminary survey of the scene, they began a broader search of the surrounding area. Later that same day, a second report came in from another park visitor who stumbled upon something even more unsettling. Myrtle Beach, located along the Atlantic coast in South Carolina, is renowned as a popular tourist destination. While the city's population sits at approximately 35,000, it swelled significantly during the summer months with the influx of visitors. Myrtle Beach is famous for its expansive sandy beaches, upscale resorts, and a variety of entertainment options, including fine dining, golf courses, and attractions such as one of the largest aquariums in the region and a towering Ferris wheel. Beyond its appeal to tourists, Myrtle Beach is home to numerous churches that play a central role in the local community. One of the most notable is Solid Rock Church, located in the heart of the city. Established as a spiritual hub for those seeking guidance and support during challenging times, Solid Rock quickly gained popularity. The church offers not only traditional services but also educational and recreational programs tailored to the community, including youth activities. At the core of Solid Rock's mission is Pastor John Paul Miller, appointed in 2009 at the age of 35. He brought with him a wealth of experience in spiritual leadership, known for his charismatic approach and deep involvement with his congregation. John Paul quickly became a beloved figure. He was married to Allison, and together they raised 3 children, along with 1 child from a previous marriage. The Miller family lived in a house near the church, allowing them to maintain close ties with the community. That same year, the Francis family joined Solid Rock Church. Angelita and Michael Francis, along with their daughters Micah and Sierra, had recently relocated to Myrtle Beach and chose the church as their spiritual home. For 14-year-old Micah, the church became a significant part of her life. She quickly formed friendships and immersed herself in the youth programs, many of which were led by Pastor John Paul. This involvement helped Micah integrate into the local community. Micah's older sister, Sierra, also participated in church activities, though her role was less prominent. Micah, on the other hand, stood out for her enthusiasm and faith, which did not go unnoticed. Her active engagement in church life provided opportunities to connect with other young members of the congregation. One such individual was Jeremy, a participant in the same youth programs as Micah. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and after several years, the young couple decided to marry. Their union appeared to be a perfect match. Their shared dedication to church activities and the strong support of their families seemed to lay a solid foundation for a happy life together. The wedding was held at Solid Rock Church, officiated by Pastor John Paul himself, underscoring its importance to the community. The ceremony was a joyful event, drawing a large number of congregants. Both families expressed their pride in the couple, viewing their marriage as a reflection of family values and spiritual unity. At that time, Micah and Jeremy were filled with optimism about their future, one they envisioned as centered around shared faith and mutual goals. After their wedding, Micah and Jeremy became even more deeply involved with the operations of Solid Rock Church. Micah took on administrative responsibilities, handling paperwork and coordinating events, while Jeremy focused on youth sports programs. He managed the church's flag football team and contributed to the development of other activities for teenagers. These roles allowed them to spend significant time together, which seemed like a seamless extension of their marriage. However, a few months after the wedding, the first signs of strain began to emerge in their relationship. The demands of their shared responsibilities at the church started to take a toll on Micah. Unlike the period before their marriage, when they had more time to focus on each other, their lives had become centered around work. Jeremy, deeply committed to his role, began to dedicate less time to providing emotional support for Micah, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated. Adding to the tension was Micah's growing involvement with other members of the church community, including the pastor's wife, Allison. As Micah took on more responsibilities in the administrative office, she became an indispensable part of the team. This blending of her professional and personal life created additional stress in her marriage. While their relationship appeared outwardly harmonious, the underlying issues continued to build. The couple chose not to share their struggles with others, maintaining an image of a happy union. Yet those close to them began to notice subtle cracks in their relationship. These early signs of discord would later lay the groundwork for more significant challenges that would alter the course of their lives. After several months of working in the administrative office, Micah was promoted to a new role as the personal secretary to Pastor John Paul Miller. This decision was attributed to her organizational skills and her eagerness to take on more responsibilities within the church. The position required her to work closely with John Paul, including frequent one-on-one meetings and consistent communication to fulfill her duties. As Micah transitioned into this role, she began spending a significant amount of time with the pastor. John Paul valued her dedication and enthusiasm for church activities. Over time, their professional relationship evolved into more personal interactions. What started as discussions about faith and life eventually turned into more intimate conversations, forming a close emotional connection between them. This shift began to create tension in Micah's marriage. In 2016, everything changed abruptly. John Paul's wife, Allison, unexpectedly returned home early one day and discovered him in a compromising situation with Micah. This incident sparked a major conflict within the Miller household. Allison demanded an explanation, leading to a heated argument between the couple. Upon learning what had happened, Allison also chose to inform Micah's husband, Jeremy. The fallout from this event had repercussions that extended beyond the two families, impacting the church community as well. While those involved agreed to keep the details private, rumors of the affair began circulating among the congregation. Church staff and others close to the families noticed changes in the behavior of both John Paul and Micah, as well as the increasing strain between them and their spouses. Despite attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, the conflict became impossible to hide. Both Allison and Jeremy filed for divorce around the same time. The process was deeply challenging and emotional for everyone involved. Allison left the church and relocated from Myrtle Beach with her children, seeking to rebuild her life away from the events that had shattered her marriage. Jeremy, for his part, ceased his involvement with Solid Rock entirely, choosing to distance himself from the church. A few months after the divorces were finalized, John Paul and Micah publicly announced their relationship. They openly declared themselves a couple, igniting another wave of discussion within the congregation. For many church members, this was a devastating revelation. The pastor, who had previously preached about the importance of family loyalty, was now at the center of a scandal that undermined his reputation and eroded the trust of some parishioners. In 2017, A year after beginning their relationship, John Paul Miller and Micah officially became husband and wife. Their wedding took place at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul continued to serve as pastor despite the lingering controversies surrounding his prior actions. The ceremony was attended by close friends, family, and members of the congregation. For many, it was seen as an attempt to restore trust in the pastor and mend the community's fractured perception of him following the revelation of his affair with Micah. For Micah, who was 23 years old at the time, the marriage marked a new chapter in her life, along with increased responsibilities within the church. Becoming the pastor's wife placed her in a leadership role where she was expected to mentor and organize within the congregation. Many church members viewed this union as an opportunity for both the church and its pastor to move forward, leaving the mistakes of the past behind. Immediately after the wedding, Micah embraced her new duties at Solid Rock. Beyond her administrative work, she became an active participant in church programs, focusing on organizing missionary trips and charitable events. One of her key projects involved missions to Kenya, using funds raised through donations. Micah oversaw the construction of schools, providing essential educational opportunities such as English and math instruction. These trips to Africa became a significant part of her new life. Micah personally managed local educational programs and coordinated the delivery of humanitarian aid. Her initiatives garnered strong support from the congregation, many of whom enthusiastically participated in these efforts. Micah's dedication and energy made her a symbol of activism within the community, inspiring others to engage in charitable work. In addition to her mission work, Micah began leading classes and seminars at the church. Her presentations focused on topics like family values, personal faith, and overcoming challenges. One subject particularly close to her heart was addressing domestic struggles. She spoke publicly about this issue, drawing attention not only from church members but also from a wider audience. On social media, Micah frequently shared content on her platforms, emphasizing the importance of respectful relationships and the need for support systems for those experiencing hardship. Micah's efforts gradually began to rebuild John Paul's reputation. While many in the congregation still harbored criticism toward him for his past behavior, Micah's proactive involvement in church and community activities helped shape the image of a stronger, more forward-thinking ministry. Her work became a cornerstone for Solid Rock, fostering youth engagement and promoting both spiritual and social growth. Despite Micah's dedication to maintaining both her marriage and her work alongside John Paul, tension within their relationship began to escalate over time. It became evident that their union, initially rooted in mutual understanding, was facing significant challenges. The core issues included increasing control from John Paul and his interference in both Micah's personal and professional life. One of the first signs of trouble was frequent disagreements over finances. John Paul assumed complete control of the family's bank accounts, restricting Micah's access to funds. While he justified this as a means of safeguarding their finances, it became a source of stress for Micah. She felt stripped of independence, especially given her active role in church and mission projects. Additionally, Micah began to notice her connections with friends and family becoming increasingly limited. John Paul criticized her for spending too much time with her family and accused her of being overly involved in matters he believed detracted from their marriage. He also began monitoring her phone calls and messages, leaving Micah with a constant sense of being under surveillance. These controlling behaviors added to the strain in their relationship, creating an environment where Micah felt increasingly isolated and constrained. Psychological manipulation within Micah and John Paul's marriage escalated to include threats. Micah confided in her sister, Sierra, and close friends that John Paul used her past mistakes and vulnerabilities as leverage. One of the most distressing instances involved personal photographs that he allegedly threatened to expose if she attempted to leave the marriage. These tactics deepened her fear and uncertainty about ending their relationship. Amid these challenges, Micah began taking steps to break free from John Paul's control. She reached out to Sierra for support and shared her intention to file for divorce. Together, they visited an attorney who started preparing the necessary documents. However, when John Paul became aware of her plans, the situation worsened. He confronted her, refusing to discuss divorce terms, and insisted that their marriage must remain intact to protect the church's reputation. Unable to find common ground, Micah temporarily moved in with her family to escape the pressure. This time away gave her a brief reprieve, allowing her to reflect on the severity of her situation. However, John Paul convinced her to return, promising to change his behavior. Despite his assurances, the problems persisted. One of the most alarming incidents occurred with Micah's car. She contacted the police after discovering that all 4 of her tires had been slashed, and a GPS tracker had been placed underneath the vehicle. Micah strongly suspected John Paul's involvement, although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the act. His sudden appearance at the repair shop heightened her suspicions. The pressure from John Paul intensified. He pushed for Micah to be hospitalized, claiming her behavior had become erratic. Based on his assertions, doctors diagnosed her with a psychological disorder and recommended treatment. Micah, however, maintained that her recent actions were driven by a desire to reclaim her independence, not by instability. After her discharge, she filed a police report, alleging that John Paul had used her hospitalization as a means to undermine her autonomy. Micah's efforts to end the marriage faced significant obstacles. Despite support from her family and legal counsel, the divorce process was drawn out. John Paul continued to exert control over her life, leaving her in an increasingly vulnerable position. April 27, 2024, marked a turning point in this story. On that day, Micah left her home without informing her family or friends of her plans. The events that followed, pieced together from surveillance footage, phone records, and discovered evidence, revealed a sequence of actions leading to her untimely death. Surveillance footage confirmed that Micah visited a gun store earlier that morning. Store employees later described her as calm and composed during the visit. While completing her purchase, she engaged in casual conversation with the clerk. She left the store carrying a small case containing a legally purchased handgun. The receipt and payment records confirmed that she had made the purchase herself. After leaving the gun store, Micah drove toward Lambert National Park. Surveillance cameras captured her car along the highway leading to the park. Data from her mobile phone revealed several search queries for secluded locations and park areas, indicating that she had carefully planned her destination. Upon arriving at the park, Micah parked her car and walked toward the river. After some time, she made a call to emergency services. During the call, she stated her intention to end her life and requested that her location be shared with her family. The recorded call, later released to law enforcement, captured the somber tone in her voice, though it lacked any signs of panic or distress. Less than an hour later, a passerby fishing nearby reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Responding officers discovered Micah's body along the riverbank. Nearby, they found her belongings, including a backpack containing identification, a phone, a wallet, and a small Bible. The handgun used in the incident was recovered in the water close to the scene. The investigation concluded that the firearm showed no evidence of other fingerprints. Based on the collected evidence, authorities determined that the gunshot was self-inflicted. It was also confirmed that Micah had arrived at the location alone, and no other individuals were captured on surveillance footage trailing her. The official police report listed the cause of death as self-inflicted harm. However, this conclusion raised concerns among Micah's family, who argued that she had not exhibited any signs of depression and had maintained an active lifestyle. They pointed to her recent efforts to finalize her divorce as evidence of her determination to start anew, despite the official findings. Micah's tragic death stirred widespread attention and gave rise to numerous theories about what might have led to the event. With so many unanswered questions, the story resonated deeply, affecting both her loved ones and the public. The central argument raised by Micah's family was based on information she had shared with her sister Sierra shortly before her tragic passing. Micah confided in Sierra about the pressure and manipulation she faced from her husband John Paul. According to Sierra, Micah had even warned her that if anything happened to her, John Paul would be responsible. These claims were further supported by entries in Micah's journal discovered in her apartment after her death. The journal contained detailed accounts of her troubled relationship with John Paul. She wrote about emotional and psychological mistreatment, constant control, and threats. Micah described how John Paul frequently used her past mistakes against her and threatened to expose personal information if she attempted to leave him.
In addition, both her family and the community began to scrutinize revelations about John Paul's conduct, including potential inappropriate relationships with other women in the church and allegations of financial misconduct. Some members of the congregation claimed that the pastor may have misappropriated funds meant for missions, using them for personal purposes. These accusations fueled a wave of rumors and conspiracy theories on social media and in the press. Speculation about John Paul's potential motives became a heated topic of discussion. His history of questionable behavior, such as allegedly placing a GPS tracker on Mika's car and threatening to release private photos of her, intensified public criticism.
Some online users accused him of indirectly contributing to the tragedy, while others put forth more extreme theories suggesting a staged crime. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the accusations against John Paul drew the attention of both law enforcement and the public.
He became a focal point of widespread condemnation, even as authorities found no grounds to open a formal case against him. Micah's family's persistence and the details that emerged from her life kept the story alive, creating an atmosphere of tension and mistrust. After Mika's tragic death, the police immediately launched an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it quickly became clear that local law enforcement would struggle to handle the case alone due to the widespread public attention, pressure from Mika's family, and numerous allegations against John Paul. The FBI stepped in to assist. Their involvement was driven by the complexity of the case and the need for an impartial examination of all aspects. The key focus of the investigation was the firearm found near Micah's body. Investigators confirmed that the handgun was purchased by Micah herself on the day of her death, supported by surveillance footage and financial transaction records. No evidence suggested that anyone else was involved in the purchase. Similarly, footage from the Lambert Park parking lot showed no suspicious vehicles or individuals who might have been following or accompanying her. Despite confirming that Mika had acted alone, the investigation expanded due to public accusations against John Paul. The FBI began a thorough review of his past, including his financial activities and interactions with church members. Evidence surfaced suggesting possible financial improprieties. While no formal charges were filed, these findings heightened suspicions surrounding John Paul and prompted further inquiries. One of the most discussed aspects of the case was John Paul's potential role in contributing to Micah's deteriorating emotional state. Her family provided investigators with her journal, which detailed instances of manipulation, threats, and psychological pressure allegedly exerted by her husband. While these entries did not lead to criminal charges, they raised serious questions about whether John Paul's actions might have played a part in the tragic outcome. The investigation also explored allegations of John Paul's inappropriate relationships with other women in the church community and his overall reputation. Several witnesses came forward with claims of questionable behavior by the pastor that may have negatively impacted those around him. However, none of these accusations were substantiated with sufficient evidence to hold him accountable. As of now, John Paul remains formally uncharged, though his standing within the church community has been severely damaged. He has been removed from his pastoral role, but reportedly continues to receive payments from the church's budget.
This decision has sparked mixed reactions among the congregation. Some have called for a complete severance of ties with him, while others argue that the allegations remain unproven.
This tragic story has also left a lasting mark on Solid Rock Church itself. The controversy surrounding Mika's case has eroded trust in the church's leadership, leading to a significant decline in attendance and casting doubt on the effectiveness of its internal structures.
Many former active members have publicly expressed their disappointment and ceased participation in church activities. By the conclusion of the investigation, many questions remained unanswered. The primary focus centered on the extent of John Paul's influence on his wife's emotional state and his potential responsibility in the events leading to her death. While law enforcement has not found sufficient grounds to press charges, the public continues to follow the case closely, debating new theories and emerging details. This story remains a deeply painful chapter for everyone involved, serving as a poignant reminder of how devastating hidden conflicts and unresolved injustices can be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The insane courier of death. How quickly would you open your door? If a stranger knocked, would you hesitate? Ask who they are, why they've come? Most people would. It's common sense. But what if the stranger wore a uniform, held a package, and looked like any other delivery person? Would you still pause? Or would you open the door without a second thought? During the summer of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, couriers became lifelines, connecting the isolated with the essentials of daily life. Groceries, medicine, work documents, all passed through the hands of delivery workers who now seemed more trusted than ever. But in one case, behind the mask and the uniform, hid a killer. In the midst of lockdown, a man posing as a delivery driver was bringing something far more sinister than packages. He was bringing death, and no one knew who his next target might be. Police were baffled. No fingerprints, no clear motive, no witnesses. They feared spreading panic, but the truth was, a calculated killer was on the move. Everything changed on July 11th, 2020. That day, the masked courier arrived at a secluded, upscale property in the mountains southeast of Los Angeles. Inside was Mark Angelucci, a highly respected attorney, known across the country for his work on high-profile legal cases. Like many others, Mark had retreated to isolation during the pandemic, continuing his work remotely and waiting for the world to heal. But the world was about to come crashing down on his doorstep. And what appeared at first to be a random act of violence was only the beginning of a much darker story. On that day, the 52-year-old homeowner wasn't expecting any visitors or deliveries. But when a courier in FedEx Corporation uniform rang his doorbell with a package in hand, the man, without hesitation, opened the door. The lawyer probably thought that one of his partners or clients had sent some important documents, forgetting to inform him. Nothing indicated trouble, and the person on the doorstep did not seem alarming or suspicious. The courier, appropriately wearing a special protective mask and gloves for that period, had a parcel and an invoice that required a signature. However, as soon as the lawyer was about to receive the package, the delivery person suddenly drew a pistol and fired several shots at close range, aiming for vital organs to ensure the lawyer would be fatally injured. The lawyer had no chance to react, and being unarmed in his home robe, he had no chance of survival. After the deed, the courier simply left the scene, leaving the victim bleeding out on the floor. Since the house was in a rather secluded location, none of the neighbors noticed anything unusual, though sounds resembling shots did prompt them to call emergency services and report the disturbing incident. No leads at all. Mark Angelucci succumbed to his injuries at the scene, and the arriving medics and law enforcement could only confirm he was dead. Upon examining the crime scene, detectives immediately dismissed the notion that robbery was the criminal's motive. The house was truly luxurious, adorned with antique items, containing a safe and visibly expensive possessions, yet everything remained untouched. In the lawyer's home office lay a mass of important documents concerning various cases, but these too did not interest the perpetrator. Everything in the house was left undisturbed. Nothing was searched or moved, and the criminal did not even cross the threshold of the home. Thus, from the very beginning, the main objective was clearly to eliminate the homeowner. The criminal was caught on several outdoor surveillance cameras, but as he was wearing a company cap from FedEx and a medical mask, it was virtually impossible to discern any distinctive features. All that could be determined was that he was a white male of average height and slender build. The criminal wore gloves, thus leaving no fingerprints anywhere. Essentially, the only evidence consisted of bullets extracted from the deceased's body. The police were baffled, and initially they decided to investigate the people closest to the lawyer to understand who might wish him harm and who might benefit from his death. The possibility that the crime was related to his professional activities was also not ruled out. Therefore, it was also necessary to examine which cases the lawyer had been handling recently, whether he had any dissatisfied clients, and whether he had conflict with any colleagues. There was a vast amount of work to be done, and determining a priority direction seemed impossible at the moment. So they decided to start with the relatives and close friends of the lawyer, rich, successful, and utterly alone. It soon emerged that Mark was profoundly lonely. No, he had quite a few friends, got along well with colleagues and neighbors, but he had no truly close or familial relationships. His parents had long passed away. Angelucci had no siblings, and he never started his own family in his youth. The man diligently studied, then he tirelessly built a career in legal practice, where he achieved great heights and recognition. But he intentionally decided to sacrifice his personal life, so at 52, he had never been married and had no heirs. Mark was quite attractive, intelligent, eloquent, always dressed expensively and stylishly, lived in a luxurious home and drove a luxury car. He was rich and successful, and wherever this man appeared, he literally drew the attention of women. But he did not engage in romances or intrigues, and in principle, always kept his personal life hidden from everyone. This led to many rumors about his orientation, but the lawyer himself never confirmed nor denied them. In his list of contacts, they found a woman named Cassie J., with whom the deceased was very close. Their relationship was not romantic, but rather akin to brotherly sisterly love. She was a journalist and had met the lawyer many years ago while preparing a report on a high-profile case he was handling. The man willingly agreed to help her. They quickly found common ground, got along well, and continued to communicate after their joint work ended. For Cassie, the news of the death of her close friend was a real shock. She described Mark as sincere, kind, and responsive, with an easygoing and cheerful nature, who was involved in charity and always responded to others' troubles. According to her, he had no enemies, at least she was unaware of their existence. But in recent years, he had been among the top lawyers in California and had not lost a single case, so he undoubtedly made some adversaries whom he might not even suspect. The anti-feminist and men's rights advocate, during the investigation, a rather intriguing detail emerged. It was discovered that the lawyer held anti-feminist views, but also supported traditional notions of men and women in family and society. Without harboring any animosity towards women, he opposed discrimination against men in matters such as child custody, which almost always tend to favor women. Angelucci was a fighter for justice, not male supremacy. He took on some complex cases completely free of charge, helping those who found themselves in trouble. The lawyer noted that with the rise of feminist organization activity, men were almost always presumed guilty from the start in any conflict and doomed to defeat, with no chance to prove their innocence. Over the years, Mark became an activist for men's rights, although in fact he simply sought to equalize rights for all people, ensuring that everyone could expect a fair judicial resolution in conflict situations, regardless of gender. Given this, it was not possible to exclude the likelihood that radically minded representatives of feminist organizations could have been involved in the lawyer's demise. As the deceased had no family or close people, and there were no leads or clues in the case, the investigation could have stalled and eventually been archived. In response, Cassie J. decided to take initiative, using her extensive connections in the media. The journalist brought widespread attention to the case, prompting law enforcement to conduct a more thorough investigation. Detectives carefully reviewed the case files that the lawyer had been handling recently, hoping to find any hints. The task was daunting, but before they could find anything, the courier criminal struck again. Collateral victims, or was the entire family targeted? On July 19, 2020, just a week after the first crime, on the other side of the country, in New Jersey, an armed courier paid a visit to the luxurious home of a state federal judge. That day, none of the family members were expecting any deliveries or packages, and they were all self-isolating. Both parents, being lawyers, continued to work remotely, and their college student son was on holiday. The head of the family, a 62-year-old lawyer named Mike Anderl, first noticed the approaching courier while he was on the second-floor balcony of his home. He thought that perhaps some work documents awaited his wife and hurried downstairs to open the door. However, his son, who was closer to the front door, opened it without a second thought. They exchanged just a few words before a shot rang out. Mike was descending the stairs at that time, and likely he was the initial target. But his 20-year-old son, Daniel, literally stood between his father and the criminal. The young man took a bullet to the chest, fell to the floor, and the criminal opened fire on the lawyer, wounding him 3 times. The courier, as in the previous case, did not enter the premises, but simply turned around and left, leaving the bleeding victims to die. However, there was another person in the house, Judge Esther Salas, who was the wife and mother of the victims. The woman, shortly before the incident, had gone down to the basement to sort through things and did not hear the gunshots. When she came upstairs, she first saw her son lying in a pool of blood at the door. Esther rushed to him, tried to stem the wound, called out for her husband's help, and only then saw that a bloodied Mike was lying on the stairs. Salas immediately called emergency services, reporting the incident, and tried to provide aid to her husband and son herself. By the time law enforcement and paramedics arrived, both men were alive, but in extremely critical condition. They were immediately taken to the nearest hospital, where they underwent surgery, and it seemed their condition was stabilized. The criminal's motive was unclear, and it was also uncertain whether he came to end the life of the judge, her lawyer husband, or intended to eliminate the entire family. Again, no traces or clues were found at the scene, and the only evidence consisted of bullets fired at the victims. The Federal Bureau of Investigation joined the case, immediately suspecting a connection between this incident and the murder of Mark Angelucci in California. In both cases, the targets were lawyers, and the shooter disguised himself as a FedEx courier. However, the agents were confident that in the second case, the true target was the judge, and her relatives were merely collateral victims. Eyewitnesses, final account, ballistic analysis established that the shooter used a .380 caliber pistol in both incidents, and all bullets were fired from the same weapon. This dispelled any remaining doubts that the acts were committed by the same individual. But who was this person? Where could he be found? And where, when, and to whom might he strike next? It was necessary to question the surviving witness who had come face to face with the criminal and had even exchanged a few words. After a serious surgery, Daniel was in the intensive care unit in critical condition, but when he regained consciousness, he expressed a desire to speak with detectives, to tell them everything he had seen. The young man couldn't describe the perpetrator appearance because he was masked, but he thought the individual was elderly, as he could see gray at the temples, wrinkles around the eyes, and the courier's hands appeared old behind the courier, near the road. Daniel noticed a light-colored car, though he couldn't remember the make. The student also speculated that the criminal's target might have been his mother, as the attacker had inquired if she was home. However, at that moment, his father appeared on the stairs, apparently startling the criminal. The attacker quickly drew his pistol, shot the young man in the chest, and then began shooting at Mike, wounding him 3 times. After being injured, Daniel remembered nothing until he woke up in the hospital. The student's testimony provided little help to the investigation, except to confirm that the shooter was an older white male. Regrettably, Daniel's condition could not be stabilized. He worsened, and the day after speaking with law enforcement, the 20-year-old passed away in the hospital from resultant internal bleeding. Thus, detectives unanimously concluded that the main target of the shooter was indeed Esther Salas, but her husband and son were inadvertently in the way, and now the young man was deceased, while his father still hovered between life and death. It was urgent to understand what linked Salas and the earlier deceased Angelucci, what cases they were handling, and if they had common adversaries. Esther Salas was born in 1968 in Monterey Park, California. She had Cuban roots on her mother's side and Mexican on her father's. The girl who grew up in poverty achieved everything in life through her intellect and hard work. She attended Rutgers University for law school and earned her Juris Doctor in 1994. She built a stellar career, progressing from a clerk to an assistant U.S. public defender, and eventually to a United States magistrate judge in New Jersey. She also served several years as the president of the Hispanic Lawyers Association. Since 2011, she had been a judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of New Jersey. In 1993, Esther married renowned lawyer Mike Andrel, who was 11 years her senior. The couple desperately dreamed of having a child, but Esther struggled to conceive. After 4 consecutive miscarriages, doctors declared that she would never have children. However, a miracle happened on July 13, 2000, when the couple's only child, a son named Daniel, was born. The spouses adored their child, raising him in an atmosphere of love and care, striving to provide him with the best education and wide opportunities in life. Unfortunately, just a week after the young man celebrated his 20th birthday, he was gone. An unexpected turn in the case. News about a courier criminal operating across the country went viral on the internet, spreading rapidly and sowing panic among the population. With no precise information available about the investigation, wild rumors about the case began to emerge. People simply feared opening their doors to couriers, even though, during the pandemic, they were often the bearers of necessities. Several days later, on a deserted dead-end road near Rockland in northern New York, an abandoned beige sedan was found. Nearby lay the body of a man with a gunshot wound to the head. Documents found in the car quickly helped identify the deceased as 72-year-old Roy Den Hollander, a once successful lawyer. Near the body lay a pistol, and the scene resembled a self-deprivation of life, as there were no signs of struggle or the presence of third parties. These assumptions were soon confirmed, as the murder weapon bore only the victim's fingerprints. However, the weapon itself drew significant interest from investigators. It was a .380 caliber pistol, identical to the one used to end the lives of Mark Angelucci and Daniel Andariel. Ballistic analysis soon confirmed that all 3 men were deprived of life by bullets fired from this pistol. Yet it remained unclear what motivated the shooter to end the lives of 2 men, injure another, and then fire a bullet into his own head. A search of Hollander's home indicated that he had meticulously planned the attacks in advance. His diary contained addresses of the victims and notes on the dates of the attacks. Detectives, however, could not understand the criminal's motive. However, when they found memoirs on his laptop, which Roy had been working on for years, it became clear that he was a mentally unstable individual, embittered and angry at the world, who despised everyone, from his own mother and ex-wife to his neighbors, colleagues, and clients. It was only a matter of time before he would take up arms and begin to end lives. Who was Roy Den Hollander? Roy Den Hollander was born on September 26, 1947, in Midland Park, New Jersey. He had an older fraternal twin brother who died under mysterious circumstances in childhood. Roy blamed his mother for this his entire life, a sentiment he openly discussed in his memoirs, along with his hatred for his parents. He graduated from high school in 1965, then attended the prestigious George Washington University Law School and later earned an MBA from Columbia Business School. He worked as a lawyer at several renowned firms, and in the late 1990s, he moved to Russia, where he lived for several years working as a lawyer and private detective at Kroll Associates, a consulting firm specializing in financial issues and risk. Hollander earned significant money, which he immediately spent in various elite entertainment venues on young, beautiful women who were his main weakness. In 2000, at a Moscow nightclub, the 52-year-old American lawyer met a 24-year-old beauty named Angelina Shipolina. Previously a professional track athlete, she later decided to switch to modeling, possessing all the attributes necessary to succeed in that field. The aspiring model quickly realized that the older American was utterly infatuated with her and decided to use him for her purposes. She swiftly swept him off his feet and gently nudged him towards marriage. After moving to the United States and obtaining a marriage visa, she soon filed for divorce. Now Angelina could legally stay in the country and pursue her modeling career. For the lawyer, this turn of events was a huge blow. He realized that the beauty had merely used him to achieve her own goals, playing with his emotions. He came to despise all women, a sentiment he eloquently expressed in his memoirs. He referred to his former wife as a venal woman, willing to do anything for money, and also accused her of connections with the Russian mafia. Fundamental stance and puzzling motives for the crimes. Following his tumultuous divorce from Shipolina, Roy became a self-proclaimed anti-feminist and an active advocate for men's rights. However, his behavior grew increasingly eccentric and flamboyant. Unlike Angelucci, who provided free assistance to men affected by domestic abuse and handled custody issues during divorces, Hollander became notorious for his frivolous and unsuccessful lawsuits. For instance, he objected to ladies' night promotions in bars and nightclubs where women are offered free admission and complimentary drinks. Yet it remained unclear why Roy chose his victims and sought to deprive them of life. The situation with Angelucci was particularly puzzling, since they were effectively colleagues, both fighting for men's rights. The answer to this question was soon found in the criminal's memoirs. It turned out that Roy saw Mark as a rival and was extremely jealous of him because Mark was far more successful in his career, commanded widespread respect, and held considerable influence, whereas Hollander had been mostly ridiculed for his antics and bizarre lawsuits over the last decade. Furthermore, both lawyers were members of the same men's rights community, making Roy appear even more outlandish and unsuccessful. By contrast, about a year before these tragic events, he was expelled from the community for aggressive and inappropriate behavior. Roy's personal life and career spiraled downward after his divorce from the Russian model. He fell into depression, developed problems with alcohol and anger management, and started losing most of the cases he took on. Esther Salas, as a judge, presided over several cases Hollander had handled at different times, consistently ruling against him, which led him to longlist her as one of his sworn enemies. However, neither Salas, Angelucci, nor any of their colleagues considered Roy to be dangerous, but in 2018, when he was diagnosed with cancer, the lawyer likely felt he had nothing left to lose and began devising a plan for revenge and the elimination of his enemies. The long list of revenge. Hollander never made explicit threats, so it was difficult to determine whom he considered his enemies. However, in his memoirs and notebooks, a lengthy list of names was found with whom the lawyer apparently planned to settle scores. This list included not only judges and fellow lawyers, but also the doctors who treated him, whom he accused of incompetence and intentionally treating him poorly, allowing his disease to progress. Detectives checked all the other individuals on the list and, ensuring they were alive, warned them of potential danger, as it was unclear whether the criminal had acted alone or had accomplices. It also remained unclear why Roy stopped and unexpectedly settled accounts with life. There was speculation that this was due to the deteriorating state of his health. Hollander's memoirs contained over 2,000 pages. Also, about a dozen notebooks and diaries were found among his personal belongings, which needed to be meticulously examined. This process took several weeks, but ultimately established that the criminal acted alone and had no accomplices, meaning that everyone else on the list was safe following Roy's death. Daniel Andrews' Law. After the attack, Mike Andrews spent over half a year in the hospital undergoing a challenging rehabilitation process due to 3 gunshot wounds. His wife, Esther Salas, remained in a prolonged state of depression due to the loss of their only son. However, in February 2021, she agreed to give an extensive interview for the television news magazine 60 Minutes, where she spoke publicly for the first time about the horrific events and the tragedy that struck their family. Simultaneously, the judge began working on legislative changes in New Jersey. A new law adopted in December 2021 was named after her late son, Daniel. The new amendments introduced a prohibition on the public disclosure of judges' addresses and other contact information, ensuring the safety and privacy of public officials and their family members. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Popular television series and films have used Malibu Creek State Park, a picturesque recreation location 25 miles from downtown Los Angeles, as a background. However, the murder of a young guy in Malibu Creek on a summer afternoon in 2018, when he was camping with his 2 daughters, drove the people of Southern California into a frenzy. It became evident during the course of the inquiry that this crime was linked to a number of unresolved events that had previously taken place in the same vicinity. Public paranoia and a variety of universal conspiracy ideas were sparked by this information. What happens when lightning strikes in the most horrifying way is the subject of our tale today. Let's get started. A young woman's home was knocked on by cops in the morning. "Are you Tristan Baudet's wife?" she said as she opened the door. She knew the news would be depressing, and she was right. 2 police officers told her that her husband had been shot dead in his tent during the night, so she hurried to the scene of the tragedy because their daughters were still there. Erica Wu, the 4th of 5 children in a Chinese immigrant family, lost her father at a young age and witnessed how hard it was for her mother to raise her children alone. She grew up as a quiet, responsible child who kept everything under control, but when she met Tristan, he was the total opposite of her. He didn't think too much, didn't worry about anything, just did what he wanted to do. Tristan was born and raised in Fresno, California, and his parents were locals. His mother was a teacher and his father sold insurance. When he was just 3 years old, his parents divorced, but he was old enough to remember it. Tristan and Erica met in high school, and although they were complete opposites in personality, they became closer over time, spending a lot of time together, studying together, and sharing their happiness and sadness. Eventually, something more developed out of their friendship, and they began dating. Erica went to Stanford University and Tristan went to the University of California, San Diego, but they stayed in touch, emailing each other every day and speaking on the phone every night. After becoming engaged in their 2nd year of medical school, Tristan and Erica moved to San Francisco, where they were married in 2008, in front of all their friends and family in a large rented room with glass walls and a stone clearing outside in Tilden Park. After a year, they moved to Long Beach, Southern California, and then to Irvine, where Tristan found a job with a large pharmaceutical company, and Erica started working at UC. Both of them took some time to get used to Orange County, but that's where they were truly happy. Fatherhood brought Tristan joy, and he became a lark, waking up with the girls, preparing breakfast, and letting Erica sleep. He took every opportunity to go to the woods or mountains as a family. He regularly took his daughters on hikes and bike rides. After completing her internship, Erica found a job in the San Francisco Bay Area, and the family began making plans to move back north. They found a house in a suburb south of San Francisco, with all the necessary infrastructure nearby and a good school for their daughters. Tristan found a new job with a pharmaceutical company in the same neighborhood. They set a date to move at the end of June, a week after Erica was due to take her qualifying exam. Tristan and Erica's son-in-law, Scott, offered to pick up their daughters from home the night before so she could study for the exam. In peace on June 21, 2018, Tristan had breakfast with Erica and their daughters, and then packed up to go to his car at the garage door. He hugged and kissed Erica, wished her good luck on the exam, and promised to celebrate with her when she returned the next day. Tristan, Scott, and the girls drove north to Malibu Creek State Park. They arrived in the evening and were given a campsite at the gate. However, Tristan looked around and concluded that they could find a much better location. They surveyed the campground and found another spot that seemed ideal to Tristan, and they set up camp there, taking turns watching the girls and setting up the tents. The day was filled with excitement, the excitement of the park trip and the initial impressions of setting up the tents, and cooking over the fire had worn the girls out. So, as soon as it got dark, Tristan put them to bed. The men sat around the fire for a little while longer before separating to their tents, bidding them goodbye until morning. The night was dark and quiet, the sky was cloudy, and the moon did not illuminate the land. When Scott heard a loud popping sound in the early hours of June 22, he got up to see where it was coming from, and then heard several more pops. Thinking it was fireworks, he went to investigate after hearing a baby crying from Tristan's tent. Cattle went to the tent and called out to Tristan multiple times, but he didn't respond, and the crying only got worse. So he went inside and shined his flashlight into the tent. While Scott was comforting the younger girl, he kept calling Tristan's name, and when he got close, he discovered that he was unconscious, pale, unresponsive to light, and that there was a pool of blood next to his head. Scott attempted to administer first aid to his friend, but it was too late, and Tristan Baudet died at the scene. Scott called park rangers who were working at Malibu Creek State Park. Law enforcement officers swiftly arrived at the scene of the tragedy and began interviewing park visitors who might have seen the intruder, but to the horror of the patrolmen, no one saw a man with a gun. Tristan and Erica's daughters were not touched by the shooter. One fatal bullet struck Tristan in the head, instantly killing him. The second bullet struck the torso of a man who was already dead. Bullet holes were visible in the tent. It appeared as though an unidentified individual had fired a gun aimlessly into the tent at dawn, and the girls were miraculously unharmed. Police have made very few statements to witnesses since the investigation started, but one witness did come forward. A woman who was in a tent next to Tristan and Scott when the attack occurred admitted that she heard 5 consecutive shots at 4:45 a.m. and wanted to call police right away, but she was terrified that the shooter might be nearby and shoot her as well. She left the tent after 20 minutes and called emergency services, which was the second call because rescuers were already en route to Malibu Creek after the Rangers' call. When investigating the scene, investigators discovered that the caliber of the weapon was consistent with a hunting rifle, and since such ammunition tends to retain its killing power, the bullet could have traveled a considerable distance. Detectives, aided by service dogs, searched the area in and around the family tent with the assistance of police and forensics, but found nothing suspicious to aid in the case's investigation. No arrests were made, and detectives were unable to provide any information about the suspect or his motivations. Investigators were asking the same questions. Who could have shot the scientist? Where could the young father have made deadly enemies? And could it have been connected to the industry in which he worked and conducted his research? He questioned the safety of vaccines before his death, and his work on safer vaccines caused controversy in the pharmaceutical industry. But this version of premeditated murder because of Tristan's research has not been proven. After interviewing a number of witnesses, it became clear that Tristan Baudet's murder was not an accident. This was the 6th attack, and 2 of them had been carried out on the same tent camp that Tristan and Scott had used, raising serious concerns that a sniper was on the loose. Malibu Creek Park was closed to the public, and the public was incensed at the authorities' carelessness, as they had not given serious consideration to the earlier attacks in the park because they were not fatal. The news infuriated the tourists, who discovered that such a popular location is actually an area that is occasionally shelled by some intruder. No one closed the park or conducted an investigation after the initial cases of injuries, and tourists were not informed of the incidents. In fact, the police dismissed all of the incidents in the park as hunter mishaps. The park remained closed after Tristan's murder, and the public arrived in disbelief at the security service's negligence. We prioritize the safety of park visitors above all else. Authorities confirmed that none of the campers saw anyone entering the campground, and it became clear that the shooter was occupying the park at that time. The family of Tristan Baudet, who passed away on June 22, has offered their condolences to the relatives of the victims, and has chosen to stay out of the spotlight from all the hype that the public has created, using the last opportunity to obtain information about the shooter. Despite this, the neighborhood did not become any less dangerous for locals after Malibu Creek Park was closed, according to city officials, who said that the park was closed. The death of a young father, Tristan Baudet, was part of a string of violent crimes that occurred in those areas in recent years, and investigators had no choice but to start figuring out the mystery of the gunshots because the motive and the perpetrator remained unknown for months. The first incident happened to biologist James Rogers, who went to Malibu Creek Park for a camping trip, set up camp, and fell asleep in a hammock when he was awakened by a searing pain in his right arm. He went to the hospital, where the doctors gave him a rabies vaccination and sent him home, but as his arm healed, he noticed pieces of metal in the wound that appeared to be a gunshot. In January 2017, Melissa Tatangelo and her lover parked their car in the same Malibu Creek Park parking lot and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, they heard a loud gunshot and smelled burnt metal, and in the morning, they found a hole in the back of the car from a shotgun blast. At the time, police did not pay much attention to these incidents, but in the summer of 2018, people started to remember other spooky incidents from previous years, including the 2009 disappearance of 24-year-old Matrice Richardson, whose remains were discovered a few miles from a railroad station, and the 2017 disappearance of 20-year-old Elaine Park, who was last seen in the California town of Calabasas. A few days later, her car with her personal belongings was found on the side of the road along the Pacific coast in Malibu. The American woman's body was never found. A month before the latest crime, which took place in a tent in Malibu Creek Park, another mutilated corpse with signs of violence appeared. The deceased was lying in a tent across the street from the park. Investigators, confronted with the string of attacks, labeled Malibu Creek Park as a dumping ground for the bodies. At first, the crime seemed to have no other connection. But as the investigation progressed, new details began to emerge. The driver of a Tesla electric car, who has remained anonymous, said that 4 days before Tristan Beaudet was killed, around 4:30 a.m., someone fired shots at his car. However, Los Angeles detectives have never been able to prove that the crimes are all connected. The townspeople discussed the possible motives of the perpetrator in fear and advised each other not to leave doors and windows open. Locals refused to believe that a serial criminal had taken up residence in such a beautiful area where a celebrity could be found on every corner. Some speculated that the man's death could have been a ridiculous accident. When someone was once again practicing shooting, perhaps Tristan Beaudet was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Did the man's death have a connection to the missing women and the mutilated bodies of vacationers? But unfortunately, police had no leads. They could tell the town's terrified residents that in August, investigators held a meeting and officially admitted that the investigation had reached a dead end. In desperation, people speculated perhaps he was killed because of a particularly valuable and secret project Tristan was working on, or perhaps his death was connected to the drug cartels and illegal drugs he was allegedly growing in remote corners of the park. The only thing to do was to wait, because if there is a criminal, he is sure to leave a trace. And so it was. In addition to violent crimes near Malibu Creek Park, someone stole food and broke into an abandoned building. The criminal was repeatedly caught on hidden cameras. He was followed, but the sinister bandit could not be apprehended. A sketch of the burglar has been compiled amidst the minor offenses. Gunshots continue to ring out in the hills about the same time. A park employee was driving through Malibu Creek and saw a man on the side of the road who asked for a ride. The stranger's face resembled a sketch of a suspected thief, so the driver turned him down instead. He reported the incident to police officers. Patrolmen and 3 helicopters combed the park area until dusk. Then another attack on the community center occurred. The perpetrator broke a glass window and vandalized a vending machine in search of food. Police officers immediately responded to the call and tracked down the bandit from fresh shoe prints. A 42-year-old man named Anthony Rauda, dressed in all black, was apprehended. A rifle was found in his backpack. According to unofficial reports, the intruder was homeless and had been stealing food to survive. One of his relatives stated that Anthony had been arrested twice in the past 4 months. He was first arrested for illegally crossing the border but was later released. The relative also stated that Anthony Rauda had lived in that neighborhood for 10 years and was terrified of the people around him. On October 10, 2018, almost 4 months after Tristan Beaudet was murdered, alleged perpetrator Anthony Rauda was arrested in a canyon near the park with a rifle in his backpack. Sheriff's authorities described him as a survivalist outdoorsman who had previously served time in state prison for possession of explosives and then for possession of a loaded handgun, which is illegal for those convicted of felonies. Authorities said during the investigation of Tristan Beaudet and before Anthony Rauda OURT's arrest, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said there had been at least 7 other unsolved shootings in the area since November 2016. In early January 2023, state authorities did indict Anthony Rauda for all the shootings recorded in the Malibu Creek area in recent years. In total, he had to answer for 10 attempted murders, 5 burglaries, and the crime against Tristan Beaudet. Police seemed to have found a scapegoat and were ready to close all the cases by pinning them on one man. Authorities believe the suspect was also involved in other unsolved crimes committed nearly 10 years ago. This 10-year blood feud would make for a Hollywood movie, said one of the detectives who worked on the case. Indeed, the whole story is like the script of a new blockbuster movie but in 2 parts, where in the second part, the real culprit of the crime will still be found. Anthony Rauda was charged with murder, 10 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of second-degree burglary, detectives said. The charges were based on a comparison of bullets found at the scene of Tristan's death and other locations where gunfire was heard. His case has been postponed until he can find representation. There were also concerns regarding Anthony's capacity to stand trial, according to the report. In November 2018, Anthony Rauda made an appearance in court, but at the initial hearing, he had to be taken out of the hall because he started yelling, using foul language, and banging on the walls of his cell. When the bailiffs took him out, he demanded that his court-appointed attorney be fired. Although the gunshots in Malibu Creek continued in the middle of the night, the locals held out hope that Tristan Beaudet's killer had been apprehended But the jury found him guilty of 1 count of attempted murder and 1 count of shooting at a vehicle 4 days prior to Tristan Baudet's death. A statement from the district attorney's office said a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge sentenced 46-year-old Anthony Rauda to 119 years in prison. But was the man punished by state law? Could Anthony Rauda have been so disturbed as to have fired indiscriminate shots at people in the mountains over the past few years? There seemed to be evidence to suggest so. What about the gunshots that people continued to hear at night, even after the suspect was arrested? A local Malibu journalist who was skeptical from the start continues to doubt the state's version of events. Personally, I think the shooter is still out there somewhere. She says there's something convenient about pursuing a burglary suspect. She says perhaps as a result of the political events following Tristan's death, everything that's happened is 1,000,000% coincidence. Erica Wu believes Tristan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course, I'm also wondering why this happened to us. Who's to blame? In late December 2018, Erica Wu, the wife of the deceased Tristan Baudet, filed a complaint against authorities in Los Angeles and California. The woman demanded $90 million, 0 cents in compensation from law enforcement for failing to warn residents about the dangers of recreation in Malibu Creek Park despite a string of deaths. Police acknowledged the lawsuit but declined to comment. However, the question still stands. Could Tristan Baudet's fate have been avoided? Obviously, the motive for the crime was never established. Serial criminals typically memorize everything, keep trophies, or leave distinctive footprints, but Anthony was so disorganized and unpredictable that it's a miracle he was identified at all. So some social outcast was blindly taking revenge on everyone, shooting whoever God sent, and venting his anger for no specific reason. He had no idea whether his victims were killed or even existed. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go anyplace with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. He was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was of course full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 in the morning. But Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours, because Mia was an adult and had attended a party. They were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 in the morning. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange, a dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 IE Menning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 AIEMM. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 AEMM. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back, about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Relationship termination nearly invariably results in emotional distress and scars that take time to heal. Individuals respond to such circumstances in different ways. While some choose to stay friends, others would rather never see or talk to one another again in order to prevent revisiting old scars. Nevertheless, there are situations in which ex-lovers are no longer together but are also unable to fully split up because of a common characteristic that is difficult to end fast. Unpredictable results may result when ex-lovers begin new relationships while still in each other's company and continue to communicate. Though it seemed like a fairy tale, the saga of Ildiko Krajniak, a prosperous businessman and owner of a posh spa salon in California, ended tragically and suddenly. At first there were hints of an accident, an assault, or rival schemes, but the reality was much more sinister. The successful and gorgeous woman suffered a terrible fate at the hands of Ildiko Krajniak, whom she formerly loved and trusted deeply. Early life. On June 8, 1969, a girl named Ildiko Krajniak was born in the northern Hungarian city of Miskolc. She was the youngest of 2 children in a middle-class household. In the 1980 Ses Juliana, her mother, retrained in the increasingly popular field of aesthetic medicine after working as a nurse in the Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. She then launched her own clinic. Laszlo Krajniak, the family patriarch, worked as a common laborer at a nearby factory for the most of his life in an effort to support his family. From early childhood, Ildiko was only a few years older than her older brother, who was named after their father. The siblings were almost inseparable and had a good relationship. Her brother, who followed in their father's footsteps, earned an engineering degree and spent some time working at the same machine-building facility before launching a small business of his own in their hometown. Ildiko, who had always been artistic and creative by nature, felt limited in both Miskolc and traditional Hungary. She had aspirations of exploring the globe, seeing different cities and nations, starting her own company, becoming successful and well-known, and escaping the routine in which her family lived. Following in her mother's footsteps, young Krajniak attended a medical college after graduating and subsequently earned a license to practice aesthetics and cosmetology. Her goal was to become a real star in her field and accomplish more. When she was barely 20 years old, she had her first success. The aspiring expert expertly developed her career on her own, creating a strategy and business plan. Her clientele grew rapidly, and she began to make a respectable living by the standards of her city. Ildiko was always learning and developing her talents, keeping abreast of the most recent advancements in medicine, cosmetology, aesthetics, and the beauty business in general. But she knew that as a specialist, she would soon hit their ceiling, and that her opportunities at home were limited. She would have to look for a place that gave her more opportunities to reach her full potential in order to proceed. The driven young Krajniak made the decision to move to the USA after graduating with a bachelor's degree in medical aesthetics. This young lady had admirable goals, but few thought she would actually make such drastic adjustments because Ildiko was so close to her family and didn't appear likely to ever leave them. But in the summer of 1992, just after turning 23, Ildiko made the decision to follow her lifetime ambition and relocated to the United States of America in pursuit of the American dream. The resolute Hungarian took the chance and gambled everything. It was a desire to totally transform her life, not merely a move. She collected all her savings, purchased a one-way ticket, and left for a different continent. She didn't have any friends, family, or acquaintances there. She stepped into the unknown, despite the fact that no one was waiting for her and that she hardly knew any English. Her parents were conflicted about their daughter's choice, but since she was an adult and capable of making such important choices on her own, no one attempted to stop her. Her family, however, was rather worried about how her life would turn out in a strange country. Ildiko made the decision to go directly to sunny California, where she intended to study the language and hunt for work. Put down roots, so to speak. She had lived in strict, prim, and frigid Hungary, so the move was a true cultural shock. In fact, America appeared to be a land of fairy tales and unrealized hopes. Since she still needed to find a work, which was difficult without understanding the language, the young woman first tried to conserve money by staying at a cheap hostel, but shortly she was fortunate enough to get employed at one of the neighborhood beauty shops as a master stylist's assistant. She was able to meet her basic needs and rent a respectable apartment thanks to the pay, but Krajniak had to become fluent in the language and get the necessary U.S. medical license in order to work in the cosmetology and aesthetic medicine fields. Ildiko had no friends or acquaintances, therefore she was forced to rely only on her own power. She put in a lot of effort, spending all of her leisure time learning English and honing her communication abilities. Her diligence and tenacity soon paid off. She earned a license to work as a leading specialist in cosmetology after passing the necessary tests. A few years after relocating, Ildiko rose to the position of chief expert at a spa in a 5-star hotel that was frequented by celebrities and show industry stars. People booked her months in advance because she was known as the best cosmetologist in town. She also continuously improved her credentials and educated herself as a professional. She went to conferences and exhibitions around the world, possessed a thorough awareness of the ingredients in cosmetics and treatments, and was able to assist clients in resolving nearly any aesthetic skin concern. The young woman had exceptional diplomatic skills in addition to her professional abilities. She swiftly built ties with business partners, had a natural business sense, and cultivated influential friends and helpful contacts with ease. Unsatisfied with constantly working for other people, Krajak had aspirations of starting her own salon, which she believed would be the greatest in the city and the entire state of California. The young Hungarian was the most sought-after specialist at the facility where she worked by the mid-1990s. Following their initial treatment visit, clients attempted to schedule appointments exclusively with this cosmetologist. Ildiko was already aware that even if she moved jobs, the clientele she had developed would remain. The spa complex's management was aware of this as well, so they made every effort to keep the experts by providing the best possible working and family environments. Due to her openness, friendliness, sociability, and beauty, Krajak naturally attracted a lot of male attention and had a large following. However, she prioritized learning the language, developing professionally, and advancing her job during her first few years in the US, putting her personal life on the back burner, possibly as the 5th priority. She met Ramilo Vestal, a young guy of Asian descent who had come to America as a kid with his family, in 1995. He was employed as a physician at a nearby hospital after pursuing a medical degree. Romantic feelings immediately grew between the couple as they were able to communicate with each other. Only their closest friends and family were present at their little wedding, which took place in the spring of 1996, a year after they first met. The couple's only child, a son they called Keanu, was born 2 years later. The new parents spent all of their leisure time with family since they loved their child. Everyone who knew them observed how well they complemented one another and how joyful they exuded, and their house was a place of love and understanding. They traveled together in the mid-1990s, and Ildiko persuaded her cousin to follow suit, relocating to the US with her spouse and kids. The family moved close to her house. Their families became great friends, they visited one another frequently, and they corresponded frequently. Krajjak's father died in 2000 following a protracted illness, which was a devastating loss to the family. By then, their mother, Juliana, was living alone in the family house, depressed, while her older brother Laszlo was already married, had children, and lived in a different city. She also started exhibiting dementia symptoms, which made it dangerous to leave her alone. To ensure that her mother wouldn't feel alone and could live out her last years with family, Ildiko made the decision to move her to California. Moving to America was a difficult transition for Juliana as well, but her daughters supported and loved her at this time. In addition, the grandma was ecstatic about the opportunity to show off her kid. In 2002, Krajak made the decision to create her own salon based on Keanu, whom she had previously only seen in pictures. By then, with the help of her loved ones, she had amassed a sizable clientele, acquired business expertise, and amassed enough money. The young lady was willing to take a big chance. Ildiko opened her spa in Aliso Viejo, California, which is in southern Orange County's San Joaquin Hills. Magyar Cosmetica, which means Hungarian cosmetics, is the name she gave it. Her restaurant quickly received a 5-star rating, and word of its success quickly traveled across the state. Ildiko exclusively employed high-end cosmetics, treatments, and tools in her work. She took tremendous delight in her status as one of the top cosmetologists. The woman had picked a great spot for her salon and had built and run her business with finesse. Her business was situated in a Southern California commercial district, around 70 miles from Los Angeles and 10 miles from the well-known Laguna Beach. The cosmetologist built her business successfully for many years, and her income increased steadily. She and her spouse moved in with their kid and Krajjak's mother in a lavish, spacious home they had purchased by the late 2000s. The woman had domestic help and her own driver, was able to live the life she had always imagined and afford anything she wanted. It's also important to remember that Ildiko was a live billboard for her salon. She never seemed to age and always looked beautiful. She also earned an international medical certificate, continued to improve her credentials, and was able to practice in almost any nation. As time went on, the cosmetologist also started teaching seminars and courses for industry professionals. Krajanak worked at her favorite job for many years, always trying to be the greatest. In order to remain competitive, she conducted market research, created advertising campaigns, identified trustworthy suppliers, and created business plans. Despite all of this, she continued to see clients in person who came to her for help with her only child, whom she loved. The woman covered the cost of language classes, music lessons from the greatest professors, and schooling at a prestigious private school. She had first-hand knowledge of the value of learning multiple foreign languages and their potential applications in daily life. Keanu enrolled in a prominent university in 2016 and traveled to Washington for his studies. Crisis and the final vacation. Ildiko had a particularly difficult start to 2017, when the business center where her spa salon had been located for more than 15 years abruptly changed hands. Tenant leases were soon terminated, once the new owner made it apparent that he had his own ambitions for the building. In a prestigious region, Ildiko had to find a new place to move Krajnak right away because he was unprepared for this change of events. It was a significant source of stress. After suffering enormous losses, she looked for a suitable location near the old one. Moving from the opulent business center to a two-story commercial structure that took up half of the first floor, she remained in Aliso Viejo. Because it involved moving a lot of pricey equipment that needed to be handled carefully, the move itself also came with a high cost. Before the new facility could open for business in March 2018, it also required some minor cosmetic renovations. A stressed-out and exhausted Ildiko made the decision to take a brief vacation after the major construction was over and the spa salon reopened at the new location. She took a plane to Portugal, where she spent 2 weeks lounging at a well-known beach resort under the warm sun. She appeared to have overcome the challenges and was eager to make up for lost time. Laszlo took a plane to California a month later to see his mother and sister. They spent time together, communicated effectively, and even surprised Keanu at university on May 5 with a family trip to Washington. Ildiko took a plane to their home country of Hungary with her brother. Ildiko chose to combine a work trip with a visit to relatives she hadn't seen in a while. While the man was heading back home to be with his family, she was excited to apply the cutting-edge therapies she brought back home, which had beautiful, revitalizing results. Sadly, the salon where she had poured her soul was demolished less than a week later, and on May 15, 2018, she was discovered dead from an accident, an attack, or a planned crime. Several reports of a strong explosion were sent to the emergency services at around 1 in the afternoon, and a fire at the business complex where Ildiko's spa salon is located. A few streets away, the bomb was heard, and terrified individuals thought it might have been an attack, worrying it was the first in a series. When parents learned of what had happened, they hurried to the daycare across the street from the demolished building to make sure their kids were safe. Several police patrols, fire engines, and ambulances were sent to the location right away. The structure itself suffered some damage. The interior was engulfed in flames, and bricks, glass, and pieces of roofing covered the roadway. It was unknown at the time how many individuals were inside when the explosion occurred, and if anyone had been killed or injured. A loud blast and acrid smoke were observed by witnesses, and they swiftly spread along the roadway, setting off nearby car alarms. The image grew more horrifying as rescuers approached the explosion's epicenter. Inside and behind the rubble and shattered furniture, there was blood everywhere. Later, 2 injured individuals were located. They turned out to be a mother and daughter who had visited the spa for treatments. The women suffered serious burns, shard lacerations, and concussions on that awful day. Thankfully, both were spared, although the blast wave rendered them unconscious. The most horrific finding awaited the rescuers behind the former reception desk: deformed and horribly burned human remains. A number of additional staff members and customers were brought to the hospital after suffering minor injuries and smoke inhalation. Although identification was not feasible right enough, it was quickly determined that the person in the epicenter was Ildiko Kradiak, a 48-year-old spa proprietor. Since there was no guarantee that another explosion would not happen, bomb disposal troops were there. It was challenging to identify what had exploded and what had produced such a catastrophic blast right from the start. Since there was a particular place of explosion, the original explanation of a gas leak and electrical short was promptly discarded. Although no more explosive devices were discovered in this or nearby buildings, the likelihood of a terrorist act was looked into. The idea of a well-thought-out crime against Ildiko was another really credible argument. The dead was a generous, honest, and charitable individual who was always ready to lend a hand to others. She was a prosperous businesswoman, though, and had a lot of jealous competitors who would have wished to completely destroy her. Every theory had to be verified, but first, the surviving witnesses and the victim's friends and family had to be interviewed. Meanwhile, a woman named Lori Stone called in an emergency because she was unable to get through to her boyfriend, Stephen Bill. He was a co-founder of the spa salon and may have been inside the building when the explosion occurred, she said. Eyewitness reports. The surviving mother and daughter were in critical care after suffering severe injuries and undergoing an emergency operation. They consented to talk to police authorities and describe everything that transpired that day as soon as their condition somewhat improved. The women were receiving care at the spa salon in Kraniak. Previously, they headed to the reception counter to pay for their cosmetic services. Everything was going according to plan because they had been there previously and knew the owner well. Ildiko was at the desk at the time and frequently handled the responsibilities of the receptionist herself. There was a big parcel on the desk in front of her, and she was going through the mail. She collected the money, gave the customers their receipts, and then, carrying on the lighthearted discussion, grabbed a box cutter and started to open the box itself. Then there was a sudden, strong explosion, and the rest of the time seemed to be a blur. The daughter claims that after seeing a bright flash and a thunderous blast, she felt a rush of heat and realized she was in midair. In actuality, the blast wave threw her, but she miraculously survived, found her mother in the midst of the confusion, and pulled her to a wall that had been demolished so she could breathe. She then passed out and awoke in the hospital. After talking to the victims, it became clear that the explosive device had been disguised as a regular parcel and that this was a deliberate act. Finding a group of suspects and figuring out who might not only want the woman dead but actually carry it out were the following stages. Nor was it obvious if Ildiko was the only target, or if Stephen Bill, her 59-year-old business partner, was also in grave danger. Police were sent to the man's house right away. Bill had just gotten back. He received a stack of goods at his door after earning money on a business trip. Bomb disposal specialists assessed all the boxes once he was evacuated to a safe distance, but they just contained store orders, and no explosives were discovered. When questioned, Stephen seemed stunned to learn of Krasic's passing and was unable to identify any former spouses who might have wanted her to suffer harm. Romeo Vestal, the deceased's spouse, showed up on the scene. He was completely distraught after learning of the incident, even though he had believed until the very end that his wife may have lived. But there was also the need to interrogate him. Only a handful of the Krasnia family were aware of this extremely odd detail at this stage. As it turned out, Ildiko and Romeo were no longer a couple in the traditional meaning of the word. They still resided in their spacious, opulent, shared home. Although they had remained friendly and had not filed for divorce, in recent years they had reduced themselves to just neighbors, each with their own private life. They were willing to let go entirely if either of them found true love, and had no jealousy toward one another. The cops found this situation to be odd and quite suspicious. Ramilo, who was still his wife's legal spouse, would inherit the house, all of the property, and the lucrative business in the event of his wife's passing. This final factor, however, supported the man's innocence. Why would he ruin their family business partners and ex-lover's primary source of income? The spa salon. It was determined that the deceased had dated at least 5 different males in the previous 2 years. 2 identities caught the investigators' attention in particular, although the majority were passing curiosities. According to a close friend of Krajak, the woman had been dating a man named Nicholas for a few months and was very attracted to him. She did not rule out the idea that their relationship could develop further, possibly even ending in marriage. The couple flew impulsively, canceling all other plans, to spend a weekend together in Sacramento, 1 week prior to the tragedy. This man was swiftly caught and questioned by detectives, but it was discovered that he had nothing to do with the tragedy, was just as startled by what had happened as everyone else, and had no reason to hurt the woman he loved. It later came to light that Ildiko had been intimately associated with her business partner Stephen Bill for a number of months prior. About a year and a half ago, when the woman was having major business issues, trying to find a new location for the salon and suffering large losses, an interesting story emerged when investigators looked into how they met and why they became partners, even though Bill had no prior connections to the beauty industry. She got to know Stephen. She was so beautiful that he fell in love with her right away and promised to pay for all the costs of moving the spa center. Additionally, he made a sizable investment in its growth and concurrently joined Kraniak as a business partner. They started dating, which lasted for roughly 6 months. The woman probably gave back out of appreciation, but she didn't really have a strong connection to Bill. They took a vacation together in Portugal in March 2018, but by then, Ildiko had already begun an affair with Nicholas and was always phoning him, which annoyed Stephen. She was already content in her new relationship, but she broke up with him as soon as she got back. The two of them kept running the company together, and Bill persisted in attempting to win her back. He even began dating Laurie Stone in an attempt to incite her jealousy. However, this had little effect on Kraniak. She had lost interest. Bill probably had a grudge against her, and might have pursued a bizarre pastime, skeletons in the closet, or retaliation. After deciding to investigate Stephen more, the cops learned that he had a very particular pastime. He was skilled in pyrotechnics and worked on creating explosions. The individual did not hinder or refute this. Officers searched his house and discovered professional equipment, ingredients for making rockets and fireworks, gunpowder, and other flammable compounds. Bill was released since the police at the time lacked a good reason or any supporting evidence to hold him. But after deciding to look into his past more, they learned that his wife had passed away 10 years prior under mysterious circumstances. An unexplained mishap at home while they were there preceded the official cause of death, which was pancreatitis, moving furniture. Although nothing could be established, it seemed that Stephen had started the incident. Additionally, after becoming a widower, he received a sizable insurance settlement, which further raised the possibility of a motive for the murder, arrest, and trial. Bill bought a variety of flammable chemical components and pieces for creating poppers, which were later discovered at the explosion scene. According to Ildiko's security film from May 10, the detectives were able to locate many months later. It was also disclosed that he went to the spa salon early on the morning of the disaster in order to drop off the lethal item. On March 3, 2019, he used his key to enter through the back door and parked his car on a nearby street so that no one would notice. Stephen Bill was taken into custody on suspicion of purposeful building destruction. A number of additional accusations pertaining to causing serious bodily damage were introduced throughout the trial. One woman was severely burned on the face and torso, and another lost her eye in the explosion. Despite Bill's not guilty plea, the facts and testimony gathered did not support his position. Witnesses also said that he had started stalking Ildiko and had never come to terms with her leaving him. The woman had told friends just before she passed away that she was afraid for her life and worried that her ex-lover would get even. Stephen Bill was only convicted on all counts in early 2024 and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He and his legal team filed numerous appeals, all of which were denied. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Shemansky, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrell confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrell both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrell later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Darrell not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Darrell had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Darrell had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Darrell's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Darrell had worked for. The detective went to see Darrell in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Darrell was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Darrell had changed her name to Darrell Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Darrell Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Darrell Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Darrell knew right away who they were referring to. According to Darrell Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Darrell Lynn admitted. When Darrell Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Daryl Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Daryl Lynn informed them. Daryl Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Daryl. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. An emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Reichel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018. Just before daybreak, the quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, Everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways, taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest? Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, the budget had risen to almost $250 0 cents. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, But now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000, 0 cents, on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach. She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze, perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. "You understand what I'm asking you to say?" Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. "We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time." He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 a.m. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, the jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, it did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, the case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. An unexplained disappearance. Globally, one person goes missing every 3 minutes, according to depressing data. People are frequently discovered, occasionally dead. On the other hand, they are also never reported. The majority of disappearances are connected to accidents or criminal activity, regardless of the hoax. On June 6, 2006, we traveled to Namyangju City, South Korea, for another enigmatic tale. Lee Yoon-hee, a 29-year-old student, vanished into thin air. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Individuals frequently vanish. The public is still thinking about this case nevertheless. Even now, a lot of people still dispute and have their own theories on what transpired during the disappearance. On June 7, her friends and classmates raised the alarm for the first time about the girl's disappearance. It was quite unusual of Lee to miss the last classes at the university. She had never missed a class before and was a responsible and effective learner. Min, Lee's friend, went to her house to see how she was doing after studying, but when I rang the doorbell, nobody answered it. Then she departed without bothering. The girl later acknowledged in an interview that she had taken a day off after deciding Yoon-hee wanted to be by herself. As it occurred, her acquaintance had recently been plagued by a string of problems, so she might have needed some time to escape. On June 8, nevertheless, she failed to appear once more. This time, Min went to the missing person's house with 2 other males and Kim Lee's friend. She could not be reached in any other way. Coincidentally, the main character's purse was taken a week prior to the events mentioned, along with her cell phone, Idaho card, and purse. The dog responded to the disturbance from inside the house when young people knocked. The owner did not respond to the dog's loud barking. The digital lock on Yoon-hee's door meant that only a person with the code could unlock it, and nobody there had that knowledge. Min then contacted the sought woman's older sister, but regrettably she had not received a response from her sister and was unaware of the door code. The excitement was only increased by all of this. It was ultimately decided to call the police. The apartment's owner was phoned by law enforcement and invited to come unlock the door. Everyone noticed the bad scent as soon as they walked into the student's house. Life story. Lee Yoon-hee was a vibrant and attractive young woman. She first attended a women's institution in Seoul to study statistics and visual arts. But after graduating, she came to the realization that she had made a mistake since she was a young child. Along with her passion for art, the main character adored animals and, even as an adult, took good care of her 2 dogs. She enjoyed going to zoos, farms, and animal shelters, as well as watching films on the natural world. After earning a diploma, the girl opted to pursue a career in veterinary medicine at the age of 25, since she was not scared to start from scratch. Parents didn't help their daughter right away. At this age, the traditional family thought it was time for her to marry and have a family. But Lee wanted to start a profession because she was a sophisticated girl. She thus enrolled in the Higher School of Veterinary Medicine in 2003. The student was well liked by the new specialization, which was also delivered with ease. She started working part-time to gain independence. The girl has been tutoring younger pupils and teachers' kids lately. Lee was getting ready for final exams in 2006 as the studies was drawing to a close. It makes sense that she was exhausted from juggling work and school, but the situation, a robbery, demanded it. Lee was on his way home from a private class on June 2. She was lost in her thoughts and moving slowly. Abruptly, two men riding motorcycles rushed by her at high speed. The student discovered that her pocketbook had been taken by the invaders as she was getting over her fear. A number of onlookers attempted to assist and pursued them. For a while, their van was able to follow the motorcyclist, but when the robbers turned, the chase had to be abandoned along a tiny alley. Yoon-hee was left without her valuable possessions, and the offenders went free. She then informed everyone she knew that she would be disconnected for some time. The girl was so distraught that she said to her buddy, "It's unbelievable how awful the world can be." But she had no idea at the time what she was going to go through under the circumstances at Lee's flat. There was nobody in Lee's flat. What stood out was the mess the dogs had created. Without food or water, two puppies were sprawled on the ground. They weren't drinking enough water. It seemed that the creatures were looking for food. As a result, there were pieces of clothing and paper scattered around. The pets had obviously not been walked in a number of days, thus the strong smell that pervaded the space. Since it held the necessities, Min saw her friend's ostentatious backpack standing silently in the room's corner. Without it, Yoon-hee never went anywhere. This suggested that she had left the apartment quickly or briefly. At first examination, the police did not find anything strange about the state of the house. There were no indications of forced entry, and nothing was gone. Therefore, the police left, figuring that the desired girl had left willingly and would return shortly. But her buddies weren't satisfied with such reasoning. To begin with, Lee would never in a million years wouldn't have allowed the animals to go hungry. Second, she had to inform someone about her disappearance. Thus, the business got in touch with Lee's relatives. The family acknowledged that it had been days since they had heard from her. Min and her buddy headed to the station because they were unhappy with the police officer's findings. However, Korean law enforcement organizations have been constantly criticized for their actions owing to the investigation's delay and bad management, so the young people made the decision to formally report their friend's missing evidence on their own. Two of Lee's other pals were staying at the residence at this time. They wanted to talk about everything as they waited for her parents. In order to avoid embarrassing the missing person's family, the men made the decision to tidy the apartment. In general, they removed all the evidence that had occurred by cleaning the floors, throwing out the trash, and even washing the filthy laundry. The cigarette butt discovered on the veranda was also subsequently discovered to have been thrown away by Lee's sister upon arrival. She didn't want to make her sister look bad in front of her parents, who would be furious to learn that their daughter smokes. The problem is that, according to Yoon, every one of his acquaintances said they had never seen it. It's possible that this led to the subsequent destruction of another reliable piece of evidence in the case. The lads expressed their regret that their desire to perform better had made matters worse. The youths clarified that the police had not yet begun the investigation or issued a warning to them not to touch anything. Lee's parents checked out the apartment when they got there in the evening. The girl's father, Dong, reported that his daughter was missing along with a number of other items. A hammer was the first object he named. "I personally insisted that such a necessary item be in the house," the man explained. Lee Yoon-hee had kept it in full view and frequently laughed about it. An antique coffee table was the other piece that was absent. It was especially beloved by the student, who frequently used it as a bedside table and to dine. The location of the girl's disappearance and the disappearance of two unrelated objects were unknown to anyone. At that day's concluding gathering, the unknown painted a terrifying image. Lee's pals filed a police report, but the worried parents of the missing girl also chose not to postpone filing a report. Enough time had elapsed since the purported disappearance, as was obviously clear. On June 5, she was last observed. Yoon-hee and her classmates concluded their final practice of the semester at that point. The important occasion was to be celebrated by the youth. They even invited the teachers for this reason. Not everyone agreed, of course, but some chose to stay with a group of 40 pupils. The main character was angry because she had experienced yet another setback as a result of an operation on an animal that, in her judgment, had failed. She didn't want to attend the party because of this. Some even said that she hid herself in the bathroom and sobbed, possibly prior to graduating. The industrious student reportedly lost her nerve, which is why she was so critical of herself and had a negative outlook on the world. However, the girl was calmed down by her pals, who convinced her to attend the karaoke bar party. Lee's disposition had significantly improved by 10 o'clock in the evening. In the pub, everyone gathered. They danced, sang songs, ate, drank, and recalled their time at university and in daily life. The heroine of the novel stood by them. She left the celebration and the restroom at roughly 2:30 in the evening, as seen on CCTV. The girl was clearly frustrated about something. However, a 27-year-old man called Kim spotted her quick departure and pursued her. Since the young people had been close since school, the man claims that he inquired what had transpired. When Lee realized that someone was observing her in the restroom, she told her buddy about it. She did not, however, provide any information. Kim worried about his pal. He offered to carry her backpack and guide her home because he understood that the recent attack on the street had already made her feel afraid. Lee's rental flat was a 15 to 20-minute walk away. Later, Kim admitted to investigators that he couldn't walk his friend to the door. In one of the dim alleys, she said him farewell. The young man nevertheless made the decision to hold off until her home's windows were illuminated. He turned around and left for his home after confirming that the girl was not in danger. The man, incidentally, lived close by. The nation observed Memorial Day as a national holiday on June 6. Consequently, nobody found it odd that she had not provided any news. However, the investigation didn't start until after the party, when nobody saw Yoon-hee. Curious facts were discovered during the investigation. One of the students visited Lee in the morning of June 5, about 4 o'clock on the day before the disappearance. He claimed to be repairing a loose coffee table leg. Lee requested him to fix it because she didn't want to throw it away, he told the investigators. He claimed to have spent roughly 30 minutes in the apartment. The couple proceeded to the university following the brief repair. He never saw Lee again and did not attend the party. There is no hard proof that the young people were in a romantic connection despite what some people say. The missing woman's family also carried out their own search in parallel. Dong, Lee's father, once looked around the area where his daughter lived in an attempt to find any hints. The man suddenly spotted a familiar table between two trash cans, but the unscrewed metal legs were lying apart from the tabletop. The family members believed it had been harmed during the incidents that occurred in the residence. The discovery was sent for analysis. Lee may have been the victim of a vicious attack on that fateful night. Her father was concerned that the hammer he had given her might have killed her. After disposing of the table, the criminal might have hidden the tool or taken it with him. Stalker theory. The police chose to look for eyewitnesses because, amazingly, they were unable to locate any fingerprints, DNA, blood, or other evidence during the examination of Lee Yoon's house because Lee's friends had cleaned the apartment so completely. There was no doubt that someone could hear something because the apartment building's walls were so thin. None of the girl's neighbors, though, mentioned anything out of the ordinary. Many of the residents would not even talk to one another. Meanwhile, an older woman reported that she had been harassed a few days prior to Lee's disappearance. A man, most likely, followed her to her front door before stopping. The woman turned abruptly and confronted the stalker after deciding that unlocking the door might invite an attack. It was hard to see his face through the hood, she said. But the unidentified man was horrified by her acts. Then he turned and walked away. It should be mentioned that pushing has become commonplace in South Korea. This phrase refers to someone or a group of individuals giving someone unwanted, invasive attention. Women who report recurring incidents are frequently noted by law enforcement. Frequently, a stalker will wait at the door before coming inside. This exacerbates feelings of fear and worry. Stalking is sometimes the catalyst for sexual assaults. Consequently, a law that made stalking a felony went into effect on October 20, 2022. The article's sanction stipulates a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison. In the past, it was considered a misdemeanor and carried a $70.00 punishment. Some people think that our heroine might have experienced a similar circumstance, but her case might have ended tragically in the future. Version. Confirmed in the house across the street, Lee's windows are clearly visible from an apartment there. During the investigation, whomever resided there could freely watch her behavior. It found out that the place had been vacant for a while, but upon closer examination, a number of used tissues and empty cigarette packs were found. Although the collected DNA was unsuitable for analysis, it did show that someone had occasionally stopped by the flat and stood at the window. The inquiry is still under progress. Every member of the party was interviewed by detectives, with the possible exception of Kim, who took her companion to the alley and waited until she left for home. None of them were aware of the girl's whereabouts during the party, let alone after it. A lie detector was used to assess 21 people's genuineness. Every subject passed. However, it is important to remember that this approach is not always dependable. Nonetheless, the polygraph is reliable and has been in use in the nation since 1950. The entire city and the surrounding mountains were also combed by task groups equipped with search dogs. Tens of thousands of flyers were posted by volunteers requesting any information. Later, Lee's parents offered 10 million won in exchange for information regarding the whereabouts of their daughter after selling all of their belongings. But it was all for nothing. A fresh lead. The family and friends of the missing girl hoped she would come back alive. Yoon-hee may have chosen to temporarily depart due to the stress of her experience, disregarding her obligations to her parents and the dog she left behind. The dried napkins in the flat across the street could have an innocent explanation, such as the fact that she threw away her favorite but broken table and her unwanted hammer. However, that final hope was dashed when the cybercrime specialists arrived, examined Lee's computer, and recovered the erased files. The graphic details surfaced at 2:59 a.m. EM on June 6. Someone got access to the girl's desktop about the time she was meant to go home. 70% of the nation's citizens utilized the online portal Naver, which he launched. He then entered 1012 contact the police and sexual harassment into the search bar. The machine was manually shut down at 4:21 IEM after the work session concluded at 3:02 IEM. Based on searches, experts believed the missing kid had returned home and sat down at the computer. Since she didn't have a phone, she searched online for a mechanism to report sexual harassment that she had experienced at a party or when traveling home. Nevertheless, someone interrupted her after 3 minutes. Additionally, experts discovered that the girl's computer was turned on once again on June 8 between 3:15 and 5:21 p.m. Simultaneously, the unidentified individual erased the messenger's communication history from 10:48 p.m. on June 4 to 3:04 a.m. on June 8. He accomplished this by using a unique program that is only known to a select few. The chat history cannot be restored simultaneously after that. It demonstrates that a computer-savvy individual took action 2 days later. Lee's account on a well-known music website was accessed once more, and the IP address was even used to check his email. The location of the connection was traced by the police. It was a motel located 119 kilometers distant in the town of Kunsan. Detectives examined the CCTV footage from that day and discovered no evidence of the missing student or any indications of unusual activity. This fact, however, showed that she did not vanish on her own. Rather, someone was deftly erasing evidence of the crime that had been committed. The first person that springs to mind is Kim, who coincidentally happened to be in Lee's residence when the bulk of the letters was erased. As you recall, he cleaned and waited for Yoon's family to come at a friend's house. This provided him with the ideal situation and ample time to conceal the undesirable behavior. Surprisingly, both lads denied remembering to turn on Lee's computer when authorities asked them. Since potential evidence was deleted during the cleaning and wiping of the chat history, there were actually no witnesses, traces, or noteworthy leads in the case of Lee Yoon's disappearance. It is quite probable that the culprit would have been apprehended if the girl's body had been discovered. The victim largely retains important proof of the incident to this day, although neither the student's condition nor location are known. Discussion. She is probably dead, and either her remains are securely buried or they were able to permanently dispose of them. A professor who is insane is the result of these conditions. The faculty Lee studied at is known to have collected animal carcasses. This was done in order to get pupils interested in studying an autopsy. The agency gathered the bones at the conclusion of the examination and delivered them to a specialized incinerator. The biomass was previously enclosed in special bags. The collectors were not permitted to investigate them in accordance with the company's regulations. It should be mentioned that they wouldn't do it themselves because the site is nasty. Every day, the incinerator receives about 88 pounds of animal remains. However, authorities discovered that around 242 pounds were burned 2 days after Yoonhye Yoto vanished. That is, far more than normal. The educational institution worked with cows, pigs, cats, and dogs, among other animals. There were no large animals, though. Based on the June 8 records, the problem is, what else was set on fire that day? Along with other pieces of evidence, might the extra weight have been the body of the missing student? Unfortunately, there is still no response to this question. Since all of the ashes were burned, a genetic analysis was not feasible. If it is true that Lee's body was burned, then the person who killed her and had access to the room was responsible. One of the professors, Professor Moon, for instance, piqued Lee's interest. He was the one whose kids Lee was studying with when her purse was taken during the interrogations. Moon occasionally paid attention to a pretty pupil, according to several reports. Despite his age and prestige, he freely flirted with her. The man attempted to sit next to Lee during the festivities at that party as well, but she pushed him away and called him a creep. She was clearly refusing to entertain his advances. Moon first claimed to have left the event early and arrived home at roughly 2 in the morning, but he then amended his account after other detectives saw that he had departed after Lee. She may have been stalked after being abused by the professor. It is possible that he hushed Yoonhee out of fear of damaging his reputation. They'd trailed her that evening, broken into her flat, murdered her, and then taken the body to the incinerator. He also had the option of forcibly bringing the student to the school and setting her on fire. In any case, a lot of conjecture exists. One could argue that a stranger who was enamored with Lee might have snatched her purse in order to obtain the object of his devotion and observed the occurrence from the flat across the street. He might have been the one who attacked, abducted, or murdered the unfortunate girl. However, there are a lot of unanswered concerns regarding her friend. Kim Dong said they were certain of one culprit and identified him. The young men heading home together after the party is not captured on camera. Furthermore, Lee and Kim left without anyone noticing. That the girl didn't want to be led all the way to the door and bid farewell in a nighttime alley is difficult to believe. The fact that the man has loved her since high school is well known. Some people even believe that she was the reason he attended college. At the same time, Lee accepted his abilities, spent time with him, and truly trusted and loved him in her own way. Lee would not have preferred his feelings, though. Kim became her third pet, as many joked. One crucial detail was later revealed. As it happens, the young man was able to decipher the code from the beloved's door. He frequently visited the apartment when she was away and took care of the pets, but he kept this to himself so as not to bring the girl into disrepute. South Korea is still quite strict by our standards. It appears suspicious at the same time. He might have been motivated by plain jealousy. When he learned that Lee had a boyfriend, he might have lost it. He might have gone up to her flat after surreptitiously following her. The coffee table was broken during an altercation, and Kim killed his girlfriend. After that, he made the decision to remain and tidy up the crime scene. Nevertheless, he was not charged at the time. Furthermore, contrary to common assumption, Professor Moon is the most likely suspect, and the main detective implied in an interview that he didn't believe the man was engaged in the killing. The man may have enticed a student he liked into the lab and done something horrible to her by using his official position. Kim was married, had kids, and ran his own company as of 2017. Lee's father continued to accuse him of being responsible for the abduction of his daughter. To protect his honor, he even planned multiple protests outside the man's private clinic. After the court's ruling, Dong was prohibited from going near Kim's building, and Kim was compelled to initiate a defamation action. According to the individual, his name has been defamed by numerous media channels to this day. Even after 18 years, people are still looking for Lee because her age and pictures were made public. The parents of the missing individual are elderly, yet they want to settle down and find out for sure if their daughter is still alive before they pass away. Even the loss of a loved one eventually dulls the sorrow, but nothing is worse than staying in the dark for years. What are your thoughts? Who killed Lee Yoon-hee? And is she still alive? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon, guys. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. For Libby and Abigail, having a close friend meant having someone to rely on, and that remained true until their untimely deaths. One of Delphi's most terrifying mysteries over the years began when Libby and Abigail disappeared without a trace, only hours after she uploaded this picture to the internet. There have been unsettling rumors that the girls were sacrifices in a sinister cult, which detectives have surprisingly not completely ruled out. But did that actually occur, or did the murderer simply manage to remain undetected? Believe me, when we unearth every disturbing aspect of what transpired with these two best friends, this case will have you wondering about everything. We think the sketch you will see soon is of the individual who killed these two young girls, because of the fresh information and intelligence that have come to light over time. Everyone was on edge during a news conference in 2019. The unidentified murderer received a terrifying message from Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, who stated that they were probably lurking in plain sight and assimilating into the town that had been rocked by one of its most horrific incidents. Now, we must go back 2 years to Monday, February 13, 2017, in order to comprehend the seriousness of his warning. As best friends, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, also called Libby, did everything together. They were thrilled to get a rare Monday off from school when they arrived to Libby's house that Sunday evening. Abby brought a box of art tools, and the two spent the evening throwing a softball around in the backyard and working on projects in Libby's room. Their creative zeal transformed into a desire for adventure by Monday afternoon. The girls decided to go to a nearby nature area next to the Manon High Bridge, a popular Delphi hangout. By 1:30 in the afternoon, they were dropped off close to the bridge after they persuaded Kelsey, Libby's older sister, to drive them there. The region was now a blend of serene charm and untamed beauty, with forested paths leading to the imposing Manon High Bridge. Despite being long abandoned, this historic railway bridge from 1891 continued to draw residents who came to take in the scenery, take pictures, and take in the tranquil mood. For two closest friends, it was the ideal place to explore, have fun, and create memories. However, what had begun that day as an enjoyable trip would quickly become a nightmare and a catastrophe that rocked Delphi to its foundations. Libby posted a picture of Abby cautiously traversing the ancient, weathered wooden planks of the Manon High Bridge on Snapchat at approximately 2:07 in the afternoon. Later that day, when Libby's father came to pick up the two best friends, the girls were nowhere to be seen, and that picture would prove to be their final known glimpse. Confusion initially, followed by increasing panic when their phones went unanswered. When Libby's father called their names and looked around, the only sound he heard was the silence of the forest. Asking if she had heard from the girls or if he was in the wrong place, he made contact with Kelsey. He wasn't, and neither had she. Fear set in. By dusk, the police were summoned, and what began as a family search swiftly expanded into a large communal effort. Locals joined in, calling for Abby and Libby as search teams searched the woods and trails around the bridge. There was no success in tracking down the females' cell phones. The residents said that as everyone in the neighborhood banded together to look for Abby and Libby, the night was filled with flashlights flickering in the woods like stars. Their relatives weren't believing it, while other individuals believed the girls might have simply gone out or were having a good time. The search was canceled just before midnight as the hours went by, and the police assured everyone that there was no proof the girls were in imminent danger and that the search would resume early the next day, February 14. Everyone continued to beg for a miracle and cling to optimism. Then, however, a startling revelation was made. Abby and Libby were located by one of the search team members, but it wasn't good. Less than a mile from where they had been dumped off the previous day, the bodies of the slain girls were found. Although the authorities were now concentrating on identifying the culprit, the identity of the murderer remained a secret for months, in spite of the numerous tips that came in. This tiny village of only 3,000 residents was completely upended. The community as a whole was shocked by the unthinkable notion that 2 young girls had been killed in broad daylight. Libby's own phone was one of the most important pieces of evidence. When Abby crossed the bridge, police found that Libby had been photographing her. She also recorded a man's voice and image as he walked along them in that video. Bridge Guy was the moniker given to the individual in the video. Authorities suspect this man of killing them. The officials posted still images from the video, not the entire thing but enough to potentially jog someone's memory, in an attempt to garner public assistance. Additionally, they drew a sketch of a man they saw on the route that day based on witness accounts. According to the description, the bridge guy was a white male with reddish-brown hair, who was between 5'6" and 5'10", and weighed between 180 and 220 pounds. A man wearing blue pants, a blue jacket, and a hoodie was depicted in the hazy images. 2 illustrations that were based on eyewitness descriptions were also made public by the police. A younger man was depicted in one sketch and an elderly man in the other. The authorities published a clip of the man's voice heard saying, "Down the hill," in the tape that Libby had taken in an attempt to forward the case because no arrests had been made in spite of all of this. The purpose of this fresh evidence was to pique public curiosity and ideally lead to in an effort to keep the focus on identifying the culprit. The police at the time described the footage as originating from potential criminal behavior. Investigators also disclosed that they thought the murderer was either a resident of Del Fauci or knew the community well. Everyone was on edge since the killer knew the region, whether they worked there or had some other connection. They hoped that someone would identify the voice, the face, or the facts, and assist solve the case completely. More than 2 years after Libby and Abby were discovered dead, in April 2019, law authorities held another high-profile press conference. SPS Superintendent Doug Carter directly appealed to the murderer during this conference, saying, "I know you're hiding in plain sight. I think you have a little conscience left," he continued, "and I can tell you that what they're going through now is not what you left them in those woods." Many persons had been connected to the case as possible suspects by this time, and the police had received numerous tips. Ron Logan was one of the names that surfaced first, but others matched the 2 sketches that the police had made public. He was an older man who lived in Delphi, Indiana, and his residence there had more to do with his involvement in the case than his age. Logan's farm was less than a mile away from the bodies of Libby and Abby, who were discovered a short stroll from the Monon High Bridge where the girls were last seen. That kind of closeness made Logan a highly desirable individual in a tiny community like Delphi. Logan had spent more than half a century living on a peaceful country road close to the path that led to the Monon High Bridge. It looked like the last place anything terrible like this could occur, because it was a quiet place where families frequently strolled. But after the girls' bodies were found, the environment became much darker and more ominous. Logan, meanwhile, did not exactly assist himself. He gave the cops a reasonably good alibi when the girls vanished, that he had been at an aquarium out of town. But then things started to go sideways. Logan was found to have asked a family member to tell a falsehood about where he was that day. That was a big warning sign. Why would he strive to hide his whereabouts if he had nothing to conceal? A month after the killings in March 2017, the FBI intervened, further complicating matters. Ronald Logan's home, garage, pickup truck, computers, and cell phones were all allowed to be searched by the FBI. The FBI agent explicitly stated that there was probable cause to believe in the warrant request. Evidence of Eve Logan's involvement in the killings was discovered on his property. The spy even described in full their suspicions about Logan's involvement. Before we get started, though, the request provided some previously unreleased information regarding the crime site. The FBI first verified that a piece of clothing was missing from one of the victims. Investigators discovered fibers and unidentifiable hairs at the crime scene, but no indications of a struggle or brawl were present. The bodies also seemed to have been staged and transported, even though just a few seconds of the notorious video had been made public. Until then, the agent verified that it was 43 seconds long by referring to it on Libby's phone. There were no obvious signs of a scuffle in the video, which showed the guy trailing the girls around the Monon High Bridge. Additional suspicious information was uncovered by the search warrant for Logan's property. which was situated directly adjacent to the scene of the girls' deaths. According to the FBI agent, Logan had instructed a family member to fabricate an alibi for the afternoon the girls vanished. Additionally, mobile tower data revealed that Logan's phone was in the vicinity of the girls' disappearance and, later that evening, close to the location where the remains were subsequently found. Additionally, Logan's former girlfriends came out with unsettling information regarding his actions. According to both, Logan had physically abused them. One lady said that Logan had threatened to kill her and that no one would ever locate her body. Additionally, the agent stated that the victims had lost a significant amount of blood, and it was highly likely that the murderer would have come into contact with blood on their person or clothing. The remains appeared to have been staged and transferred deliberately, and 2 items of clothing belonging to one of the females were missing. The agent conjectured that the murderer may have done something to commemorate the crime scene, such as taking a memento. Investigators searched Logan's property in the hopes of discovering something that would connect him to the killings. However, Logan persisted in claiming that he had been purchasing tropical fish in LA Fauci, which was 20 miles away, and that he hadn't returned home until 6:30 p.m. However, when authorities investigated his alibi, they discovered that his cousin, who was purportedly with him, had not supported his account. Actually, they were unable to verify any of Logan's alibi information. Nothing tangible was discovered to link Logan to the killings, even after a thorough search of his property was conducted as part of the investigation. He had a history of legal issues, including a prior DUI conviction, and he was prohibited from driving while on probation. Investigators thought it was the reason he had requested his relative to tell a falsehood on his behalf. Ironically, Logan was eventually arrested for probation violations, which had nothing to do with the Delphi killings. While he was in detention, investigators had the opportunity to inspect his property once more, but once more they were unable to find any concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. Logan's death from COVID-19 in 2020 marked the formal end of suspicions about him, although it didn't seem like it had ended yet. This time, another interesting individual was discovered. Keegan Anthony Klein is the man in question. Klein had a troubling history of online catfishing and was 30 years old at the time. Anthony Schatz was the username of one of his accounts. The narrative goes deeper, but police think that Anthony Schatz's Instagram account was used to ask underage girls for graphic photos. In fact, on the day of the killings, Klein was speaking with Libby German. Furthermore, he allegedly informed another girl that he was meant to meet Libby on that particular day. The uncanny coincidence that the last person to talk to Libby was an internet predator was difficult to overlook. Was it a stroke of luck? Or did Klein have some connection to the murderer? Was there any chance that he was somehow connected to the crime? His Peru, Indiana house was promptly searched by police. Even though Klein was never officially charged with the killings, the evidence they discovered in his house was sufficient to warrant significant charges. He was arrested on suspicion of child exploitation and possession of child pornography after detectives found explicit photographs of minors during the search. Christopher Cecil, an Indiana State Police officer, testified that Klein persuaded girls between the ages of 12 and 18 to email him pornographic images or videos by adopting false identities. 11 victims were identified by investigators, but they thought that even more had not. In a 2022 jailhouse interview, Klein came forward and acknowledged attempting to get obscene photos from young girls. However, he stated that he was really lonely and didn't really know why he did it, and that he never planned to meet any of them in person. Klein was given a 40-year prison term with 3 years suspended after entering a guilty plea to the charges. Even while his term served as a reminder of how serious his actions were, Abby and Libby's case remained unresolved. 5 years after the horrifying killings in 2022, many people worried that justice would never be served. The case appeared to have stalled for years. The neighborhood was becoming more and more irritated, and investigators were making little headway. Then, on October 26 of that year, everything changed when it was revealed that Richard Allen, 50, had been arrested and charged with Abby and Libby's murders. Richard Allen was not an unfamiliar or aloof person. He was a well-known figure in Delphi, a tiny town. He was married, had a daughter, and worked at the neighborhood CVS pharmacy. He had even produced tribute images for the families of the victims. which was shocking. How could someone with such a strong sense of community be able to commit such a horrible crime? Maybe, just maybe, what Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter had said 3 years prior had been frighteningly true. It was unthinkable. The murderer is right in front of you. Once seemingly unsolvable, the case was now taking an unexpected turn. Nobody had predicted how difficult it would be to solve this case. They were unable to find the murderer, despite nearly 6 years of ceaseless research, more than 70,000 tips, innumerable sketches of possible candidates, and even the well-known blurry footage from Libby's phone. The question of how investigators had overlooked Allen for so long arose as they eventually closed in on him. What caused this puzzle piece to take so long to fit together? It turns out that Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident, had put himself on the trail the day of the killings by dressing exactly like the bridge guy that witnesses had described. The reports of other witnesses who said they saw someone who looked like Richard on the route that day were even more terrifying. Investigators found an unused bullet at the crime scene that matched a gun owned by Richard Allen after one witness even claimed to have seen a man strolling down the street covered in bloodied and filthy clothing. He was directly linked to the crime by this important piece of evidence. Although Richard was arrested quickly, his defense team promptly issued a statement attempting to correct the public perception of their client and the current inquiry. I'll immediately quote a few of the defense's main points from their statement. In his entire life, 50-year-old Richard has never been arrested or charged with a crime. He is innocent, and he doesn't understand why he's been accused of these crimes. After Libby German and Abby Williams vanished, Rick called the police and willingly talked about being on the trail that day instead of the authorities contacting him. Rick wanted to help wherever he could, just like many others in Delphi. As he usually did, he called the police to inform them that he had gone on the route that day. If Rick hadn't come forward, they most likely wouldn't have even known he was on the trail. In order to provide information on his trip to the trail, Rick offered to meet with a conservation officer outside the neighborhood supermarket that day. Rick told the authorities that he did remember seeing 3 younger girls on the route that day in an attempt to help with the inquiry. His interactions with the girls were fleeting and unimportant. Rick thinks the conservation officer wrote notes on the video, but he cannot remember if his conversation with the officer was captured on it. The statement went on to say that after Rick gave him this information, he returned to his work at the neighborhood CVS and didn't hear from the police for over 5 years. Notepad was there when Rick spoke to him. In October 2022, around the time of a contentious sheriff's election, he received his next communication from police enforcement. Some found the timing a little strange. In addition, the defense team cited the fact that Richard had not moved or altered his appearance in the 5 years since he willingly spoke to the police, nor had he disposed of his clothes, pistols, or car. He instead went about his daily business, which the defense claimed was the conduct of an innocent man. But when disturbing information were uncovered in additional documents months later, things took even another unforeseen turn. According to the documents, Richard was accused of confessing to the killings more than once. According to reports, he made these admissions on the phone with his own mother, as well as his wife, Kathy. According to reports, Kathy would abruptly disconnect the call in each of these situations. Following these admissions, Richard's mental state quickly worsened. He stopped eating and sleeping, lost weight, and even damaged his tablet, his only means of communication with the outside world. He started acting out and doing strange things like eating his lawyer's legal documents. The case became even more sinister after this discovery. The defense said that these admissions were untrustworthy because they were made while Richard was in protective confinement, which caused severe mental strain. The judge denied the defense's request to transfer Richard to a different jail, citing the fact that he was being treated better than other prisoners in the same facility. However, the story thickened once again when the defense submitted an odd 136-page letter that blamed a group of people who practiced Odinism, a pagan Norse religion, rather than Richard Allen. According to the defense, these people were behind the killings. Throughout the memoranda, the defense cited a 2017 statement by an FBI agent that Abby and Libby's bodies seemed to have been staged and manipulated. The crime scene was mostly unknown before this. Only text messages purportedly sent by Abby's uncle David had gone viral online, and no autopsy results had been made public. Details about the girls' bodies were disclosed in these texts, They were discovered touching but unbound close to one another. Libby was naked, with sticks and leaves covering the upper half of her body, while Abby was dressed. They had reportedly had their throats slit. The defense's assertion that Odinism rune-like symbols had been discovered at the crime scene was the most startling aspect of this recent development. By claiming that these symbols were left by members of this Odinist cult, they attempted to deflect attention from Richard and allude to a much more sinister and intricate story. The finding of Libby's body at the base of a tree was one of the most remarkable aspects. Her right arm was at her side, while her left arm was outstretched above her head, touching the tree. One enormous branch extended from her head to her legs, and many more were arranged above her in a purposeful design. The absence of blood near Libby's neck and tree, according to the defense, indicates that she might have been slain somewhere else before being transported. The body of Abby was discovered a few feet away, completely clothed, but wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense suggested that the suspected criminals had previously slain Abby and then made amends. Except for the area around her neck, there was not much blood on her clothing, despite her deadly neck wounds, suggesting that she made an effort to keep her body clean. The branches were arranged in an asterisk pattern on top of Abby, who was standing with her right knee bent under her left. Additionally, the defense pointed out that one of the branches looked to have been chopped precisely, indicating premeditation. Smaller sticks, like horns or antlers, were positioned over Abby's hair above her head. An additional disturbing feature was a red F-shaped smear on a neighboring tree that was identified as Libby's blood. According to the defense, this symbol was similar to the Norse rune and symbols which represent Odin. Additionally, they identified the Norse god of hail with the symbol Hagalaz that was discovered on Abby's body. According to the defense's theory, these runes implied a ceremonial purpose for the murders. The defense contested the prosecution's timetable, which implied that the killings had place in a brief period of time, arguing that it was not possible for a single person, especially one as diminutive as Richard Allen, to have carried out the killings by themselves. They questioned if the bullet found buried between the girls was located right away after the bodies were found, or if it was discovered days later, and how it was linked to a gun that belonged to Allen. The defense cited the link between Abby and Odinism, and contended that the murders took longer than one individual could complete in such a short period of time. The father of Abby's purported lover, B.H., had connections to Odinism and shared images on social media that mirrored the symbols discovered at the scene of the crime. Before information about the crime site was made public, the defense alleged that B.H. had mentioned it. The unsettling meme that B uploaded was also part of the theory. H, days after the killings, making jokes about keeping quiet and assisting with the body disposal. The defense said he acknowledged to being engaged in the killings and brought up another possible suspect. In addition, the defense claimed that a number of law enforcement personnel who were part of the inquiry secretly supported the Odinism idea but were silenced in order to concentrate on Allen. The defense contended that Allen's declining mental state while incarcerated might have resulted in forced confessions. They said he had been coerced into admitting by threats from Odinists serving as guards. They also claimed that, in order to get a search warrant for Allen's house, the lead investigator concealed important evidence. The destruction of evidence was brought up as another important concern. 70 days' worth of witness interviews, which could have been vital in the early phases of the inquiry, were allegedly destroyed, according to the defense. The defense became even more frustrated as they attempted to refute the prosecution's argument. The prosecution presented evidence to counter the defense's Odinism theory at a 3-day hearing in 2024. Although the expert was unable to identify the blood source, the prosecution put in a blood spatter expert who testified that the blood on the tree was a transfer stain rather than painted. Additionally, the defense contended that Allen's confessions, more than 60 in all, were forced and ought not to be allowed in court. They contended that Allen's rigorous treatment at a high-security facility had deteriorated his mental health, resulting in stress-induced psychosis. Numerous witnesses attested to Allen's worsening health, as well as his strange conduct and final admission of guilt for the killings. Additionally, according to testimony from a DNA specialist, Allen's DNA was not found at the crime scene, and none of the objects discovered at his house contained any traces of Libby or Abby's DNA. The .40 caliber bullet discovered close to the girls' deaths was the only significant piece of evidence that prosecutors focused on, even though his confession appeared to be a significant step toward resolving the case. The defense was not buying into the prosecution's expert's allegation that it matched Allen's gun, pointing out that insufficient pictures of the cartridge had been obtained, and even speculating that the bullet might have originated from a police officer's firearm. Many questioned the validity of this piece of evidence in light of that. Additionally, the prosecution put a lot of effort into connecting Allen to the terrifying bridge man. State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, who examined more than 700 of Allen's jail conversations, said that he believed the voice on the video and audio recordings that Libby made on her phone just before the girls were killed sounded like Allen. Despite the boldness of the declaration, several people were still skeptical. Then, on November 11, 2024, the time came. Only 1 month later, on December 20, 2024, Allen was found guilty on all counts. Judge Gall gave him a 130-year prison term, of which 65 years had to be served for the killings of the girls. In order to begin his sentence, he was consequently taken right away to the Westville prison. The problem is that there is still a significant division, even though some people were relieved to see justice done. Many people are wondering why it took 5 years for Allen to be linked to the case. The voices, the movies, and those doodles were there. Why, then, didn't someone look into Allen earlier? Furthermore, suspicions were heightened by the fact that his arrest occurred right before a sheriff's election. Was there more to the story, or was it all a coincidence? Serious discussions have been triggered by this. What are your thoughts? Was Allen the murderer, or do you believe Logan, the initial suspect, may have been involved? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Who planned a massacre in a sleepy community? In a small, peaceful town where everyone knows one another, almost any crime becomes a high-profile event that will be talked about for a long time. However, if it is a vicious crime against an entire family, which has never happened in these areas before, it becomes a topic of much discussion. Such tales then swiftly give rise to a variety of hearsay, conjecture, and fictitious graphic details before becoming true, urban legend. The terrible news of a family's murder rocked the little Australian town of Kapunda, which has a population of approximately 3,000 and is situated on the Light River, close to the Barossa Valley in South Australia, in the fall of 2010. Law enforcement officials in the area were confused because they had never seen anything like this before. The city was instantly filled with rumors. Everybody told the story differently, so much so that the police had to categorize the case in part to prevent information leaks and further panic. In the city, the deceased family was well known and revered. There was no reason for the crime, and everyone at the time believed that they had no enemies or ill-wishers. What transpired initially appeared to be a senseless carnage, and investigators even hypothesized that it was the product of a crazy or insane. Notably, the actual offender was not even initially listed among the suspects, and most likely would have gotten away with it had he not unintentionally revealed himself. The Rowe family's story. English native Andrew Rowe, the family's leader, was born in England in 1965. He and his parents moved to Australia when he was 3 years old, and they made the decision to stay there forever. The youngster attended school in the Adelaide suburbs where the family had relocated. From a young age, he was outgoing, had a great sense of humor, had many friends, and enjoyed going fishing with his dad. A young man met Rose, a cheerful girl who was only a year younger than him, while he was studying in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, after graduating from high school. The two students soon fell in love, and in 1985 they were married in a small ceremony that was only attended by their closest friends and family. The couple welcomed their first child, a boy called Christopher, into the world in 1987. Chantel, their daughter, was born in 1994. The family established their own modest business, offering expert carpet cleaning services after relocating to the peaceful and comfortable town of Kapunda. Their firm immediately gained popularity and generated a healthy revenue, so the Rowe was unable to stop themselves. In an effort to become self-sufficient and financially independent, The kid started working part-time in high school after excelling academically at one of the nearby schools. While the youngest daughter painted, went to a dance studio, and played basketball for the school, the oldest boy had a passion for music and practiced playing the guitar. It was said that Chantel was a really good-hearted, understanding girl who was always willing to help anyone in need. Her brother chose to link his destiny with computer technology and programming, whereas she aspired to earn a law degree and practice law. Their family was generally amiable, solid, and content, and the kids had a tight relationship with their parents. Christopher, then 23 years old, left his parents' house in the summer of 2010 to live with his fiancée in the same city, a few blocks from his family. Chantel also started working part-time as a server at a roadside cafe in late September of the same year. Her father or brother drove her to work because it was inconvenient for her to get there. The girl, who was already 16, aspired to obtain her driver's license as quickly as possible in order to operate a motor vehicle. Unfortunately, these dreams were not meant to be realized. Young people organized a wedding shortly after Christopher and his girlfriend returned from their November 4, 2010 holiday in Brisbane. However, the young man grew quite worried on the 8th after failing to get in touch with any of his relatives. Chris sensed that something horrible had happened when he contacted his father's office and found out that he had not answered the phone and had not gone to work for an unclear reason. He then called his friend and requested him to come over to check on him. The A were brutally massacred. On November 8th, at approximately 3 in the afternoon, a patrol car arrived at the Rowe family residence. It is important to note that the little town police station only had 2 employees at the time, and they promptly asked the administrative center for assistance after realizing they were dealing with a vicious triple crime. Even the seasoned cops from Adelaide claimed they had never seen anything like the crime scene since it was so horrifying. The interior of the house resembled a horror film set. The floor, walls, furniture, drapes, and even the ceiling were all covered in blood. While Chantel's ripped body lay on the bed in her room, the breathless and severely damaged bodies of Rose, 44, and Andrew, 45, lay in the kitchen. Long before police and paramedics arrived, all family members had passed away from scores of piercing stab wounds. Since nothing was missing from the house, nothing was inspected, and valuables like phones, laptops, pricey cameras, and even cash were found in conspicuous locations. Suspicions that the crime was personal almost quickly surfaced. Because dealing with 3 adults is difficult, it was also implied that the murderer was not alone. The detectives concluded that the culprit had tried to conceal the evidence but had given up and abandoned the notion because it was either a tall, strong, and physically fit man, or because they saw that the tracks had been carelessly cleaned and wiped in some areas. Additionally, there were bloody, transparent shoe tracks on the floor that appeared to be going to the door but abruptly broke off, possibly indicating that the offender had removed his shoes and was only wearing socks. The fact that there were no indications of forced entry is another intriguing aspect. This may suggest that the offender entered the house through a different method, or that the victims knew him and escorted him inside. No one could even speculate as to who or why the parents and daughter had been so ruthlessly killed, and the family was said to have no enemies or ill-wishers. The slain girl's room had a number of distinct fingerprints on the door, but nothing came up when they were compared to the police database. The individual who abandoned them had never before been discovered by law enforcement. He either did not break any laws or was not prosecuted. In addition to being gated off from inquisitive eyes and the press representatives who showed up almost immediately, the residence was sealed off as a crime scene. In order to avoid frightening the offender and allowing him to hide or flee, it was decided not to reveal any information or publicize the investigation. Still, the city was soon filled with stories about the madman. People secured their homes with all the locks and bolts because they were scared to leave their homes at night. As crazy as it may sound, Christopher, the only surviving member of the family, was the first suspect. He was on vacation with his fiancée at Moreton Bay on the Pacific coast of Queensland when the tragedy occurred. When he found out that his loved ones were not in contact, he was the first to raise the alarm and boarded the first aircraft home. However, his fingerprints and alibi were examined first. But since he was actually on the opposite side of the continent when the crime was committed, he was automatically disqualified as a suspect. It was interesting to see that the young girl who committed the massacre changed into fresh clothing and rested on the bed after the massacre. In addition, there were bloody drag marks close to the bed, suggesting that Chantel may have attempted to hide beneath the bed to evade her executioner, but he dragged her away. Furthermore, it was quickly established by forensic specialists that she had suffered maltreatment before to her demise. As was previously mentioned, it appeared that the crime was highly personal, and the offender obviously had resentment toward the victims, which is why the cruelty was so irrational. The family's head was stabbed 36 times, and his wife was stabbed 50 times across her body. Based on the traces, she was attacked twice, but she survived the first one and even attempted to telephone for assistance. Forensic experts found 33 stab wounds on the girl's body. She was also mistreated. Immediately, the authorities started investigating whether the deceased had obsessive admirers, was in a relationship, or was dating someone. It quickly came to light that the girl had been seeing a man called Dylan, who attended the same school as her, for around a year. In addition to being 16 years old, the police questioned if the young man could have perpetrated such a heinous act. However, they needed to speak with him, investigate his alibi, and find out who he thought might have intended to hurt his fiancée and her family. Dylan voluntarily gave the cops his full cooperation and told them everything he knew. He said that he had a great relationship with Chantel. As soon as they reached adulthood, they planned to marry since they were in love. He was shocked to learn of his darling girl's passing and was unsure of how to continue living. The man was in a nearby city on his grandfather's anniversary at the time of the Rowe family slaughter, and scores of people could verify his alibi. Additionally, the young man is no longer considered a suspect. In their search for witnesses and evidence, the police discovered the criminal's fingerprints and seminal fluid on the body of the deceased Chantel, from which they were able to extract DNA. However, neither of these items was listed in the police database. Notably, the murderer took carving knives from a stand in their own kitchen and used them to slaughter the family. This can suggest that the crime was unplanned and that it happened on its own. The murderer took the murder weapons with him when he departed because they were not discovered at the site. The victims were killed between midnight and 2 in the morning, according to experts. According to one of Rose's neighbors, he heard Rose call for assistance twice at around 1 in the morning. After that, there was a thud, as though something big had fallen, and then all was quiet. Although he found it odd, he chose not to call the police since he believed it was only a domestic dispute between the couple and he shouldn't meddle in their private matters. That evening, no outsiders were spotted close to their home. Instead, police officers were meticulously searching the neighborhood for signs of criminal activity or evidence. Additionally, it was decided to use the media to contact the town's citizens and ask them to provide any information that could advance the inquiry. However, this strategy actually made the detectives' job more challenging. Numerous calls from concerned citizens who wished to assist were made to the police almost quickly, and all of the information they received had to be confirmed. People who were suspicious were reported by callers. Cars attempted to link the events involving a group of bikers and drug traffickers, including reporting dubious posts on social media that were discovered in local citizens' profiles. However, law enforcement officials did not benefit from all of the incoming information. An expensive camera that belonged to the deceased girl was discovered among the items in the residence 2 days before to the tragedy. It came out that Chantel enjoyed taking pictures, so investigators thought there might be some that could aid in the case. The memory card did include a lot of pictures, but the cops were particularly interested in the last ones. Most importantly, it was discovered that Chantel had thrown a nice party at Rose's house on November 6, 2 days prior to the catastrophe. She chose to take advantage of the fact that her parents were gone that day for an overnight with relatives. However, it should be mentioned that it was a respectable and calm gathering where people sat over watching movies and cooked food on the BBQ, rather than some sort of party with alcohol or worse. There were only 8 people in the house that night, since Chantel had only invited her boyfriend and 3 of her closest friends, along with their other halves. Their fantastic time was captured in numerous photos taken by the house hostess. On social media, some of the guests' images from that same evening were posted on their pages, mentioning pals. After spending the night in the house row, all of the buddies came back in the morning. During a sit-down in the backyard, Andrew and Rose prepared brunch for the visitors. In order to determine whether the girl had stalkers, jealous persons, or enemies, Detectives determined that it was essential to interview everyone who attended the party and collect fingerprints from each person to match with the samples discovered on the deceased's chamber door. Chantel's friends were still in shock over what had transpired. They appeared at the station to testify and did their best to assist with the inquiry. The youngster's DNA samples and fingerprints from the initial call did not match those from the crime scene. They also gave people access to their phones and social media accounts, and they described every event that happened at the final party. Dylan remembered his girlfriend complaining on Sunday that she was feeling ill and most likely had a cold. She had called her supervisor to warn him that she would be unable to report to work the next day due to a fever that she had developed in the evening. Around 5 o'clock the following morning, the man contacted her to inquire about her mood. The message appeared read to him, but Chantel never answered, replied the culprit. Read the note, and the man was unaware that his sweetheart and her parents had already passed away. Additionally, the police discovered that the offender attempted to type a return text message, but it was never removed since Chantel neglected to recharge her account. However, the criminal attempted to give the impression that young Roe was still alive. Surprisingly, Dylan and a few of the deceased's close pals assisted authorities in creating a list of everyone in Chantel's group who she had communicated with. Law enforcement started going over that list, speaking with and inspecting each person on it. A week or two later, they got to Jason Downey, a young man of around 18. He had graduated last year and was now employed at a nearby auto repair business, but he had previously gone to the same high school as the dead and her lover. Jason didn't initially give rise to any suspicions. He appeared utterly innocent, was of medium height, and was really thin. The young man started acting suspiciously, but they still intended to question him and then release him. He began to complain that Chantel had not invited him to her party because everyone was in pairs and he had no girlfriend, instead of responding to the standard questions. He then claimed to have an alibi for the night of the crime, even though no one had even questioned him about it. The police decided to thoroughly investigate the man, including extracting a DNA sample and fingerprinting him, because of his extremely odd behavior. When Downey learned of this, he merely consented to go through all the required procedures without expressing any enthusiasm or worry. At this moment, the police decided to proceed with the test, even though they once more questioned his guilt. The expert saw relatively recent severe cuts on the man's palms when he collected his fingerprints. All of the wounds appeared to be smooth, as though they had been made with a tiny, sharp instrument, but Jason clarified that he had injured himself while working at the machine shop. According to the test results, the prints discovered on the deceased woman's bedroom door were those of Downey. We just needed to wait for the DNA test results, which were due in 2 days, to get the whole picture. They made the decision to speak with the man once again in the interim and inquire as to how, if he had not attended the party the previous evening, his fingerprints had ended up in the deceased's home. Once more appearing completely composed, the suspect explained that he had likely left fingerprints at Rose's residence after visiting it with Dylan approximately a month and a half prior. However, since the prints were crisp and new, this version did not match reality, as would have occurred to them over such a lengthy period of time. They were not rubbed, smeared, or dusty. And when the DNA findings from the lab were returned on November 16, 2010, they eliminated any remaining doubts that Jason was the one who had tortured the girl that night and killed her and her parents. But why would he harm her like that? What was the source of this thin young man's anger and strength? Detectives had to discover what motivated him to carry out such a heinous murder of the family when he was captured the same day. Jason Downey is... who? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in Kilmarnock, Scotland, and grew up and entered adolescence there. He grew up with his own older brother Jamie and was the youngest of the family's 2 children. The boy was raised by his mother Lorraine after his parents split when he was just 8 months old. The boys had a half-sister named Judy, but they hardly spoke to her because their father quickly remarried. They moved to the town of Kapunda, Australia, when Jason was 13 years old, together with his mother and brother. The woman married a local resident she had previously met online for the second time in her new home. This place did not appeal to the child who was raised in a large city. He genuinely detested country living and wished to leave. At school, Jason hardly had any friends. They spoke to him more sympathetically because they thought he was odd. He was a self-confident, overly chatty, and persistent liar who told everyone about his popularity, admirers, and athletic prowess. In fact, he was neglected by girls. Nobody wished to associate with this strange and unattractive young man. Jason and Dylan were teammates on the same basketball team, and Dylan felt bad for Jason because he was not liked by anyone. He began inviting him to a number of social events. He even made the fatal error of introducing him to Chantel, his girlfriend. Because Downey was her boyfriend's buddy, Chantel also spoke with him out of courtesy and sympathy. She even defended him a few times when other teenagers attempted to make fun of him. But Jason fell deeply in love with her because she wanted to help a boy who was being harassed and abused. Additionally, he started to believe that she feels the same way about him, but is unable to publicly express it because to Dylan, as Downey grew increasingly engrossed in his fantasies in which he was happy with Chantel, the youthful crush eventually turned into a true obsession, but others were unaware of it. The girl just made an effort to be kind and amiable. She never offered him hope or left any unclear clues. He mistakenly thought she was showing him love because she was the only person who showed him kindness. When the last suspicions that Jason had perpetrated the triple crime were allayed during the arrest and first questioning, the police knew that the arrest could not be postponed. But they were unsure of how to proceed because they were worried that the man might not have done anything. They used a harmless pretense to get him to the station because everyone was aware of his capabilities. Handcuffs were fastened on the suspect's wrists as soon as he arrived. The man, surprisingly, was completely emotionless. He wasn't frightened, furious, or shocked. He was utterly composed, refuted every charge, and made every effort to avoid the situation. When asked how his DNA got on the body and inside the deceased, the man said that he had consensually intimate relations with the deceased during his visit a month and a half ago, and he asserted that he left his fingerprints there. A fact this isn't possible, because seminal fluid couldn't have stayed on the body, inside or out, for so long. Regarding the suspect's alibi, he claimed that he went to sleep in the car after arguing with his mother and stepfather in the evening. Although the parents attested to the argument, nobody was aware of Jason's whereabouts after it. Additionally, the police discovered that he had called Dylan in the evening of November 7 to inform him that Chantel was ill and would be staying at home on Monday. He apparently made the decision to visit Rose's house as a result of this chat. At about the same time, authorities discovered a pair of shoes with bloodstains on them that had been left in an abandoned location. The marks at the crime scene matched those of the only prints. The chronology of events was reconstructed using the shoes, which included Downey's own perspiration and blood traces from all three victims. Jason made the decision to confess to the murder and consent to participate with the inquiry in order to avoid the harshest punishment, after realizing that there was too much evidence against him and that it would be pointless to defend himself. Nevertheless, he made every effort to downplay his guilt. There were no knives in the location where he threw the criminal instruments, despite his promise to display them. That night, the guy was probably just lying. After a heated argument with his mother and stepfather, he went home with the intention of spending the night in the car. But after speaking with Dylan on the phone, Jason developed an obsession with seeing Chantel. As he had done so many times before, his initial idea was to simply drive up to her house and gaze vacantly through the windows. But inside, it was black. The man then drove the car to the end of the street, walked back, and entered the house covertly through a small bathroom window that the owners had left open since he was extremely skinny. He did it easily. For around 30 minutes, he sat in the restroom, listening to the noises to confirm that everyone had gone to bed. After that, the suspect went to Chantel's bedroom as well. He claimed to have told her that he loved her, but he was unable to explain why he had brought the knife from the kitchen with him. According to the police, Jason had originally intended to threaten the object of his passion with a knife in order to abuse her, but she naturally resisted. He injured her multiple times, and the victim attempted to hide beneath the bed from her tormentor. The culprit jumped out in front of her parents, who were awakened by the commotion, but had no time to reach their daughter's chamber. The sight of blood literally infuriated the man. Before knocking Rose to the ground and stabbing her a dozen times till she passed out, he attacked Andrew and swiftly stabbed him in the neck and chest. After that, Downey went back to Chantel's room, dragged her out from under the bed, exploited her, and then used the knife to kill her in cold blood. Why? He never gave an explanation for why he changed his victim into clean clothes. But before the criminal came up to her and killed her with a second knife, which he took from the same stand after slaughtering the family, the amazingly resilient woman made it to the back door and even made 2 attempts to call for assistance. Due to the excessive amount of blood, the man initially tried to clean the house but soon gave up. He removed his bloodied shoes and walked out of the scene wearing only his socks after realizing he had created a mess. He carried the knives with him and threw them away so they would never be discovered. Sentencing and trial. Only in the fall of 2011, about a year after Jason's crime, did his trial start. The man remained completely composed throughout the trial, showing no emotion, although he kept changing his testimony. He repeatedly stated that he loved Chantel and didn't want to harm her, while claiming to be in shock and to have no memory of killing the Rowe family. Notably, he carried the victim's pendant with him after the massacre, and the chain from the pendant was discovered in his car's glove box. The pendant was later discovered in his room during a search. He repeated during the trial that he didn't have a date, so Chantel didn't ask him to a party she had hosted at her house the previous evening. He was reportedly furious that he had been disregarded, and pointed out that if Chantel had called, the tragedy might not have occurred. The defendant then gave a fully objective statement during his testimony, telling his brother over the phone that he had entered a guilty plea in order to escape receiving a life sentence. In other words, Jason desired a shorter punishment and had no remorse at all, but he was able to get what he wanted. Downey was convicted of 3 crimes on April 19, 2012. At the time of the punishment announcement, every muscle in his face trembled. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of parole after 35 years. He maintained his composure and objectivity as though it were about someone else and not him. He could have been released after 45 years if he hadn't entered a guilty plea. Although he pointed out that no court could ease his suffering or revive his family, Christopher Rowe thought the sentence was fair. He created tattoos with the names of his sister and parents in remembrance of them. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the 3rd and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slate in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant, where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later. Their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home, but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depth of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first 2, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie McGuire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie McGuire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the McGuire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, the incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, The evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the 2 sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 Ayoyemim, but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy Lagoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill Lagoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura Lagoche and Max Lagoche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known, meanwhile, that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistics specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run, and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Consider a scene from any film when the main character is fleeing from a chase, but just as he is about to be safe, the villain's foot blocks the door from closing, making the protagonist a helpless victim. This scene marked the beginning of a young woman's grieving. She was stuck. We are all aware that in a state, the protection of freedom and human rights must always come before religion or tradition. However, the lady is impacted by societally enforced childhood stereotypes and attitudes from many years before, and she continues to live with a tyrant and accept abuse due to the effect of unwritten rules. Because of the state of the world now, these attitudes are still applicable and have the power to transform people's lives. We will travel to Kyrgyzstan, which is in Central Asia, today to examine the traditions and way of life of the citizens of the state with the longest history. Natural beauty is abundant in Kyrgyzstan. After all, mountains cover 3/4 of the nation. Its 2 mountain systems include nearly all of its land. Muslims make up the vast majority of Kyrgyz believers. At the same time, there are Orthodox Catholics, Christians, and other Protestant movements. The state of Kyrgyzstan is secular. It is a state with a system that keeps religion apart from state power and regulates it according to civil standards rather than religious ones. The government of the nation punishes clergy members for engaging in religious practices that are against republic laws. However, the authorities were completely uninterested in the instance of one vulnerable young woman who pleaded for protection and assistance from the state. Azel Nogobayeva was born in Tokmak, Chuy Oblast, Kyrgyzstan, in 1986. The girl completed hairdressing classes after graduating from school and relocated to Bishkek in order to work at a salon. Large cities can make it simple to get lost, but they can also make it much easier to meet people. Azamat Estebesov visited the hair salon where Azel worked one day in order to obtain a fresh haircut. He invited the attractive, slim girl for a cup of aromatic coffee because he thought she was really attractive. For both of them, the encounter proved to be fatal. After all, Azamat also thought highly of Azel. He appeared to be a straightforward, considerate man who had grown up in a wealthy household and was incredibly diligent. Because Azamat was very devout and respected Muslim customs, Azel's family supported her daughter's decision. Azel's parents calmly approved the marriage because they could not perceive the groom's shortcomings. Azel married her lover Azamat when she was 19 years old. The young family soon welcomed a son as their firstborn child. It appears that every man longs for a successor, someone who will carry on the family tradition. However, in our myth, the humble and nasty demons of Azamat were brought about by the joy of fatherhood, as if it were a genie from a jug. Thus, a straightforward family tale on a typical evening descended into a genuine drama, which in turn sparked a string of depressing incidents. The inexperienced father unintentionally spilled too much water on their son as Azamat and Essel were bathing him. He sobbed uncontrollably and trembled with fear. In a nasty reaction, Azel yelled at her husband. Without hesitation, Azamat responded by striking her in the face. When Azel and the child visited her mother's home that same evening, Azamat expressed regret and begged for forgiveness. Saying that this will never happen again, he pleaded, "It is important to note that the mindset of Kyrgyzstan differs greatly from other mentalities. Given the traditions and customs of the Turkic family, girls are taught patience from an early age, and that a husband should live alone for the rest of his life, because divorce is not encouraged, but is not prohibited." Additionally, the Muslim faith plays a significant role in establishing and maintaining a family by any means. Azel, who was fatherless herself, did not want her son to experience the same thing. The girl thought they would be able to live happily ever after Azamat raised his hand for the first and last time. She was wrong, but Azel returned. The family moved back to Tokmak, her hometown, to be close to her parents after a year in Bishkek. She was expecting her second child, so the return was a happy occasion. Asel met a number of her classmates while strolling with her son on the playground close to her house. They greeted one another and struck up a pleasant discussion, but on the way home from the walk, Asel was struck hard once more to the face. She was hit so hard that she stumbled on the linoleum and collapsed. Unfortunately, a miscarriage was caused by this blow and fall. Azamat became the shadow of Azel after he moved to Tokmak. He stalked down the street after her. He was always trying to find an excuse to start new fights. The man developed a liking for it and was unable to stop pounding her. Only the gentle and considerate Azamat's exterior remained. For the sake of her children, Asel had accepted life under complete control, even though his eyes were filled with hatred and rage, which caused Asel to alter. She had another son, after all. Once more, the abuse continued for years. When the mother of Asel learned about her daughter's family drama, she became enraged and brought her home. However, the man continued. He repeatedly visited his family, pleaded for their forgiveness, and vowed that this would never occur again. Once more, tradition stepped in since, according to Kyrgyz law, a son must grow up with his father. In the end, Asel returned 5 times. Azamat's life turned into a nightmare, and she had had enough of it. She went to the police hoping to receive assistance after each day of the excruciating beatings. However, domestic violence in Kyrgyzstan carries no criminal penalties. Azamat was subjected to a maximum of 3 days in an isolation center before returning, and this nightmare persisted for 6 years. A divorce was the last thing Azamat wanted to hear. He vowed to find his wife, the kids, and her family and murder them all if she filed for divorce. She was taken to Italy by the Asel family during the harshest beatings. Asel had huge intentions in Italy. She moved in with her brother, who assisted her in obtaining employment. She worked as a cleaner, a nurse, and a dog walker. In order to become financially independent, save money for an apartment, and escape her oppressive spouse, the woman worked non-stop on the weekend. She had saved enough money after 3.5 years to start a small business and purchase an apartment. Throughout his years in Italy, Asel witnessed several firsts. Her moral condition steadily improved as she interacted with fascinating individuals, but her mother heart still grieved for her kids. After all, in order for them to have a bright future, she had to leave them for 3 long years. The woman remained composed because she was aware that the father never physically abused the kids or shown any aggressive behavior toward them. However, she was met with a dismal scene upon her return from Italy. The living conditions of the children were appalling. They slept, ate, played, and even used the restroom in one little room. The kids didn't go for walks or to school. Their food was poor, and in keeping with custom, Azamat brought up actual Turkic guys and made their lives extremely difficult. They learned Islam and how to read the Quran at a madrasa, a Muslim educational and religious establishment, in place of going to school. Azamat didn't object that Asel took the kids. She appears to have been freed from the harsh confinement. But Azamat resumed his pursuit of his Asel. He offered to meet her over the phone. Asel was unambiguous and stated that she would report harassment to the police if it occurred. However, this didn't deter him. Asel went to get some dishwashing detergent in the evening. The shop wasn't far away. She ran across Azamat on the way, who was once more pursuing her. There, he led her to a dark, isolated location, directly on the street after grabbing her and threatening her with a knife. He exploited Asel and beat her viciously. On September 2022, bystanders became aware of the odd noises and contacted the police. Azal reported the rape of her ex-husband to the police in a written statement. A criminal case was opened and he was placed under arrest. Azal's family was confident that he would stand trial and that their suffering would come to an end. But Azamat's family took action because they could not believe their son was a despot. Azal was constantly urged to withdraw the application by Azamat's mother and sisters. Another peculiar custom is that a woman in Kyrgyzstan is not allowed to report her husband, since it is considered extremely disgraceful to be raped, beaten, and humiliated, even though it is not. As much as possible, Azamat's family used deceit to dissuade Azal. They were successful. Asal is still their legal father, even if he retracted the application in response to Azamat's request to give up parental rights. Due to the victim's counter-application and the parties' reconciliation, the Sokoluk District Court dropped the case. Azamat initiated a fresh round of threats and harassment after being freed. He sent threatening letters to Asil every day, changed phone numbers in order to keep applying pressure. He made it clear in voicemails that he would kill her if he captured Asil. In the driveway, he waited for her. At work, he waited for her. For 3 months, he followed her everywhere. Relatives of Asil's alternated between living with her and her kids, shielding her from Azamat's attacks. However, the victim was still subjected to the second act of abuse. The woman went to the police once more on January 31, 2023, to report that her ex-husband had once again used force on her. The suspect was also taken into custody and a criminal case was opened. The materials were handed to the court following the investigation. The family anticipated a genuine term of at least 5 years and was awaiting the judgment. Azal was invited to a separate office by the judge and 2 prosecutors on the day of the trial. In front of her eyes was Azamat. After removing his shackles, they told him that 3 years of probation had been applied, rather than 5 years in jail. Indeed, he was still at liberty. Because Azamat has 2 children from his marriage to the victim and an elderly mother with a disability, the court deemed this ruling appropriate. To be clear, probation is a set of rules that are imposed on convicted individuals. Correcting behavior and preventing the commission of future offenses are the goals of probation. Asil wept. She was pushed into the deepest recess, from whence she could not get out. Fear and despair once again took a firm hold on the woman's life. Asil, however, didn't wait for fresh assaults. She stopped believing people and stopped paying attention to Azamat's family. All of the beatings were taken down by Asil. She filed an appeal with the Chui Regional Court after hiring an attorney. The lawyers presented the court with all of the voicemails and threats in the messages, and this time the matter proceeded to court. However, a number of incidents repeatedly delayed the hearing, bringing the worst day of Asil closer. The trial was first postponed for a month due to the lawyer's illness. For unknown reasons, the second and third hearings were also postponed. Asil pleaded during the 4th hearing that the hearing should not be postponed any further because she was terrified of dying, not of being beaten. Azamat persisted in moving freely and trying to kill Asil. He emailed her a picture of a black rucksack with a knife and a rope on the eve of the rendezvous, along with the message, "I'm ready to meet you at the bottom." However, the case was once more put on hold indefinitely, with such disregard from the legal system and law enforcement. Since Azamat rejected the state attorney and a private attorney became involved, there was just no way Azal could save herself. As usual, September 20, 2023 got underway. Azal woke up her kids at 6:30 Yamin. After eating breakfast together, the loving mother wished her oldest son a good day and went with him to school. She didn't close the door because Asil was also going to go. And completing the preparations, the front door opened abruptly and she combed her hair. Azamat entered with great speed and aggression. The woman shut herself in the bathroom before she could react. He struck her twice on the head right away, and Asil went into a daze from not understanding what was going on. The pervert took her by the throat and began choking her after striking her head. Azamat passed out, nothing more. Asa was unconscious. At times, she thought that everything was a horrible dream when she heard Azamat's voice. But her son's cries pulled her back to the present. When Asil saw that she was awake, he wrapped a blanket around himself and sobbed as he repeatedly said, "Daddy, don't do it." However, his father told him to be quiet or else he would kill him as well. Asil tried to hide in the bathroom, but she couldn't recall how to get out. The kitchen was where she ended up. Like a needless object, he flung the poor woman to the ground, then scooped her up and proceeded to mistreat her. The pervert quickly raised Asil once more, leaned her against the wall, and began cold-bloodedly stabbing her face and neck with a clerical knife. When Asil regained consciousness the following time, she noticed that everything was covered in blood, but she was unaware of what was going on. Her throat was dry, and she had lost a lot of blood. She insisted on getting a drink. She received a bucket of rags from her once-loved spouse, which contained blood and water. The giver began selecting a knife, because he had become so enamored with the taste of blood. He selected the kitchen knife that would reach Asil's heart after trying each one on. But all of a sudden the door opened, and policemen came inside. As it happened, the screams were heard by a downstairs neighbor. She contacted the police after learning of Azel's and her ex-husband's precarious circumstances, which prevented the terrible torture and ultimately saved her life. Azama Estebasov resisted and used a knife to strike the officers. Nobody understood what had transpired in such chaos. There was blood all throughout the apartment. Azama began slicing Azel. After cutting off his ex-wife's nose and ears in the restroom and dragging her along the hallway to the kitchen, he repeatedly injured her face and neck. He severely assaulted her, sliced her face, and chopped her neck. An ambulance was called by the district police officers when they arrived. They evaluated the appearance of the cell and then hurriedly started searching for the sliced organs, but they were not there. Would you be shocked to learn where the woman's nose and ears were discovered? In the pocket of the monster. In an attempt to make up lost time, the police officers drove Asel to the 4th City Hospital in Bishkek, but they refused to administer first aid, stating that she was not a patient of theirs, based on her propiska. In addition to failing to administer first aid, the doctors failed to halt the bleeding. She just received first help and stopped bleeding in the 2nd hospital. After that, she was sent to the National Hospital, where she underwent a 9-hour operation. Asel's face was painstakingly restored by 6 physicians. The district police officers carefully handed the discovered dismembered organs, and the doctors carefully gathered everything, because the nerve nodes and earlobes had been entirely severed. Azamat used a unique knife to accomplish it. The work was quite delicate. In the hospital, the nose was also amputated entirely. Azamat did not come to for a while. Her survival was amazing. Psychologists cautioned that recovery would be extremely risky and take a long time. The incident resulted in the disfigurement of the young, attractive woman, and a criminal case was filed under the Kyrgyz Republic's Criminal Code's article on causing grave harm to health. The suspect in the crime was taken into custody by the police. On September 27, 2023, he was transferred to a pre-trial custody facility. By presidential decree, 9 judges were removed from their positions, and Azamat Estebasov's sentence was reduced to 8 years in prison. Among them is Kilbek Toktomamitov, a judge in the Chuy region's Sokuluk District Court, who granted the guy a probationary release. According to the President of State's proclamation, Toktomatov was fired for failing to uphold the standards of a judge's faultless conduct. Alongside him, Sadir Japarov prematurely terminated the powers of several judges who had in some way broken the standards of impeccability by issuing a decree on November 1 at the Council of Judges' suggestion. The incident was further investigated by 6 investigators. They revisited and reviewed all of Azamat Estebasov's earlier cases. After considering all of the information they discovered, they included 11 articles in the new indictment case by the end of December 2023. All investigation work was finished, and the first court hearings were held on January 9, 2024. Azamat Estebasov evaded answering the judge's inquiries in any manner possible, and in other instances claimed that he was unable to talk because he was possessed by a demon. He did not confess to any of the 11 incidents that were brought against him. The trial was postponed as a result of his hostile behavior toward the witnesses. The last closed court hearing took place on January 26, 2024. Given the complexity of the case, Judge Talikul Kadir Kanolova condemned Azamat Estebasov to 20 years in prison without the possibility of probation. In addition, he has to pay his ex-wife $2 million, 0 cents, and the state an 80,000 sum punishment. 1 day in the pretrial detention facility was counted as 2 by the judge. Despite the defendant's appeal in the spring, the 20-year prison sentence was upheld. Azel Nogobaiba stated that she would go farther and insists that the ex-spouse receive a life sentence and that everyone who supported and encouraged his behavior be publicly removed from government and subjected to punishment. Let this serve as a model for all. No woman in Kyrgyzstan should have to bear the suffering that my family and I am going through. Thank you to everyone who did not support the victim. Advocates and Asel Nagoy-Bivas's family demanded that her ex-husband receive a life sentence. In the end, Azamat kept sending threats to Asel via text, saying that he would still go out and find her even after being imprisoned. Lawmakers have finally reached a resolution in the Asel Nogayibova case, which concerns a woman's helplessness before the nation's laws and how a once loved and caring individual may suddenly transform into a heartless monster. Kyrgyzstan's public was deeply affected by this case. Diana Yelkin, Asel's sister, urged lawmakers to enact legislation against domestic abuse. She threatened to force the MPs to consider the value of one poor choice by showing them a child's face without bandages if they failed to enact legislation against domestic abuse. Asel's sister filed a petition to sentence her sister's ex-husband to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remembered how her sister had divorced her husband 5 years prior due to his abuse and poor behavior, but he continued to harass, beat, and abuse her even after the divorce. Zama Estebesov poses a threat to civilization. His kind shouldn't be allowed to live freely. They are maniacal and compulsive individuals. People like him ought to be imprisoned. We demand that this monster be given a life sentence. Morally, he has already killed a seal. In front of her little children, he disfigured her face. He and all like him ought to get life sentences without the possibility of release. In the petition, she makes an appeal. Regardless of the nation, family violence frequently takes on horrific forms. All women worldwide should be united on the issue of domestic violence, and we must remember that a person's religion is not a sign of their suitability. Asel has a new life now. She suffers greatly from her new identity, and although Asel's wounds are slowly getting better, it will take a while for her to fully recover her breathing and hearing abilities, all described in her interview how she first saw her face following the tragedy. It was a day off. There were no mirrors in my room because I was not allowed to look at myself. I proceeded to the first level to dress because neither my doctors nor the on-call doctor were present. There was a metal operating lamp and my bandages were off. The on-call physician hadn't put it away. In the reflection, I recognized myself. My fear is of me. I am unable to look in the mirror. My ears were already visible due to the shock. I passed out. Asel saw her face in its entirety 2 weeks later. Her brother gave her a home address. All of the mirrors were taken out beforehand with the exception of the bathroom mirror, which was impossible to remove. Asel got up and chose to take a short peek at herself after her brother left, for 3 seconds. She fainted upon seeing her reflection. Her frenzy was intense. Although Asel stated that no one should ever witness such ugliness, she still has work to do to restore her face. She will undergo a number of procedures to rebuild her face and repair the structure of her nose and ears prior to the plastic surgery. These operations necessitate extensive planning, skin augmentation, and a year or more of recuperation. Asel has also lost 20% of her hearing, which will undoubtedly be fixed as well. The fact that these procedures are not carried out in Kyrgyzstan presents a challenge. Large sums of money are needed to carry out such intricate activities in Turkey or other nations. Turkish plastic surgeon Mikhail Surar volunteered to do the procedure for free, meaning he would pay for it entirely. Doctors in Kyrgyzstan initially told him that Asel only had the tip of her nose, but Surar was astonished to see the woman's face unbandaged. As it happened, plastic surgery was insufficient to solve the problem. In this instance, a number of procedures were required to repair the organs. Asel Nogoybeva's ex-husband disfigured her ears and nose, and the procedure to restore them will cost at least $45,000, 0 cents. All intricate activities will be conducted in Turkey, according to Asel's sister Diana Yelkin, who is actively involved in spreading information and collecting money for the operation. Regretfully, we still haven't raised half of the $45,000, 0 cents that is required. Accommodations, psychologists, rehabilitation, interpreters, medications, and other costs are also included. I have more photos of her without bandages, Diana Yelkin stated. They're terrifying. The faint of heart should not attempt these. Because yesterday I have been unable to regain consciousness, and because her nose and ears are gone, I am unable to accept this fate. I am grateful to the physicians. They exerted every effort. The most important thing is that gangrene and sepsis did not go, Diana Yelkin, the victim's sister, stated. She says she will publish her sister's face sans bandages if they are unable to obtain the required funds soon. Show the real face of lawlessness and the real face of a victim of violence to the entire world. Allow each judge, police officer, and deputy to view the mutilated Asel's face by hanging a picture of her. Before enacting the required laws and judgments, take a picture. All of this would not have occurred a year ago if the judge had not placed this monster on probation. The seal and the family hoped that the statute would allow for independent judges. We are now posing a challenge to the Kyrgyz courts and to everyone else. Diana frequently planned activities to raise awareness to the issue of domestic violence against women in Kyrgyzstan. Fundraising has been done thus far to assist in regaining ACL Nogobayba's health. Despite the horrific experience she had, ACL's support is a testament to bravery and tenacity in the face of abuse. After 12 years of abuse, Asil, who has not yet fully recovered physically and mentally, aspires to start a foundation to support other battered women. You can't stop helping others to wrap up the story after experiencing abuse. The essence of her ex-husband is the true ugliness that no one should see, not even the face of Asil. It is evident that Asil is a very feminine, delicate, and attractive woman, despite the weariness and pain in her eyes. She is a lovely woman because of the beauty of her soul and heart, regardless of how her face seems right now. All women should heed my advice. Never put up with or expect your chosen one to change, flee, and never return. There are tyrants in every country. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In Ulster County, New York, it was the morning of November 29, 2011. In the parking lot of a Kingston Planet Fitness gym in Ulster County, New York, 44-year-old Thomas Coleman was discovered dead inside his vehicle. A compelling inquiry into Tom's unexpected death revealed a convoluted story of secrets, treachery, and potential foul play. As suspicions were directed at an unexpected person, the drama grew more intense. Will the whole truth about Tom's death ever come to light as we investigate this mysterious case? We're examining Thomas Coleman's strange case today. Let's get started on the story right now. Ulster County, which is situated along the Hudson River in New York State, is the setting for our case. This county, which has 181,851 residents as of the 2020 census, is named after the Irish province of Ulster. Kingston serves as the county seat. The demographics of the county are diverse. Although Spanish, Italian, and German are also spoken, English is the primary language of the majority of the population. With a wealth of cultural diversity and history, Ulster County is a thriving community. This was the exact location of our case. However, it all started on March 22, 1967, when Thomas Coleman was born in Queens, New York City. After graduating from West Babylon High School, he went to Stony Brook University. He also earned his undergraduate and graduate degrees at Damon College in Amherst, New York. He was the Director of Utilization Management at the Optum Health Physical Therapy Department and a physical therapist at Always There. He has been a resident of the area for over 20 years. The first wife of Tom was Michelle Coleman Weber. Even after their divorce, they stayed close. Bradley and Jillian are the names of their shared children. Tom married Linda following his divorce from Michelle. Before she married Tom, Linda had a child named Brooke, but Tom's son Ryan was also a blessing to Linda and Tom. Thomas Coleman was a 44-year-old man who loved life's small pleasures. He was not a fan of parties or wild nights out. Rather, the warmth of his family's hug provided him with comfort. For Tom, quality was more important than quantity. Dr. Gilberto Nunez, the dentist, became a great friend to him. Their voyage started while Gilberto was going through a turbulent time in his life, trying to find comfort while navigating the rough seas of a challenging divorce. He was drawn to the Colemans and took solace in their steadfast support and sincere friendship. It appeared that everything was going well for Thomas Coleman and his wife Linda. who had built a life together that was full of love and laughter. However, tragedy struck when those closest to him were surprised by his sudden death. On November 29, 2011, a confusing incident took place in the parking lot of Planet Fitness, a well-known gym in Kingston, Ulster County, where residents congregated to work off their tension. His wife, Linda Coleman, was initially alarmed when she couldn't get through to Tom. Before going to work, he would start his daily workout at the Planet Fitness gym as if it were a clockwork. Concerned, Linda went to the well-known spot, only to discover Tom's vehicle parked there. However, as she got closer, a terrible reality started to emerge. In her husband's car, Linda discovered him dead. Given his weight and the prevalent health problems that beset men of his age, it seemed at first that Tom had fallen victim to the ruthless clutches of a heart attack. It appeared to be a reasonable conclusion, but, as the inquiry progressed, disturbing information surfaced that called into question this first theory. Timely's car was parked a long way from the gym's entrance, and he was sitting quietly in the driver's seat, seemingly sleeping soundly. Even though the parking lot was vacant, the investigators were suspicious of his car's odd placement. They had to solve the riddle of Tom Coleman's unexpected death, since something odd was going on. Another character joined the scene as the investigators dug deeper into the case, adding to the mystery. Dr. Gilberto Nunez, a friend of Tom's, came to the scene to express his sympathies. One of the first detectives to reach the scene, Michael Thomas, couldn't get rid of the suspicion that something wasn't right. He couldn't understand why the body was in the odd parking space. What mysteries lay within his corpse? Experts searched the vehicle for hints, but they found no indications of struggle, foul play, or discomfort. However, there were questions about the car's distance from the gym building. When they planned to work out in the morning, who would park their car that far away? The detectives were aware that the case they were working on was complicated. When the autopsy results showed an unexpected twist, the story became much more complex. Midazolam, a sedative primarily used by doctors, was in Thomas Coleman's veins when he passed away. It was parked next to Coleman's car in a largely deserted area at one point, according to the police's assessment of the footage from the cameras near the parking lot. 3 days after Coleman's killing, Tom's friend Nunez drove to the scene in the same SUV, which the lead detectives knew was the same vehicle. Nunez was invited to the police station by the investigator to be questioned. Detective Thomas was interested in learning more about Nunez's background and relationship to the victim. Nunez began to confide in the detective and chat a lot. A few minutes later, Nunez confessed to having an affair with Linda Nunez, Tom's wife, which had lasted for a year prior to the catastrophe. Dr. Nunez admitted to taking on a fictitious identity, acting as Samantha, and sending Thomas explicit pictures of the encounter, further complicating the already complex web of lies. He made a last-ditch effort to end the marriage and take Linda for himself. This took place a few months before Tom's passing. Nunez offered his office's IT guy $500, 0 cents, to pose as a CIA computer specialist and meet with the Colemans after learning that Thomas intended to hire a detective to investigate Samantha's letter. Nunez went on to inform them that he knew someone who could identify the text's origin. A fictitious CIA badge was intended to be displayed by the IT professional. However, Dr. Nunez turned to disclosing everything after his strategy failed. He pleaded for Tom's pardon after confessing to sending the incriminating images. Surprisingly, the two men stayed friends and continued to text each other frequently in the days before Tom passed away. Upon discovering the affair, the investigators felt compelled to look into Nunez. What they found was troubling. From the Dominican Republic, Gilberto Nunez was a well-known volunteer fireman and a distinguished dentist with a flourishing practice. Those who had the honor of working with him praised his professionalism and composure. Having worked as Nunez's dental hygienist for more than 10 years, Mary Ellen McManus attested to his mild disposition, stressing that she had never seen him become angry or lose his temper. But underneath this calm exterior was a narrative that was just waiting to be discovered, a story that would make people reevaluate their assumptions about him. The distinction between obsession, affection, and loyalty became more hazy as the study went on. Suspicion was directed at Dr. Nunez because of the white SUV in the video and the substance that was discovered in Tom's system. The investigators obtained a search warrant to search Nunez's office after he admitted to having an affair with Linda. They discovered that Nunez was in possession of midazolam. During the autopsy, the same medication was discovered in Tom's system. Dr. Nunez was taken into custody just under 3.5 years after Tom Coleman's death on charges of second-degree murder. By May 2016, the Kingston courthouse was ready for the prosecutor, Mary Ellen Albanese, to take center stage, although she warned the jury that the evidence she would offer would be entirely circumstantial, no fingerprints, DNA, or eyewitnesses. She reassured them that she had a plethora of motive, character, and strategy to demonstrate. Beginning with the identification of the midazolam in Thomas Coleman's system, the evidence in Albany's case started to take shape. However, this idea was not without flaws. The medicine only produced mild sedation because there was not enough of it for a fatal dosage. Something else would have had to be present for it to be lethal. The passing of Thomas Coleman made things much more difficult. He battled a number of illnesses, such as sleep apnea, obesity, and an enlarged heart. Nunez had voluntarily disclosed details regarding Coleman's health in a taped interview, stressing how serious it was. He had no idea that this ostensibly benign revelation would turn out to be a crucial component of the case against him. Albany contended that Nunez had taken advantage of Coleman's sleep apnea, hoping it would exacerbate the midazolam's effects. It was an ingenious way to deal with the problem of the low medication concentration. However, the jury would need to conclude that Nunez had the guile to come up with such a scheme, the brutality to carry it out, and the recklessness to risk its failure in order for him to be found guilty. Ultimately, there was no assurance Coleman wouldn't awaken wondering what had been in his coffee. Albany persisted in highlighting Nunez's wrongdoings prior to the murder in an effort to identify a pattern of conduct. Nunez had emailed Linda pretending to be his own mother. Before Tom passed away, he took this action to persuade Linda to stay with him. Even the unsuccessful meeting that Nunez set up between the Colemans and the supposed CIA specialist appeared more incompetent than malevolent. As the trial progressed, Linda Coleman's testimony caught everyone's attention. As she started her evidence, there was a flutter of excitement in the courtroom. Any remaining questions regarding Linda's possible role in Thomas's death were eliminated by the eerie recording of her 911 call, which reverberated throughout the courtroom. Love notes were the main piece of proof of her affair with Nunez, which presented a problem for Linda as she took on her new post and began testifying against him. Unfazed, she enthusiastically launched into her testimony. She once claimed that Nunez's gift-giving tendencies were a sinister aspect of his personality. She disclosed that he had lavished her with clothing, jewelry, and financial support, even providing Thomas with money to help with his schooling and divorce costs. However, Linda saw these movements as signs of evil intent. It was very poisonous, she said. Gil was all about money. He was the one always pushing money on people, always insisted on paying for everything. Every time I saw him, he would give me money. The prosecutor, Albany, went into yet another instance of Nunez's trickery. She asked Linda about the previous time Nunez had set up a fictitious CIA scenario. Linda received a few texts that implied Thomas was cheating on her. Uneasy, Linda asked for clarification, and Nunez volunteered to look into it outside the Holiday Inn. He showed her a letter purportedly written by a CIA agent. Albany tried to use the episode to highlight Nunez's manipulative nature, but Linda rejected it since it seemed like it was written by a 2-year-old. After being questioned further, Linda acknowledged that she finally realized the letter was an authentic CIA document. Some jurors couldn't help but giggle as Linda's evidence went on, hiding their faces with their hands to keep from laughing. They were aware of the bizarre circumstances where a badly written letter was used as evidence in a murder prosecution. An already intricate and engrossing trial took a dramatic turn when the proceedings assumed a ludicrous tone. Recognizing the abundance of material it offered, Albany latched upon the intricacies of the love triangle. The constant exchange of information between the three parties involved produced a huge amount of evidence from which different stories might be drawn. The goal of Albany's line of inquiry was to present Linda as a married woman who had been taken by surprise at first, but was now slowly coming to her senses. There was some truth to this characterization. Linda was clearly conflicted about her feelings. She talked about the depth of their journey together and their hidden heights in an 11-month anniversary card to Nunez. She did, however, also give off the impression that she wanted to call it quits. Nunez answered patiently, and with a barrage of declarations and love. Occasionally, though, there were notes with a darker undertone that suggested they wouldn't let her leave. In the middle of this emotional upheaval, Linda and Thomas decided to take their kids to the Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut for a weekend getaway. The date of this outing was November 12, 2011, just over 2 weeks prior to Thomas's discovery. It turned out to be a pivotal moment when Linda came to terms with the fact that she still loved her husband and saw how self-centered her behavior with Nunez was. 2 weeks later, the day before Thomas passed away, a sequence of heartfelt emails between the Colemans emphasized the trip's significance in the story of marital reconciliation. It appeared from these communications that Linda wanted to end her relationship with Nunez but was afraid of his response. As Linda stated her intentions and Nunez implored and begged her to stay with him, the situation's emotional intensity was evident. A shocking discovery surfaced at the crucial point of the trial, casting doubt on the prosecution's story. Nunez's defense lawyer Evan Lipton deftly revealed a sharp discrepancy between what Linda told her husband Thomas and what she told Nunez. Lipton gave an alternative account of the events, while the prosecution's texts suggested Nunez's anxiousness and a sense of impending doom for their romance. During their journey to Mohegan Sun, Linda was communicating her love and desire to Nunez through loving words. But Nunez wasn't pushing her to break up with Thomas. Instead, he respected her wishes and advised her to wait until after the holidays to make any decisions. The prosecution's image of Nunez as a dangerously obsessed lover started to come under scrutiny because of this portrayal, which instead presented him as more reasonable. Nunez and Linda kept messaging each other while even the Colemans allegedly attempted to patch up their marriage. Nunez once sent Linda a text message describing the aftertaste of her kisses. As she read them aloud in court, Linda gave a light-hearted response, as if taken aback by her own remarks. It was a time for introspection and the recognition that her perception of the world might need to be revised. Even in the hours before Linda learned of Thomas's passing, she and Nunez were talking about private issues like her period, which is not usually brought up during a split. The jurors seemed in disbelief as they considered the contradicting accounts that were put before them. In an attempt to understand the meaning behind Nunez's solemn and mysterious face, suitcases frequently looked to him as a source of perplexing surprises. Nunez expressed his opinion that racism was a factor in the attempt to blame Thomas's death in front of a mostly white courtroom, saying that he was called names during his detention. The police, however, strongly refuted these claims. The prosecution produced a crucial piece of evidence during the trial's closing moments. Video footage purportedly demonstrating that Nunez's white Nissan Pathfinder was, in fact, outside the gym on the morning of Thomas Coleman's death, a fact Nunez had strongly disputed. A forensic video analyst with expertise in headlamp spread pattern analysis, Grant Fredericks, took the stand to share his knowledge. The camera film showed a white Nissan Pathfinder with a pronounced fog light pattern on the way from Nunez's apartment to Planet Fitness. The car's fog lights were unevenly distributed, hitting the ground closer to one than the other, indicating a mounting flaw, as shown in the footage as it passed several establishments along Albany Avenue. A motion-activated camera at Kohl's next to Planet Fitness captured an unknown car pulling into the parking lot of the gym shortly after. The make and model of the vehicle were unknown, but one of its lights had the same flaw as Nunez's Pathfinder. Thomas Coleman's vehicle eventually parked behind it. However, no doors were seen opening or closing during the side-by-side film. After 28 minutes, it was discovered that the vehicle with the erratic fog lights was a white SUV. On Albany Avenue, a second white Nissan Pathfinder with a broken fog light soon followed. The defense questioned the validity of Fredericks' analysis techniques, but it seemed impossible to overlook the coincidences between the movement of the white Pathfinders on Albany Avenue and the appearance and removal of the odd car in the parking lot. The possibility that the two cars were identical and that Nunez owned the car in issue was difficult to ignore. When the prosecution produced emails from the hookup website BNaughty.com that were discovered on Coleman's phone, the trial's focus changed. A few hours before to Coleman's arrival at Planet Fitness, one email sparked conjecture on the circumstances of his passing. Judge Donald Williams was first hesitant to allow the mention of these emails because he was worried that they would cast doubt on the victim's character. However, the defense contended that the prosecution should have looked into this lead as part of their diligence. Although there was still no explanation for why Nunez's car was on Albany Avenue, the implication of a meeting provided grounds to rule it out as a coincidence. Furthermore, an untrustworthy police decision stoked more rumors. Coleman's stained underwear had been submitted for forensic examination, but they suddenly asked for its return before testing for saliva or contact DNA could be done. Concerns regarding possible areas the police would have preferred not to investigate were raised by the lack of explanation. Their prosecution came up with a fresh allegation after the Bay Naughty Com emails were made public. Nunez had staged the body to give the impression that Tom had sex in the car. Nunez implied that he hoped the authorities would assume a fatal arrhythmia from sexual activity and not look into the matter further after finding a dead, overweight man with his pants unfastened. Albany suggested a Baroque area as she wove in her complex web of inquiries. According to her, Nunez gave Coleman a tampered coffee and waited for him to faint before carefully staging the body to resemble a hookup, removing all traces of his own DNA from the car while purposefully leaving the DNA of Thomas, Linda, and their son behind, and waiting for Thomas's sleep apnea to make the otherwise innocuous dose of midazolam deadly. All within a strict 28-minute time frame. The courtroom was stunned by this theory's boldness. The thorough examination of Nunez's life led to the production of 2 further charges which were tried. Among them was a payout from his insurance company for setting fire to a building he owned. The prosecution claims that less than 5% of the claim was fraudulent. The insurance company did not contest the broad claim and there was no proof of arson. The other charge was filing a firearms permit application fraudulently. Nunez vehemently denied both charges. Both sides had extremely complicated defenses. He was found guilty on both charges. He was committed to the Ulster County Jail to await sentencing after the judge revoked his bail. February 2017 marked the arrival of the Day of Reckoning. As Gilberto Nunez was carried into the courtroom with his feet shackled and his hands cuffed, the room was alive with excitement. On this day, he was sentenced, marking the end of a turbulent trial that had captured the public's interest. Nunez was found guilty on 12 counts, and the prosecutor, Mary Ellen Albanese, quickly pursued the maximum penalty for each of those charges. Judge Donald Williams, though, seemed doubtful of her motives. He questioned when she had ever sought maximum penalties for minor fraud cases or consecutive sentences for non-violent crimes, a rebuke that reverberated around the courtroom. Her request for an alternative method of obtaining a murder sentence appeared to be denied by the judge. Judge Williams returned to the bench after a short break. His attitude clearly changed. He addressed Nunez, denouncing him as a shameless manipulator and a man beyond redemption. Judge Williams ultimately sentenced the defendant to 2 1/3 to 7 years in jail. The fact that it was not the most severe penalty he could have applied raises the possibility that his previous moral outrage was merely a show. However, his verdict was not particularly forgiving. After spending just 19 months in the Altoona Correctional Facility in New York and having no disciplinary issues, Nunez was released on parole on September 10, 2018, according to Hudson Valley 1. Nunez would have to wait until October 2, 2023 to be released from parole. Litt did note that he remained in contact with Nunez, whose dental license was revoked by a regulatory authority in New York State. Nunez remarried to Emil, a Kingston area real estate salesperson. There are still unanswered concerns that cast doubt on our comprehension of the truth as we consider the strange case of Thomas Coleman and the disgraceful character of Gilberto Nunez. What actually happened in the Planet Fitness parking lot that fateful day? Were there covert elements at work that we were unaware of? Or did Nunez have a nefarious scheme to kill Coleman? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The American summer peaked in mid-July 1980. Law enforcement personnel in Kern and Ventura County, Central California, had to cope with 2 homicides that happened within days of one another on July 15 and 18, as the rest of the nation struggled with the heat. For decades, the murder mystery remained unresolved, until DNA technology filled in the gaps, giving police the advantage they needed to apprehend a deranged murderer. However, who were the victims, and how did they relate to each other? Today, the connected cases of the Kern County and Ventura County Jane Does transport us back to California in the 1980s. From golden beaches to glitzy cities, California has it all: sun, sand, surf, and mountains. Unquestionably, the West Coast state draws visitors from all around the world throughout the year. California offers something for everyone, whether you want to spend a day mingling with celebrities in sun-kissed Los Angeles as you walk down the Walk of Fame, or spend an afternoon admiring the vibrant environment of Venice Beach. However, despite its allure, California has a troubled past. Today, we examine two of these mysteries. A group of Delano, California maintenance workers headed through the almond orchard on the morning of July 15, 1980, in preparation for another workday. They noticed what seemed like a person sleeping on the ground, curled up in a fetal posture as they got closer to the 13th row of trees. They had to do a more thorough inspection out of curiosity, and what they found shocked them so much that they hurried to call the police right away. The body belonged to a woman who had obviously been murdered. After arriving to the almond plantation, teams of detectives and crime scene professionals started to rope off the property so they could start their investigation. It seems that the woman was either Hispanic or Native American. The absence of blood at the location was noted by investigators almost away, and they soon discovered tire tracks leading to and from the body. A bottle of abandoned Michelob beer was another hint. They speculated that their victim would have been picked up from Ruby's, a pub in Lemoore, which is an hour's drive from the farm. They started their inquiry right once, looking for hints about her identity throughout the farm. While other teams searched the fields, detectives were sent to Ruby's to question employees and customers about the woman's identification or any unusual conduct. By the afternoon, detectives had not located any of her personal items, and those they had questioned were unable to tell them much about the woman. For a post-mortem examination, the body was taken to the county mortuary. A day prior to her discovery, investigators concluded that she had been murdered. Before she was stabbed, she had been attacked. With 9 defensive wounds on her arms and shoulders and 18 stab wounds to her chest, it was excessive. Investigators could see that she put up a strong fight against her assailant. Her essential organs had been perforated, and sharp force trauma was listed as the cause of death. Her fingerprints were collected and sent to the crime lab without any kind of identification. Nevertheless, no records were identified when her prints were run through other databases. In an attempt to identify her, the coroner started looking through the body for hints. There were scars on her abdomen, which the examiner thought might have been from an operation or childbirth, and there was scarring on her buttocks. She had 2 distinctive tattoos. One was a heart with the words, "I love you, Shirley," and Seattle. The other just said, "Mother and I love you." Because of an injury to her upper leg, she also wore a prosthetic left leg. She had lost all of her upper teeth, which appeared to have been extracted medically. Her blood alcohol level was 0.3%, according to the toxicology report, indicating that she had been inebriated. The idea that she might have been picked up from the bar Ruby's was reinforced by this. The examiner's findings were used to create a thorough profile. She was 5 feet and 4 inches tall, weighed 115 pounds, and was thought to be between the ages of 25 and 35. She was Native American and had black hair that was slightly curled. There were indications on her physique that she may have given birth at least once. According to the tattoo, she was born in Seattle, Washington, and Shirley was either her real name or the name of a loved one. She was dressed in a pink top, blue jeans, blue socks, and white shoes when she passed away. Her body was given the placeholder name Kern County Jane Doe and held in the county mortuary until she could be identified. Additionally, investigators produced plaster impressions of the tire tracks discovered close to the victim's body and removed fingerprints from the abandoned beer bottle discovered at the scene. The victim's clothing was also removed by the forensics team, who were able to recover biological material from it. In order to screen for potential DNA that might have been transferred during the attack, they also asked the medical examiner to submit the victim's nail clippings. While the investigation was ongoing, all of these were sent for DNA profiling. However, she was only the initial casualty in what would turn out to be a multi-decade mystery. Authorities were notified of another homicide in nearby Ventura County 3 days after the Kern County Jane Doe was found. On July 18, 1980, the body of another woman was found in the Westlake parking lot of Thousand Oaks High School. Investigators discovered that the woman was either Hispanic or Native American when they got there. She had multiple apparent defense wounds on her arms and had been partially undressed. Since there was not much blood found close to the crime scene, a search revealed that she had been slain somewhere else. A trail of blood from the edge of the tarmac surface to the body's location suggested that she had been dragged from a car and taken to the parking lot. Investigators knew that nearby Kern County had seen a similar attack 3 days earlier. At the time, investigators did not think the two crime sites were connected, despite their obvious parallels. Investigators searched the surrounding area but were unable to find any hints because they could not find any tire tracks or the victim's personal things close to the crime site. When questioned, the school custodian who discovered the body was only able to say that he had discovered her while performing his regular tasks at the school. At the moment, detectives could not help but notice that she was also pregnant. Her remains were forwarded to the county coroner for additional analysis. The woman was killed 12 hours prior to her body being found, according to the medical examiner at the coroner's office. She had died by strangulation after being stabbed 16 times. The victim had also been viciously attacked. She had battled her attacker to the very last, as evidenced by the wounds on her arm. According to the coroner, she was in the 20-30 age group. She weighed between 100 and 115 pounds and was reported to be between 5 feet 1 inch and 5 feet 3 inches tall. Investigators were given a thorough profile by the coroner, which included a description of the woman and identifiable body marks. With some Hispanic, Caucasian, Sub-Saharan, and Asian descent, the victim was predominantly Native American. She had penciled eyebrows because she had chopped off her natural brows, brown eyes and black hair with bleach blonde tips. She had her ears pierced and had extensive dental work done. She had a number of birthmarks and scars, including a scar on her left knee and 2 scars from vaccinations on her left arm. She was 5 months pregnant with a boy, they were able to ascertain. Before the attack, the infant had seemed to be healthy and had received the right prenatal care. Additionally, an episiotomy scar indicated that she might have previously given birth to at least 1 child. Like the Kern County Jane Doe, she had no criminal history, and a search of national databases yielded no results, despite taking her fingerprints. The victim had been wearing red jeans, a black bra, white underwear, and a white t-shirt. Her fingernail clippings and these were also collected and sent to be tested for foreign DNA that might be used to identify her killer. While detectives awaited the results, DNA was also taken from the fetus to do a paternity test. She was given the fictitious name Ventura County Jane Doe by the county coroner. Authorities in Ventura County and Kern County put in a lot of effort over the course of the following several weeks to identify both women. Officials from Kern County went back to the pub and spoke with other local residents. Additionally, investigators appealed to anyone who might have known Jane Doe through the local media. At that point, a female caller who wished to remain anonymous and claimed to know the woman discovered in the orchard gave them a tip. The caller said that she worked as a server at a bar, went by the name Becky or Rebecca Ochoa, and had tattoos that resembled the victim's. But this tip did not lead to anything. According to several witnesses, she had been spotted in and near Lemoore for a few weeks before to her passing. These witnesses stated that the victim had been a farmhand at a nearby apple orchard. This lead did not yield any valuable information either. Investigators eventually started going to nearby tattoo parlors in the hopes that they would identify the victim and recognize the work. Although he did not personally know the work, a Bakersfield tattoo artist gave information to a tattoo parlor in Los Angeles that employed a similar method in their works. He added that there was a sizable Native American population in the region. Detectives headed to Los Angeles to follow this clue. They were back to square one after questioning the artists in the parlor and discovering that their Jane Doe had no connections to the region. Detectives in Ventura County operated under the hypothesis that Jane Doe had been abducted while hitchhiking in the vicinity of Visalia, California's College of the Sequoias. In contrast to the Kern County Jane Doe, no one appeared to remember their victim, so investigators likewise turned to the media to learn more about them. Despite distributing her dental records to many dental labs, no match was found. Without fresh leads, these paths were rapidly becoming less viable. When the paternity tests from the unborn child likewise came up empty, investigators' hopes were crushed once more. A profile that may be connected to pre-existing criminal profiles in the CODIS database was created using the DNA taken from the fetus. The father of the child, however, did not appear to have a criminal record. In the 1980s, cSDNA testing was still in its infancy, and detectives had tried every available avenue to identify both women. Despite being buried in county cemeteries, the investigators never forgot the Jane Doe's story and kept trying to re-identify them. It was found that the foreign DNA from both ladies belonged to an unidentified male. However, because they thought the killings were a coincidence, investigators kept the two cases apart. This was put away, and investigators who were tasked with handling the cold cases in both counties would periodically submit DNA results over the course of the following 30 years. A new perspective meant a different method of handling the problem. Since 1980, investigators were certain that the murderer would have committed other crimes. It was plausible that their suspect was now on their systems due to technological improvements. The DNA collected from their Jane Doe was ultimately matched by Kern County officials in 2008. Wilson Chuest, a 51-year-old guy who was already detained in California, has been connected to it. On December 2, 1951, Wilson Claude Chuest Jr. was born in New Orleans, Louisiana. Wilson reportedly had a difficult upbringing because his parents were constantly at war with one another. Wilson's childhood dreams of becoming a priest were shattered when he was expelled from a Catholic school for assaulting a fellow student. Before long, he succumbed to his darker side and started consuming drugs. He enlisted in the army at the age of 18, but was released because he was considered unfit for duty. Wilson made the decision to marry and go to Los Angeles in 1969 after coming home. Wilson's move to crime revealed rifts in the marriage, despite the fact that the pair appeared content and even had a daughter. In October 1977, he committed his first significant offense. A young woman who had been standing on the side of a road in Los Angeles had been offered a lift by him. After she climbed in, he kidnapped her and took her to a faraway place. Wilson then attacked her and tried to kill her by strangulation. When she went unconscious, he figured she was dead. She regained consciousness after he abandoned her body in a ditch and reported him right away to the closest police station. Wilson, unable to avoid the allegations, struck a bargain with the prosecution and was accused of kidnapping in November 1977. Although he was granted parole in June 1980, it was short-lived. 2 months after being freed in August 1980, he robbed someone. He made another attempt to kidnap a woman outside Visalia's College of the Sequoias that same month. He had threatened to use violence against her if she didn't comply, but 2 witnesses, who happened to be passing by at the same moment, stopped his plan. After she told him she was married, he released the woman he had kidnapped and assaulted in September 1980. In the end, he was apprehended, found guilty of all 3 offenses and given a 12-year-to-life term that same year. However, Wilson served 24 years before being granted release in 2004. However, after determining that he exhibited no remorse, the committee changed their mind. However, in 2016, he was eligible for another parole hearing. Investigators were able to connect Wilson's DNA to the DNA profile found on the Kern County Jane Doe while he was still incarcerated. He was not charged right away, though, and no explanation was ever provided. After learning that Wilson was connected to an unsolved murder in Kern County in July 1980, Ventura County officials sent the DNA profile of their cold case suspect to CODIS in 2012 so that it could be compared to any potential matches to inmates already listed on the system. It was a match in January 2013. DNA from their Jane Doe's clothing and fingernails had also connected her to Wilson Chuest. Investigators in both counties were perplexed by it because they had spent years looking into 2 instances that had striking parallels but were never connected. However, the struggle for justice was far from ended. DNA had not been able to identify both Jane Does, despite having connected Wilson to both killings. One of the lawyers decided not to pursue the cold case with unidentified victims when the case was handed to the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. However, John Barrick, a senior deputy district attorney, was unwilling to give up. Wilson was to be prosecuted for the killings of Jane Does in Ventura County. I don't have to prove their identity under the laws of murder. All I need to do is demonstrate that they are human, he thought. I felt it was worth the effort because if we don't, these women, even if we don't know their names, will never receive the justice they deserve. And there's a good chance Wilson will escape, and that is not a person who deserves to be out among law-abiding citizens, Barrick stated. On September 23, 2015, a court order sent Wilson Schuess to Ventura County while he was still in detention. He was charged and arrested on 3 counts of murder while he was being detained at the county jail, the deaths of Jane Doe's and her unborn child. Wilson initially denied any involvement in the attacks and killings of the 2 ladies. Barrick and a number of prosecutors from Ventura County and Kern County spent the next 3 years trying to make Wilson pay for his crimes by presenting a strong case. He was put on trial on May 14, 2018. In court testimony, 3 of the women who survived his attacks characterized Wilson as a predator. Their accounts were similar in that Wilson had approached them and enticed them into his vehicle. Patrick Scott Bell also came forward as a witness. In 1980, Patrick was a teenager who frequently stayed with Schuess, a family friend. He described to the court how Wilson had admitted to him that he had murdered an unidentified woman and disposed of her remains. He added that one evening, he and his brothers had assisted Wilson in cleaning his car, and that when their mother questioned them, Carolyn Bell had made up the story that Wilson had struck a deer. Carolyn Bell confirmed this confession in court, as well as in a prior 2013 interview. Prosecutors used tangible evidence discovered at the Kern County crime scene following the confessions. Wilson had previously been identified by DNA and fingerprints recovered from the abandoned beer bottle. Additionally, a positive match was found in the DNA taken from the Jane Doe's clothing and fingernails. Andrei Ninjev, Wilson's defense lawyer, made a feeble claim when he claimed that his client and the women had agreed to intimacy. Additionally, he contended that there was no tangible proof of Wilson's presence at the Ventura County crime scene. On May 31, 2018, Wilson was convicted of killing both adult victims following a 2-week trial. The jury returned a guilty verdict with a unanimous vote. They were unable to convict him of the unborn child's murder, though, because the legislation the prosecution cited to support their case had not been amended since 1994. Wilson's age and the dearth of witnesses who could testify on his favor prevented the death sentence from being sought. Wilson was given 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release on July 12, 2018. The California Substance Abuse Treatment Facility and State Prison in Corcoran is where he is presently completing his term. Wilson was found guilty and charged with killing both Jane Doe's, but this did not help detectives get their names back. However, since the 1980s, DNA testing has made significant progress. Steve Rhodes, a cold case investigator in Ventura County, was aware that suspects in cold cases that had been unsolved for decades were being identified using a novel genetic genealogy testing technique. It could undoubtedly assist in identifying the victims. It had placed the Golden State Killer in jail. Both Kern County and Ventura County officials sent their DNA samples for genetic analysis in collaboration with the DNA Doe Project, DDP, an all-volunteer organization that uses genetic genealogy to identify John and Jane Doe's. To date, one of the victims of serial killer John Wayne Gacy has been positively identified by the DDP. Southern Texas, Central Mexico, Northern New Mexico, Indigenous California, and Guatemala are among those mentioned on their website and Facebook page. Family members have yet to identify her. Investigators were able to identify her unborn child's father in 2021. He is thought to be a Honduran immigrant with connections to the Central American population in Los Angeles' Koreatown neighborhood. Investigators couldn't get in touch with him to find out anything about their Jane Doe. However, they are aggressively looking for any leads and are encouraging family members to come forward and provide their DNA. Finding anything useful for the Kern County Jane Doe was a little more challenging because the DNA recovered had deteriorated over time. In May 2019, she started her inquiry. The victim was indigenous, according to the DDP, and her parents were probably from Mesquakis, Alberta, Canada. The issue was that very few Native Americans had given genealogical websites their DNA profiles. To aid in the case's resolution, a request was posted on the DDP Facebook page for anyone of indigenous heritage to submit their DNA. Violet Sousay, who had spent decades looking for her missing aunt Shirley Ann Sousay, saw this appeal. In February 2020, Violet sent her DNA to GeneMatch. In April 2021, the DNA Doe Project announced that Shirley Ann Sousay had finally been identified after tests revealed that Violet was, in fact, a close relative of the Kern County Jane Doe. When she was slain, she was 35 years old. On February 6, 1945, Shirley was born in Alberta, Canada, on the Samson Cree Nation Reserve. Each of her 7 siblings belonged to a close-knit family. When Shirley's father died, she was just 14 years old. Due to their inability to manage the duties involved in ranch maintenance, the family experienced financial troubles. In order to provide for her family, she ultimately made the decision to leave the reservation in pursuit of employment. Shirley ended up relocating to Vancouver, British Columbia, instead of her original plan to relocate to Edmonton, which is nearby. She would later marry Adam Miskew here in 1963, and the two of them had a girl and 2 boys. However, things did not get any simpler. Her marriage failed after a few tumultuous years, and her 3 children were removed and placed in foster care before being adopted. She ended up destitute after failing to reclaim custody of her kids. In order to deal with her depression, Shirley resorted to substance addiction and drinking. Her family had observed the shift in her behavior, but she occasionally went back to Alberta. When she returned for her brother's burial in 1977, it was the last time her family saw her. She mentioned that she would be seeing a friend in Seattle, Washington, but she stated that she did not want to go back to Alberta. Shirley's mother allegedly encouraged her daughter to get a tattoo that would help people recognize her and help them find her in the event of an emergency. Shirley continued to correspond with her family, but after June 1980 she stopped. After decades of searching the Vancouver region, family members finally turned to visiting cemeteries since they thought she had passed away. Violet Sousay claimed that after the finding, she had promised her grandma that she would track down Shirley and bring her back to the family. On May 26, 2022, her remains were transported by air to Edmonton Airport. Members of California's Tule River tribe performed songs and offered blessings during a ritual before her casket was given back to her family. They were joined in bidding their final goodbyes by representatives from the Kern County Sheriff's Office. Violet felt relieved that she could finally keep her word. Shirley Ann Sousay was buried on May 27, 2022, in Riverside Cemetery, where her family is buried. In order to enable Indigenous people to perform their own forensic investigations, Violet now advocates for them to receive training in DNA research. She is still collaborating with investigators to use a genetic genealogy database to assist other Indigenous families in locating their missing loved ones. "I want to give people in similar situations to that hope," she said. Even though the task looked unachievable in 1980, investigators' relentless pursuit of justice, along with developments in DNA testing and technology, has finally brought a killer to justice and offered peace to a family that had been looking for their loved one for far too long. Over half of the war has already been won. However, there is still hope for finding the Ventura County Jane Doe as technology advances. The instance of today has demonstrated that unwavering perseverance can produce incredible outcomes. How do you feel about the advancements in technology that have helped locate and provide closure to families who have been looking for answers regarding the location of their missing loved ones for years? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships, particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their 2 young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the 2 pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house, even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway, to be in the United States. You can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claimed that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her two small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a storm water drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismuck that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismuck, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismuck stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. but it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or a victim of the circumstances? Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister, Crystal Lister, may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Anyone can experience financial difficulties. While some people overcome their challenges quickly, others might do so for years. What matters most, though, is how one decides to overcome these obstacles. Some people work hard and earn money through honest labor, while others turn to crime in order to make quick money. A third group is likewise prepared to participate in the production of content that is both controversial and in demand, all in exchange for a big payout. Although it is allowed to operate in this field, actors, and frequently actresses in this genre, face harsh social criticism and condemnation. However, the pull of quick riches and the quest for questionable celebrity might triumph over moral values. Furthermore, a lot of them now work from home, establishing studios and broadcasting live. The case of Carol Maltese, a young mother and actress in adult films, is a clear illustration of what pursuing fame and wealth in this field may lead to. But one must not ignore the possibility of serious mental harm to the actors, resulting in actual catastrophes. She didn't think her job was unethical. Her only goal was to become financially independent so that she could support herself and her small kid when she retired. Sadly, her body, which had formerly been admired by hundreds of followers, was later discovered dismembered on a steep ledge next to a road. She was never able to quit the industry, though. Carol Maltese's early years and childhood. On September 19, 1995, Carol Nicole Maltese was born in a small Italian province. She was the only child of Fabio and Josephine, and her father was Dutch and her mother was Italian. She stayed with her mother when her parents divorced when she was just 4 years old. Her father later remarried, had more children, and returned to his native Netherlands. Since her ex-husband provided minimal assistance, Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise her daughter by herself. They were residents of Sesto Calende, a tiny town in the Varese province. In order to provide her daughter what she needed, a quality education, and the chance for a better life, the mother worked several jobs at the same time. Carol developed into a lovely, compassionate, and outgoing young woman who had plenty of friends and got along well with everyone. She frequently went to a dance studio as a schoolgirl and was involved in sports, especially horseback riding. Maltese spoke 3 languages with ease. I read a great deal, enjoyed to travel around Europe, and could talk about practically everything. She developed a small feminine body as a teenager, gained a lot of fans and suitors, and enjoyed being the focus of attention. Following graduation, she enrolled in a technical institution to study fashion, the arts, and industrial design, quickly rising to the top of her class. Carol became romantically involved with a young guy a year her senior who was enrolled in the Faculty of Architecture and Design, which led to an unexpected pregnancy during her freshman year. Carol found out she was pregnant in the fall of 2020, at the age of 20. She and the child's father were completely taken aback by this news. Both of them were students and completely unprepared for this kind of thing. Carol, however, was adamant about keeping the child. The young couple's lives took a significant turn in 2016 when they welcomed a son into the world. In order to provide for themselves and their infant, they both had to drop out of school. Since there were more chances to make a living and support their family in Verona, the new parents made the decision to go there. Carol secured a position as a sales consultant for a major network of retail stores selling perfume and cosmetics. Her boyfriend took care of their son shortly after his first birthday while working from home on several tasks. Carol started a passionate romance with Angelo after she unexpectedly fell in love with him in the middle of 2019. For over 6 months, the pair met in secret, renting hotel rooms, messaging one another at night, and making an effort to spend every second of their free time together. But shortly before the new year, Carol's child's father learned of her affair and made the decision to break up with Maltese, his cheating partner. Since she was already about to leave for her new lover, I thought this was for the best. But then something went wrong. They agreed to rent an apartment together because Carol couldn't move in with her child from a previous relationship, and Angelo lived in his parents' house. However, the young couple was unemployed and unable to buy their own apartment at the time due to the global coronavirus outbreak. After a while, Carol moved in with her new boyfriend's parents and made the decision to temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father until things calmed down and she could welcome him into her home. A general self-isolation regime was proclaimed as the situation deteriorated in the interim. Carol had severe financial issues during this tough time, and everyone was confined to their homes. Carol received the best support possible from Angelo and his parents. She was unable to provide for her little kid financially, so she essentially stayed in their house at their expense. In addition, Carol's mother required expensive therapy and an unexpected source of money due to her Parkinson's disease diagnosis, which was getting worse. Maltese desperately thought of ways to make money from home during the lockdown in order to provide for her sick mother and son. She made the decision to try making money by sharing about her struggles and life in isolation on social media and on her own YouTube channel. Although there wasn't much interest in this content, her unusual appearance as a new blogger caught people's attention, leading to praise and even some inappropriate suggestions in the comments. A subscriber advised her to register on the website OnlyFans, pointing out that her attractive appearance would be greatly valued there and that she might swiftly rise to fame and fortune. Following this recommendation, Carol signed up for the service under the fictitious name Charlotte Angel. She started uploading her private images and brief films, creating content that was revealing. She quickly gained a sizable fan base that was prepared to pay for such stuff. Carol quickly started generating good money, but she didn't tell her partner or close family members how she was making money or what she was getting paid for. She adored this line of work, and as she worked to win over her fans, her content grew increasingly complex and graphic. Carol tried to conceal the specifics of her work for as long as possible, but after 6 months or so, a friend of hers happened to come across her account. Everyone quickly learned how she was earning a living as rumors began to circulate. She wasn't very offended and even attempted to defend it by saying that her art was a source of good money and that it satisfied her completely. The Orthodox Italians, however, were not prepared to embrace this, and friends and family increasingly distanced themselves from Carol because they thought she was involved in immoral activities and that their reputations may be damaged by hanging around with her. Carol herself believed that this attitude toward her profession was discriminatory and was sure that she would succeed in becoming a well-known and affluent adult film star. The beauty quickly gained enough popularity to attract the attention of adult film companies. The attractive Italian accepted offers from a number of filmmakers to appear in their movies. She took part in public performances and group photo shoots. Angelo, who foolishly believed his fiancée worked remotely as a designer but occasionally visited the workplace, soon learned of her actions. He hadn't intended to end their relationship, so he was taken aback and unsure of what to do next. But when his parents found out, they demanded that he end his relationship with this deceased woman at away, lest she bring shame to their whole family. Carol had saved up enough cash to rent a place of her own by that point. Her account on OnlyFans was quite well liked. Directors frequently made offers to her, and her fees continued to rise. She stated in interviews that she didn't intend to work in this field her entire life, and that she would ultimately complete her studies and try her hand at being a model or designer, but for the time being, she was happy with her job and was getting paid well for it. However, Carol frequently talked about the ongoing moral pressure from those around her, their criticisms, and their attempts to embarrass her, which led to certain psychological traumas. She referred to her work as art and fought for women's freedom to pursue their careers without fear of criticism. At the age of 25, Maltese relocated to the little town of Rescaldina in the Milan area. In an effort to move on and find a new dominant boyfriend, she made the decision to start over, intended to leave the adult sector, and secured a position as a sales consultant at a perfume store. Her life appeared to have entirely transformed, yet this was only a momentary transformation. A couple of months later, she got to know Davide Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker who loved photography and specialized in nude shots. He was looking for a model for his own projects when they first connected online. He extended the invitation to Carol, and the two were immediately captivated by each other. Fontana had been legally wed for a long time. He nevertheless began dating the young beauty in spite of this. As they started dating, they planned graphic photo shoots that always culminated in sensuality. He soon found out about Carol's previous endeavors and persuaded her to pursue filmmaking again. David had conflicting views about her, recognizing her true brilliance. He enjoyed watching his young lover in sexual movies, but he also loved her and wanted to own her. Realizing their most obscene and immoral fantasies, the banker moved in with Carol after divorcing his wife in March 2021. He also took a share of the money they made together, but also assisted her in producing content that was immensely popular on OnlyFans. Carol quickly gained so much popularity and success that studios and directors from other countries started to offer her high-paying shoot contracts. Despite having no boundaries or restraints, Fontana was extremely envious and reacted angrily when people tried to flirt with his girlfriend or paid attention to her on the street. He approached the filming process as though it were any other work, and the actress felt totally at ease with it. Angelo called her a few months later and admitted how much he missed her. He suggested that they reunite, adding that he was willing to accept her career path and would not obstruct or limit her. Despite being moved, Carol acknowledged that she was already seeing another man. They nevertheless kept in touch, but when Davide found out, he grew furious, threatened Angelo, and even set fire to his car. Angelo informed the police right away about the dangers to his life and the destruction to his property. The banker did not pay for the damage since there was no proof that he was involved in the arson, but the authorities did issue a restraining order that prevented Fontana from visiting Angelo. There is a desire for romance at work. The actress had over 30,000 followers and frequently traveled abroad for filming. Carol intended to quit the adult film business, pursue another career, and concentrate on raising her kid. She was also saving money to purchase a house of her own to bring her son along. She started creating personalized videos in the interim, which turned out to be a successful company. For a hefty cost, fans emailed her their own scripts of what they wanted to see, and she made their dreams come true. She still received assistance from Fontana with filming and editing. They continued to live together and split the earnings. On a movie set in September 2021, Maltese encountered Salvatore Galdo, an actor who had starred with her in a number of explicit films. However, genuine feelings blossomed between them, and they began dating. She waited for the proper time to tell the banker everything and end their relationship permanently, because she was secretly afraid of what Davide may do to her new boyfriend while they were dating. She happily accepted Galdo's proposal of marriage a few months later when he presented her with an engagement ring. Carol had saved up enough cash by the end of the year to purchase a house of her own. She ultimately made the decision to speak with Fontana and intended to bring her son, marry Salvatore. Unexpectedly, the man handled the news with composure. They still had a number of outstanding tasks for which they had previously received payment, but it appeared that he understood everything and was prepared to let her go to her new partner. They decided to do the job and then go their separate ways in peace. Carol's unexplained absence at the start of 2022, Maltese abruptly disappeared. She stopped making appearances in movies, stopped streaming on the internet, stopped talking to her coworkers, and declined any new approaches from filmmakers. Many assumed she had left the industry, since they knew she had planned to do so. Even her worried friends and fiancé, meanwhile, were unable to get through to her. Carol claimed to be well while responding to mails and messengers, but did not return calls. She needed time for herself after making the decision to drastically alter her life. She wrote to her fiancé, Salvatore, stating that she was self-isolating due to COVID-19 and that they would not be able to see each other for some time. Given that he didn't sound the alarm a month or 3 months later, it appears that this explanation satisfied him. According to the most recent images on Carol's page, she rarely engaged with anyone on social media, confining herself to succinct and direct replies. However, fresh posts did periodically appear on her account. Without telling anyone, she had taken a vacation by the sea. On March 20, 2022, parts of an unidentified body were discovered in sacks. A bystander was strolling along a road that ran alongside a rocky cliff on the outskirts of the Italian community of Borno. Large black trash bags that were laying on the slope next to a body of water caught his attention. The man was irritated that someone had chosen to throw trash in the picturesque and empty region. He descended to the closest sack, which was heavy, and attempted to raise it, when he noticed human fingers sticking through the ripped polyethylene. The true horror hit him. The man alerted the authorities to his horrifying find right away, and they discovered 4 bags with an 18-part human body inside. It appeared hard to identify the remains due to their extreme disfigurement. Although they were unable to determine the cause of death, forensic experts concluded that the deceased was a young woman who had passed away at least 2 months prior. Prior to being discarded off the cliff, the body had been in a freezer. In the hopes that they would go unnoticed for a long period in such a remote location, the criminal most likely drove here and just threw the bags down. Some of the contents spilled out as the bags ripped upon impact. It is obvious that the criminal had eliminated all distinguishing characteristics in an effort to keep the remains unidentified for as long as possible. Skin fragments were severed where they were probably tattooed, but several of these tattoos were still there, albeit badly damaged. Those patches of skin had been sliced, soaked in acid, and scorched by hot items. However, the authorities deduced that no one was searching for a woman with those traits after assembling fragments of the tattoos and comparing them with a database of missing persons. This was strange, which made others think the deceased wasn't from the area, until a news program on the body was broadcast, requesting anyone who might recognize the listed attributes to come forward. This was the accepted belief. A woman who had starred in adult films soon visited the station and claimed that she recognized her colleague who had vanished in early January, based on the tattoo's description. The actress did not know the deceased's true identity, but she did reveal that she operated under the alias Charlotte. This information was vital since it allowed law authorities to easily determine the girl's identity and true name, since they now knew how she appeared in real life. The odd fiancé. As soon as the deceased's name was established, it was discovered that she had recently become engaged to her co-worker Salvatore Galdo, who oddly had not filed a missing persons report. As a result, the first suspect was located and taken into custody. The man, however, was obviously distressed by the death of his spouse and perplexed as to why he was being suspected. Salvatore cited their correspondence as evidence that he had maintained contact with the woman via social media and messengers. So he was unaware that Carol had been dead for a long time. He said he hadn't gone to see his sweetheart since she was self-isolating after getting COVID-19 earlier in the year. He claimed to have spoken on the phone with Fontana, who was nearby, and had promised to take care of the woman, when police questioned him about why he hadn't phoned her to see if she needed assistance. Although the fiancé's account was inconsistent and unpersuasive, his evidence introduced a second suspect, who required detention and questioning. But David himself showed up at the station the following day to report a person missing, so there was no need to look for him. The terrible truth is that Fontana had not been keeping up with the news since he clearly did not anticipate the body being discovered so soon. He was concerned to hear that Carol had been located and recognized, but he continued to think the police would not find him. But when the police took Salvatore into custody, The man knew the police would find him because they had spoken on the phone, so he made up a tale about COVID-19 and said he would take care of his fiancée. David's explanation was wildly unrealistic. He was obviously scared, and he kept contradicting himself. He claimed that although he and Carol had been close, they had not seen one another in months, and she had ceased communicating. He was at a loss as to why he had simply called the police. Fontana ultimately started testifying under pressure and admitted that he had unintentionally killed Carol. They were filming extreme video for a client who had paid a lot of money, he said, in early January. According to the screenplay, David had to bind the woman, tape her lips shut, place a bag over her head, and then use a hammer and other instruments to viciously beat, abuse, and torment her. They had decided that she would seem to be in excruciating pain, but he would not strike her with full force. But he allegedly overreacted, miscalculated a hammer blow, and broke her skull in the process. She was in the final stages of death when he took the bag off her head, but instead of attempting to save her or phoning for medical assistance, he chose to finish her misery with a final hammer blow out of mercy. After allegedly dismembering the body in a frenzy, the criminal, uncertain of what to do next, kept the parts in his freezer for more than 2 months before choosing to get rid of them. The investigation's reconstruction of the real events showed that David, the enigmatic and perverted client, had contacted the woman under a false identity. Since she had chosen to leave him, he obviously didn't want to let her go and came up with a clever plan of retaliation. The passcode to her phone was reportedly taken out by the man during the torture session, which was allegedly also part of the script and a client's desire. Around 9 o'clock in the evening on January 11, Fontana struck the woman with a hammer, killing her. He dismembered the body the following day after using the deceased's credit card to buy a huge freezer and an axe and saw from a hardware shop. He did everything he could to make the body unidentifiable. After removing the skin and the tattoos, he attempted to burn, tear apart, and practically erase what was left. For more than 2 months, David kept the body pieces in the freezer after placing them in bags. The criminal maintained the victim's social media accounts and spoke with her friends and family on her behalf during this time, giving the impression that Carol was still alive. The thief reportedly opted to dispose of the body by dropping it off a cliff in an abandoned area by the end of March, presumably believing that the threat had passed. He hoped the remains would never be discovered or would have deteriorated to the point where they could no longer be identified. But Davide was wrong, and the body was found 2 days later. Within a week, authorities found him, tried him, and found him guilty. None of the girl's friends or family had reported her missing for almost 3 months following her abduction, which was the most perplexing and unfathomable part of this case. All of them expressed satisfaction with the social media posts and messages they received. Carol never tried to see her and never returned calls, which did not worry even the fiancé, who believed she was unwell. The victim's phone had been active and in David's hands the entire time, so if someone had set off the alarm, the killer could have been located right away using the signal. Fontana apologized and vowed throughout the trial that he loved Maltese and had accidentally killed her. Additionally, he stated that he was unable to handle the pain following her death and had intended to take his own life. Even though the defendant himself had ordered the gruesome film to be recorded on June 12, 2023, the defense maintained that the occurrence was, in reality, an unintended act of violence. Of course, this assertion sounded ridiculous, and no one believed him. Fontana was given a 30-year prison term after the court found him guilty of manslaughter. In addition, he was mandated to give €200,000 in compensation to the deceased's son, 100 to Carol's mother, and 50 to her child's father. The offender may be eligible for parole since, surprisingly, the manner of the assassination was not declared cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not regarded an aggravating element. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The serene picture of Medicine Hat, Alberta was broken by the horrific story of the Richardson family murders. A 12-year-old girl named Jasmine Richardson was at the heart of this horrifying crime. when she got involved in an illicit connection with Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old man with a dark fascination and a difficult past. This is the tale of how manipulation can spiral out of hand and how a rebellion can go horribly wrong. Tragically, lives are cut short. It serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly human nature's darker aspects can surface and how seemingly normal lives can conceal unimaginable suffering. They came up with a strategy together that will kill a whole family and leave the neighborhood in shock and grief. Why would a teenage girl and her much older lover carry out such a horrible act? In this sad instance, how can love, or what they thought was love, be so twisted as to devastate? We'll look at what preceded the killings, what happened after, and the unanswered questions that many who recall the Richardson family still have. Kids rode bikes, neighbors waved to one another, and weekend events included home barbecues and block parties in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Up until 2006, when a crime so heinous that it rocked the country and altered everything, it was the type of place where nothing ever appeared to go wrong. The Richardson family appeared to be the quintessential Medicine Hat, Alberta suburban family. In their town, the Richardson family was regarded as a close-knit and loving family. Mark Richardson was employed by the oil and gas sector. He worked in a challenging field, using his diligence to complete his work and provide a comfortable life for his family. He was just as committed to his work as he was to his loved ones. Deborah Richardson, his wife, was a stay-at-home mother. She was well liked by her friends and neighbors because of her friendly and welcoming demeanor. She made sure all of her two children's needs were met and volunteered at their school, showing a strong commitment to their lives. Different dynamics were introduced into the home by the couple's two children. At 8 years old, Jacob is the youngest, and what a genuine, vivacious, and carefree youngster he was. He enjoys playing with his pals. He enjoys sketching and spends hours watching his favorite cartoons. His innocence and newfound enthusiasm fill the Richardson family's house with laughter and happiness. Jacob is the kind of youngster that can make any space happier. Jasmine, the family's 12-year-old daughter, was in a different period of life and attempting to deal with the challenges of puberty. She was figuring out who she was and pursuing independence, just like a lot of preteens. Jasmine was always intelligent and curious, but as she grew more drawn to the goth scene, her alterations were becoming more noticeable. Mark and Deborah started to worry about her dark clothes, alternative music, and edgy online forums, as she was slowly growing more reclusive and aggressive, pushing boundaries with her parents. They initially wrote it off as a phase, the typical manifestation of some adolescent rebellion. But Jasmine's increasingly abrasive demeanor and mood swings since then had led them to believe that something more than simple acting out was occurring. The Richardsons were and would remain a tight family, with Mark and Deborah making a concerted effort to give their kids a secure and caring environment, despite their concerns about Jasmine's behavioral changes. They believed that understanding and patience would finally help Jasmine turn her life around. To close the distance that appeared to be growing between their daughter and others, they established boundaries while attempting to promote candid conversation. The Richardson family appeared to be the epitome of suburban tranquility and the ideal family. Along with the typical highs and lows of family life, their home was a place of warmth and joy. However, tensions were subtly increasing beneath the surface. Jasmine's rebellion and independence led to arguments with her parents and a rift that would eventually have disastrous results. The innocence of what was about to happen was only enhanced by Jacob's joyful presence. The Richardson tragedy was rendered even more heartbreaking by his lighthearted nature and strong relationship with his family, as the narrative of this seemingly normal family would later come to light. A society was taken aback by fashion that no one could imagine, and the country was left in disbelief at a reality that scarcely looked plausible. When Jasmine Richardson met Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old guy who shared her interest in the goth subculture, her life took a dark turn. Mutual friends and online discussion boards centered around their common interests had brought the two together. Their bond quickly became intense, driven by a shared desire for illegal thrill-seeking and a fascination with life's darkest aspects. Jeremy's theatrical persona was what most appealed to Jasmine. His thick black eyeliner, black clothing, and bizarre claim that he was a 300-year-old werewolf made him incredibly enigmatic and, thus, captivating. Jeremy had a difficult past filled with constant bullying and neglect. His defiant persona, which exalted darkness and disregarded social conventions, was molded by his early encounters. In sharp contrast to her regimented suburban upbringing, he was intriguing and enigmatic to Jasmine. Despite the fact that Jeremy was far older than Jasmine and showed her a number of warning signs, their connection immediately became very heated. Soon, Jeremy would be more than simply a romantic interest. He became a confidant and rebellious ally. He listened to her complain about her parents and how they were misinterpreted, which fueled her growing sense of alienation from them and justified her displeasure with them. The more days went by, the more he controlled her. Mark and Deborah Richardson were appalled to learn that their daughter was seeing Jeremy. They were determined to safeguard their daughter, and while the age difference was unsettling in and of itself, they were even more alarmed by Jeremy's eerie demeanor and his control over Jasmine. They imposed stringent regulations, prohibited her from meeting Jeremy, and kept a close eye on everything she did. By taking these actions, Mark and Deborah intended to break the poisonous relationship and put Jasmine back on a healthier course. However, this just served to further distance them from their daughter. Jasmine's parents were portrayed as individuals who would hinder her journey to happiness, rather than discourage her during her adolescent rebellion. She became even closer to him as a result of their limitations, and the two began to adopt a risky mindset that saw Mark and Deborah as the ones who were trying to stop their freedom and love. As they fueled one another's animosity toward Jasmine's family, Jeremy's hold on her gradually deteriorated. Their shared obsession with Gothic themes and defiance of social norms became a perverted excuse for their mounting disdain. They entered something even darker and more dangerous because they dreamed of a life unencumbered by all the restrictions imposed by Jasmine's house. An adolescent rebellion took a drastically different and more sinister course. Jasmine and Jeremy's awkward partnership was transformed into the very fuel for the fire that will startle the entire neighborhood and leave a scar on everyone who knows and interacts with the Richardsons. Because Jasmine's parents forbade it, the young couple had to communicate in secret. Their relationship was tumultuous, a kind of collective revolt that grew stronger in the darkness. They stayed in touch with one another without her parents knowing, thanks to instant internet chats, text messages, and emails. These covert conversations served as a breeding ground for Mark and Deborah Richardson's resentments and sinister dreams, which ultimately developed into a terrifying conspiracy. The combination of Jasmine's interest in rebelling and Jeremy's penchant for dramatic and dark language was the perfect combination to make things worse. By implying that her parents weren't resisting him because of an unfounded fear of losing their love, he gave her justification for being angry with them. The digital trail they left behind is a terrifying journey into collective delusions, where they started talking of eradicating those who stood in their path. As their discussions developed into actual murderous plots, what had started out as teenage venting quickly took a dark turn. One email discussion in particular sticks out as really unsettling. Jasmine is said to have written, "I have this plan. I kill them at the beginning, and I live with you at the end, calm." "The ice," she said. Her tone made it clear that she was in a certain frame of mind. Instead of attempting to talk her out of it, Jeremy flung open his arms and embraced the notion that he was a willing collaborator who would do everything to be with her. His statements were a combination of intent and fantasy, as he boasted about his abilities to prepare and carry out murder. Through feeding on each other's darker thoughts, this shared delusion had developed and flourished with every exchange. Over the course of their lives, their fantasies evolved and grew stronger with each new experience. They soon became so large that their idea appeared to be very much a reality. Timing and the steps the females would take to carry out their gloomy intentions were discussed after methods. Jeremy remained loyal to himself, incorporating his love of violence and Gothic motifs into his identity. In a terrifying prelude to the terrible events involving this couple, he armed himself with a knife. The idea of killing Jasmine's family had been thoroughly planned out, and the pair had convinced themselves that it would finally release them from power. It was scheduled for April 20th, 2006. That day would be the start of their lives together, in their warped imaginations. They planned to murder the Richardson family that night, which would release Jasmine from the things she believed were controlling her and allow her to live freely with Jeremy. The extent to which they had descended into their shared fantasy is brought into stark relief by the finality and resolve of their preparation. The terrible nature of their objectives became increasingly apparent as the day drew near. Something unthinkably dark had emerged from a relationship that had appeared to be based on the normal anxiety of a youngster yearning for freedom. April 22 would be the end of the Richardson family's typical suburban life, but it would also mean the loss of everything they had created together. A terrible tragedy, brought on by toxic and illusory love. The evening of April 22, 2006 was unusually quiet at the Richardson home. Mark and Deborah Richardson were inside getting settled for a normal evening, unaware of the horror that would shortly overtake them. Before long, their once joyful family home, filled with laughter and the typical noises of daily life, would turn into a butchery outdoors. When the horror started, 12-year-old Jasmine Richardson was waiting for Jeremy Stinky, who was armed and determined to carry out a horrifying plan that had been secretly plotted outside the house. With his firearm ready and his goal clearly visible, Jeremy entered the house. Deborah, the family matriarch, was the first person he interacted with. She used all of her strength to fight back after comprehending the threat that was in front of her. Her maternal instinct demanded that she take every precaution to protect her family. Although the struggle was desperate, Jeremy's assault was vicious and unrelenting. Deborah bravely struggled, but she was no match for his savagery. Mark was awakened by the ruckus and hurried to assist his wife. When he discovered her being attacked, he attempted to stop it, but Jeremy's onslaught was equally vicious. Even with all of his power and resolve, Mark was unable to withstand the intensity of the attack, and was also defeated by Jeremy's unrelenting brutality. The Richardson family was plunged into disarray and grief after both parents passed away in such a horrifying way. Frightened and confused, 8-year-old Jacob hid in his bed throughout the confusion, holding on to everything he could find to soothe him. The small youngster may have been unable to comprehend the noises of violence and perhaps assumed that he would be saved by keeping quiet, but there was absolutely no mercy from Jeremy. In an act so senseless and vicious that it brought out the night's depravity, he sought down Jacob and killed the small kid. According to witnesses and subsequent investigators, Jasmine either actively helped Jeremy kill Jacob or, at the absolute least, made it possible for him to do so. The breadth of her involvement made an already unthinkable atrocity much more horrifying. The Richardson residence was a scene of unspeakable destruction by the time the bloodshed had ceased. Blood covered the walls and floors, and the house fell into an odd hush and stillness. In just a few hours, the home that had once been a place of love and warmth was turned into a terrifying place. Even seasoned investigators were taken aback by the crime's extreme savagery. Jasmine and Jeremy were shaken by the killings and fled, leaving behind the broken remains of a family in their wake. Along with any pretense of routine and communal safety, 3 lives were snatched from people who had every right to live them. The Richardson family went from being a representation of suburban stability to becoming the focus of disaster and a warning to everyone who knew them. With so many unanswered concerns and a general sense of loss creeping in, it was to be a threshold, a night of darkness that marked the end of the world. The following morning, a youngster arrived to the Richardson residence to play with his closest friend, Jacob, upsetting the tranquility of this peaceful suburban community. When he rang the front doorbell and no one responded, his curiosity overcame him and he looked through a window, where he saw the bloodied bodies of Mark and Deborah Richardson lying still. This sight would haunt him for the rest of his life. For anyone, much less a child, the sight was horrifying and unreal. He ran away in terror to rouse his parents, who called the police right away. When authorities arrived at the Richardson residence, they discovered an unimaginable amount of bloodshed. The floor and walls were covered in blood. The horrific violence that had occurred that evening was depicted in the graphic images. The bodies of Mark and Deborah were discovered in the living room when the cops proceeded into the house, and Jacob, an 8-year-old kid, was discovered dead on the floor of his bedroom. Even seasoned officers were stunned by the crime's severity. At first, there were concerns of kidnapping. Because 12-year-old Jasmine was absent, the killer may have abducted her, according to the police, making her another victim of that horrible act. As authorities rushed to piece together what had transpired, an Amber Alert was contemplated. However, when they searched the area for proof, their suspicions started to change. A far more sinister and unsettling picture was painted by the discovery of Jasmine's belongings, which included unsettling messages she had exchanged with an older man named Jeremy Stinky. As the investigators dug deeper, They discovered more emails, social media posts, and text messages between Jasmine and Jeremy that hinted at their evil scheme. They had talked about their shared murderous desires and their scheme to murder everybody who stood in their way. The fact that Jasmine was an active co-conspirator and not a victim became even more clear. Jasmine and Jeremy, meantime, had traveled a few miles to a town to hide from the police after leaving the crime scene. They took refuge in a friend's house, where the friend was unaware of the murders. Later, locals said that the pair was continuing their lives as if nothing had occurred. They were captured on camera, kissing, holding hands, and laughing. Their reckless behavior was a terrifying example of their disinterest in the horrors they had perpetrated. Their lack of regret was the most disturbing. The distorted dynamic between these two was further highlighted by this fact. Their covert efforts were short-lived. Police found them within 24 hours, using evidence from the crime site and witness accounts. Their heartless scheme came to a startling halt when the pair was taken into custody. In the view of the community, the fact that Jasmine was implicated gave a further dimension to an already tragic and unexplained event. The narrative of the Richardson murders, whose terrifying evidence demonstrated how quickly innocence may turn to evil, never ceased to captivate and horrify people. As one of the most unsettling criminal cases in recent decades, the trial that followed the horrific killings of Jasmine's family members garnered worldwide attention. It sparked a series of discussions about the nature of juvenile involvement in violent crimes and the adult's role in influencing children. The Youth Criminal Justice Act was used to try Jasmine, who was just 12 years old when the crimes occurred. Due to her age, she is entitled to specific safeguards under this statute. Nevertheless, she was tried in a court of law for her actions, just like any other adult. Due to his age of 23, Jeremy was also tried as an adult and was subject to the full force of the law. The trial's prosecutors presented a terrifying account of the twisted bond between Jasmine and Jeremy, presenting a picture of a young child who was more than merely a willing accomplice in the vicious plot and preparation that led to the horrific killing. The prosecution explained how Jeremy had coldly controlled Jasmine and used that power to persuade her to assist in the killings of her own family members. The killings had been graphic in their details, they said, and prosecutors maintained that this was a case of deliberate murder rather than some random act of violence. Even if little Jasmine was fully aware of the gravity of her actions and shared equal culpability for them. The defense side, on the other hand, made an effort to highlight Jasmine's vulnerability at the age of 12 and contended that an older, more seasoned person like Jeremy could easily sway her. According to their claims, Jasmine was brainwashed and coerced into carrying out the killings. As a result, she was unable to fully comprehend the seriousness of her actions or what she was doing. According to the defense, Jeremy was a cunning person who had taken advantage of Jasmine's emotional immaturity and gullibility to gain her trust and carry out his own nefarious schemes. They asked the court to consider her age and the very probable possibility that she had been misled and was unable to make her own decisions. The evidence against both defendants grew throughout the trial. Witness accounts, forensic data, and a thorough examination of the couple's relationship revealed a pattern of Jeremy's dominance and manipulation. The jury was not persuaded that Jasmine's involvement in the killings involved more than merely being influenced by someone else, notwithstanding the defense of brainwashing. There was no question that she was criminally culpable for the killings because she had actively participated in their planning, execution, and aftermath. The court finally rendered its decision, finding Jasmine guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Her crimes were far too serious to be given a light punishment, even though her young had to be taken into account while determining her sentence. As a result, she received the harshest punishment imaginable for a minor, 10 years in a juvenile detention center, which included 4 years in a mental health facility and 4 years of conditional supervision. Jeremy, meanwhile, received the harshest punishment imaginable, 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of release for 25 years. In many respects, the punishment reflected the horrible nature of the crimes, but it also highlighted how crucial Jeremy was to the whole situation, entangling the other 2 through his deceitful tactics. In order to preserve her privacy and assist her in acclimating to life outside the facility, Jasmine was granted total anonymity upon her release in 2016. According to reports, she has begun over under a different identity, away from the scrutiny of the public that had followed her case for years. Her release signaled the conclusion of a legal journey that had garnered national attention and sparked intense discussion. To many, her case represents redemption and rehabilitation, an appeal to the potential for reform by young offenders under the right conditions. Supporters note out that she served her entire term, spent time in a mental health facility, and successfully fulfilled all conditional supervision conditions. For them, she serves as an example of how the legal system can grant second chances, particularly to young people who may have been persuaded or otherwise influenced to conduct horrible crimes. However, some would disagree. They believe that granting Jasmine a new name and another opportunity to live a regular life does not enough make up for the seriousness of her crimes. They question whether the family whose members' lives she brutally ended ever received justice. Her anonymity felt like a shield from responsibility, and detractors believed it created a negative precedent and diminished the gravity of her actions. It supports a more thorough discussion about the inequity of youth rehabilitative opportunities. In the debate over the morality and practicality of sentencing adolescents for violent crimes, her case is frequently used as an example to illustrate how to find a balance between protecting vulnerable criminals on the one hand and providing justice for the victims on the other. Jeremy may be the subject of this story, but he is still behind bars, serving the majority of his sentence, 3 life sentences, with no possibility of release for 25 years. One significant difference between Jeremy's case and Jasmine's is that Jeremy has always been the aggressor in these terrible incidents because his identity has never been hidden. COVID has frequently been explained by his involvement in the crime, a relationship that appears to degenerate into an unexplainable downward spiral. Jeremy's impact on Jasmine, his history, and his motivations have all been the focus of media scrutiny and psychological research. His narrative will always serve as a reminder to provide an example of the worst that may occur when dysfunctional dynamics and unchecked manipulation are allowed to lead to unimaginable acts of brutality. For many, Jeremy represents the negative aspects of relationships where respect and trust are replaced by control and manipulation. Some people believe that his continued confinement protects him from hurting other people. However, his situation does raise issues about how much more could have been done to aid with mental health interventions, and what society's obligations are in attempting to stop these kinds of acts before they become tragic. In summary, the Jasmine and Jerry case remained relevant and functioned as social study on the issues of justice, criminality, and human behavior. Their case went on to highlight the intricacy of criminal justice, particularly for young people, and how startling it was to be reminded of the long-lasting effects of unhealthy relationships and violence. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a chilling reminder of how swiftly and unpredictably a seemingly normal life may devolve into unimaginably horrific catastrophe. This is a very unsettling case, exposes us to difficult problems and highlights the negative aspects of human relationships, love, and manipulation. Thin Veneer highlights how poisonous, dangerous relationships may have disastrous outcomes, even in families that seem secure and caring at first glance. Even now, people all around the world are still affected by the case of Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Stanke, which rocked Medicine Hat, Alberta to its core. However, the particularly horrific nature of the killings and the young youth of those responsible were what truly made this case unique. Jasmine was just 12 years old at the time, and few incidents in Canadian real crime history have affected people so profoundly. It touched with extremely challenging issues of responsibility, rehabilitation, and justice while also exposing young people's susceptibilities to manipulation. The killings are more than just a depressing chapter in Medicine Hat's history. They serve as a spectral reminder of how brittle trust can be and how disastrous the fallout can be when it is betrayed. Years later, the story continues to elicit fury that extends well beyond the town's boundaries, captivating and unsettled everyone who hears about it. The killings of the Richardson family bring to light the intricacies of human nature and the profound effects that violence has on people, families, and society. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a prime example of the myriad complexities of human nature and the extent to which violence may affect individuals, families, and society. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The body of 17-year-old Charnel Huff was discovered hanging close to the railing in the stairs of the girl's house early on May 26, 2018, when a staff member at a boarding school dormitory discovered a scene that stunned everyone. Authorities found a second victim, Marna Engelbrecht, her best friend, a few minutes later. Everything initially suggested a double tragedy, but minute discrepancies in the specifics started to show. What started off as a devastating loss quickly turned into a terrifying and intricate study that revealed hidden aspects of life, entwined intentions, obsessions. In Delareyville, a small village in the northwest province of South Africa, Charnel Huff lived on a farm with her father, Ronnie, her stepmother, Anna, and Anna's son, Eston, whom she considered to be her brother. Despite their early divorce, Charnel's parents maintained a cordial relationship. Her mother, Sonia, worked at a tourism lodge in a nearby resort region, and her father farmed cattle. Charnel lived with her parents for 3 weeks on the farm with her father and 1 week with her mother before she started at Stella boarding school. She visited her mother's house less frequently after she started school, though. Charnel's unexpected reconnection and rekindled friendship with Marna Engelbrecht coincided with this shift in her routine. Since they were young children, the two girls had been close friends, but after Charnel moved, their relationship deteriorated. They were reunited in the Stella school setting. For years, there had been a close bond between their families. Ryanette, Marna's mother, had performed at Charnel's parents' wedding. Due to their shared farming heritage, the two families frequently met at local gatherings and Sunday services. Prior to their separation due to personal reasons, Charnel and Marna's bond had grown during their kindergarten years. Both families resided in a rural, agriculturally oriented northwest province, with savannas and shrublands as its predominant scenery. The majority of the population made their living from farming. Even as their influence diminished when apartheid ended, descendants of Afrikaners, European settlers from the 17th century, continued to live according to their traditional ways. The Huff and Engelbrecht families were united by this cultural continuity, which reflected their common history and ideals. Charnel and Marna reunited at Stella boarding school 8 years after their childhood separation due to fate. The two girls were in the 8th grade, and they soon became friends again. The boarding school was far from Charnel's farm, in a little town. Life marked a dramatic change from her family's comfort zone to the independence of boarding school. Her mother, who lived far away, and her father, who was busy running the farm, were less involved in her day-to-day activities. Charnel's connection with Marna became a vital source of consolation and support in this new setting. Charnel Huff first became aware of Xander, an 18-year-old who had graduated from the same boarding school as her, in March 2017. She was drawn to him because of his athletic physique, dark hair, and bright green eyes, which went well with his assured manner. Even though he was already a graduate, Xander continued to be involved with the neighborhood and often traveled to places close to the boarding school. The history of his family was convoluted. When he was still a child, his parents, Monty and Mercia, were divorced. About 50 miles from Stella, Xander lived on his father's farm, but he occasionally went to see his mother, with whom he had a less intimate relationship. Charnel's days were full of adventures and common interests before Xander came into her life. Her passion for animals and horseback riding, a pastime that has remained a major part of their life, brought her and her best friend Marna Engelbrecht together. Although her father, Ronnie, thought Charnel may pursue modeling, Charnel also loved photography and wanted to make it her job. Growing up on the family farm, Marna was a hardworking student who loved science and math and wanted to become a veterinarian. Marna and her parents resided close to Rieberg. Stefan, her father, was a respected drilling specialist who had a strong relationship with his younger daughter, whom he lovingly referred to as Marna Thinker because of her quiet and reflective disposition. Ryanette, her mother, was employed as a caretaker. Marna's family was well known in the neighborhood for their close-knit ties, and their life appeared to be stable and harmonious, even if her older sister Ryan was a major contributor to the family dynamic. The two buddies spent the majority of their spare time together in their shared dorm room at the boarding school. Marna was notable for her generosity and brilliance, while Charnel was known for her charisma. Sometimes they stayed with each other's families on the weekends, but most of the time they went back to their own homes. Both families had close and encouraging relationships. Ronnie Charnel's father treated Marna like his own daughter, and the girls' lives seemed content and secure. This exterior concealed a far more nuanced reality. Charnel had just lately met Xander, who had a complicated past. In addition to shaping his apparent confidence, his parents' divorce and the difficulties he had as a child also formed an underlying tension in him. Mercia, Xander's mother, had always thought of him as a unique child. Despite a challenging pregnancy full of problems, she gave birth to him after going through several sad struggles to become a mother. Even as Xander grew older, Mercia remained a loving and protective mother, and his early health issues only deepened their relationship. In contrast, Xander was disciplined by his father Monty, a former police officer, who also instilled in him a love of hunting, sports, and the great outdoors. From an early age, Xander became an essential part of his father's life, time with him by accompanying him on hunting, fishing, and forest excursions. Xander had a complex personality while he was at school, despite his powerful physique. Although he had a reputation for being a successful rugby player, his temper frequently caused him to argue with classmates, teachers, and even adults. Mercia consistently stood up for her kid, claiming that his actions were only a means of expressing his uniqueness, even though his parents were regularly invited to school meetings. Xander chose not to continue his schooling after graduating and started working with his farm on the farm. He was hardly active on social media, only posting pictures of his hunting trophies and guns to showcase his interests. His attractiveness and charisma attracted attention, especially from young women, even though he led a rather secluded existence. Charnel initially noticed Xander during a school function. Current students had been asked to meet with alumni, including Xander. Despite their brief first encounter, they soon found themselves spending more time together due to their mutual desire. As a senior in high school, Charnel was enthralled with his charm, athletic build, and self-assurance. The first several weeks saw a quick development of their bond. Xander gave Charnel all of his attention and tried his hardest to make her happy. He struck me as a loving and committed companion. Xander was anxious to make a good impression when it came time to meet her family. The encounter with Ronnie Charnel's dad went more smoothly than anticipated. Ronnie was wary at first, but she quickly warmed up to Xander's enthusiasm for farming. In the end, he accepted Xander's offer to assist with farm chores. Their story together began with these moments. However, Xander's character qualities suggested possible future difficulties underlying the peace. He had previously shown signs of having a fiery temper and being resistant to compromise, and it was only a question of time until these characteristics affected the relationship. The first person to notice Charnel's behavior changes was Marna. She started to get less communication and avoidance from the friends she used to get out with. The changes were gradual at first, but each month made them more noticeable. Charnel often used laziness or exhaustion as an excuse to avoid seeing Marna or their other friends. Marna sought to politely ask what was going on after realizing that Xander was linked to these developments. Charnel, however, maintained that everything was okay. Following Xander's complete integration into Charnel's social circle, these alterations started. Xander's control initially appeared to be subtle. Charnel took his frequent inquiries about her activities and who she was hanging out with as signs of concern and care. He gradually began requesting access to her texts, social media profiles, and phone. Charnel obeyed because she believed his jealousy was a sign of his intense love for her. It reached a breaking point during prom planning. Charnel went shopping for a dress with her mother. When Xander became involved, what should have been a happy time became uncomfortable. In addition to demanding that she wear little makeup and straighten her hair, he insisted on approving her outfit choice. Charnel complied with his demands in a manner he thought appropriate in order to prevent confrontation. She later told a few pals that she was uncomfortable but didn't realize how serious the issue was. Xander's domineering actions kept getting worse. He publicly disliked everyone he believed to be a negative influence and started meddling in her connections. He insisted on thorough explanations whenever Charnel spent time with friends. She gradually began avoiding confrontations by restricting her social interactions. Their encounters became infrequent, even with her best friend Marna. Marna made an effort to speak with Charnel, pointing out that Xander's actions were inappropriate. Charnel persuaded herself and others, though, that these were only short-term difficulties brought on by Xander's character. She thought he would change, but even during family gatherings with his relatives, he got more hostile and his control tightened. Charnel became aware of Xander's intense observation of her words and behavior. Ronnie and Anna, as well as Charnel's family, initially supported the connection, but with time, they started to notice changes in her behavior. Although they blamed it on academic stress, only Marna saw the underlying problem and made an effort to connect with her friend. She appeared more reserved and less confident. But as Xander's power grew, Charnel found herself more and more alone. Charnel Huff made the decision to break up with Xander in January 2018. Since his actions had grown more hostile and domineering, this choice had been coming for a while. By the end of the previous year, Charnel's family and friends had noticed the extreme pressure he was putting on her. This included him constantly watching her phone and social media, and he would physically impose his power during heated fights. Marks occasionally departed Charnel when these altercations alarmed her family, especially Marna. Xander's response to the breakup was intense. He started saying he couldn't live without her and threatening to hurt himself. In addition to these threats, he frequently sent her emotional manipulation texts in the hopes that she would change her mind. Even though this was stressful, Charnel refused to back down this time. She was adamant about ending the unhealthy connection. The best friend of Marna, Charnel, became caught up in the fight during this time. Alarmed, Xander started sending Marna threatening and derogatory messages, accusing her of turning Charnel against him. Marna confided in Stefan, her father. He stepped in right away, calling Xander and telling him to cease the abuse. Although the situation was momentarily diffused, Xander's animosity persisted. Charnel started spending more time with Brandon Victor, a friend she had known since she was 14, a few months after the breakup. A well-liked senior in high school, Brandon was well known for his athletic prowess and friendliness. He listened to Charnel and helped her deal with the residual pressure from Xander, giving her much-needed emotional support. Knowing that Xander continued to display an obsessive infatuation with Charnel, they decided to keep their friendship covert, even though it grew into a stronger relationship over time. Xander persisted in preventing Charnel from moving on even after their split. He continued to send her messages and stalked her, unexpectedly appearing in areas she frequented. Brandon and Charnel became wary about this behavior. To prevent upsetting Xander further, they kept their relationship private and stayed away from public areas where they could run into him. The year May 2018 was a watershed. Charnel tried to get her peace of mind back, but she was still burdened by Xander's constant meddling. His inability to accept her choice and his constant attempts to meddle in her affairs made things tense and unstable for her and those close to her. It would take decisive action to resolve the situation, as the pressure kept increasing. On the morning of May 26, 2018, the boarding school dormitory was unusually quiet. Christelle, a staff worker, started her day by checking to see if pupils were awake in the hallways at around 6 in the morning. She was walking past the bathroom when she noticed some dark hair on the floor. She didn't give it much thought at first because she thought it was just hair left over from brushing. But as she got closer to the bottom-level stairway, she saw a green nylon rope fastened securely over the railing. Shortly after, Christelle stopped when she noticed a pair of white-socked feet hanging above the ground. Sonia Chanel, a few hours earlier, at around 4:17 a.m. When the mother awoke at her Costa home, she discovered a disturbing message from her daughter. "Mom, I just wanted to say I love you and I'm sorry," the text said. Since Charnel was always meticulous about her language, Sonia was instantly alerted to the misspelling of the word sorry. Sonia tried to call her daughter out of alarm, but the call ended up in voicemail. Concerned, she called Ronnie, her ex-husband, to find out if Charnel had gotten in touch with him. Sonia was reassured by Ronnie, who had been asleep, that the previous night had seemed normal, but he still checked his phone. 2 of Charnel's late-night communications caught his attention and caused him great anxiety. "I love you, Brandon," was the caption for the first message, which was sent at 3:42 a.m. EM and featured a picture of Charnel in her underwear. "I'm sorry, Dad," said the second, which was sent at 4:17 a.m. "I'm going with Marna." Ronnie was worried for the girl's safety because of the confusing and unsettling nature of these communications. So he called Richard Hobson, the principal of the school, right once, to voice his worries. Christelle hurried upstairs to Charnel and Marna's room to try to piece together what was going on. It was deserted. There was no sign of anxiety in the way the girls' personal possessions were placed, as though they had been getting ready for the next day. Christelle understood then that things were much more serious than she had first believed, and went back to the stairway where she had seen the rope. The girls' parents were also receiving the concerning texts at the same time, and Brandon Charnel texted her boyfriend late at night. His attempts to call her right away were unsuccessful, and the message was unexpected. Brandon started to feel that something was seriously amiss, even though he didn't fully comprehend what was going on. Originally scheduled to begin with rugby match preparations, the morning swiftly spiraled into mayhem. By the time Ronnie and Sonia arrived at the boarding school, anxious to learn the truth, the atmosphere was tense and full of uncertainty, as rumors of a serious event quickly circulated among the pupils. Christelle, one of the dorm supervisors, called Richard Hobson, the headmaster of a boarding school, in a panic early on the morning of May 26, 2018, as she described how she had found the body of one of the students, Charnel Huff, hanging from the stair railing of the dorm building. Her voice was strained and anxious. As Christelle dropped the phone and rushed to obtain assistance, Hobson, stunned by the news, tried to acquire further information, but the connection terminated abruptly. Ronnie, Charnel's father, received a brief call from the principal of the school informing him of the tragedy. It was a horrible message. Charnel's friend Marna had also been discovered dead. Desperate to get answers, Ronnie called his brother Louis to ask him to come to school with him. In an attempt to make sense of the circumstances at the school, Ronnie played over the odd late-night messages he had gotten from his daughter as they drove. In order to protect the youngsters from the horrific scene, Hobson and his team moved swiftly. When the police arrived in the morning, they found Marna's body in the first-floor bathroom, in addition to Charnel's body dangling from the stairway. Her neck was securely tied with a backpack strap. The police's initial belief that the two females had committed suicide was quickly refuted. Suspicions of foul play were raised by investigators who saw that the marks on their necks did not match the typical symptoms seen in such cases. Ronnie arrived at the school and hurried over to his daughter's body dangling from the railing while the cops investigated the incident. Ronnie was so distraught that he disregarded the officers' attempts to stop him, warning that disrupting the scene could jeopardize the evidence. Only with Louis' assistance was Charnel's body eventually removed. Stevens, Marna's father, also showed up at the school at the same time. He was furious when he saw his daughter and said right away that this was no coincidence. He expressed his concern that the ex-boyfriend of Xander Charnel might be involved. Principal Hobson, who had previously dealt with private investigator Chris Sanders, made the decision to bring him in amid the commotion at the school. Within a few hours, Sanders came and started to collect data. Brandon Victor was among the first people he interviewed. According to Brandon, Charnel's current boyfriend, he had received texts from her during the night but was unable to completely interpret their meaning. Additionally, he disclosed that following their split, Xander had threatened Charnel and had persisted in exhibiting an obsessive infatuation with her. The investigators gathered sufficient material to raise suspicions about a third party's involvement. The backpack strap around Marna's neck and the rope discovered on the stairway were closely examined. Fingerprints on these objects were thought to be essential for figuring out what had happened. Detective Sanders named Xander as the main suspect, after hearing his name frequently in student chats. The father of Stevens' mother, meanwhile, became frustrated with the investigation's slow progress and decided to take matters into his own hands. He confronted Xander and demanded answers at his house. The probe might get more complicated as a result of this action, which threatened to worsen the situation. On May 25, 2018, Brandon and Charnel Marna were seated in the girls' dorm room at around midnight. In order to console Charnel, who was growing more and more agitated over threats she had been receiving from her ex-boyfriend Xander, Brandon had surreptitiously entered the school, breaking rigorous restrictions. They spoke and drank coffee, but as the evening wore on, Charnel's stress became more noticeable. Charnel's phone rang at 1 a.m. Xander was the one. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, she put the phone on speaker. Xander initially tried to convince her to come outside and meet him by speaking quietly. His tone changed drastically when she refused. He started to threaten, saying, "You'll regret what I'm going to do tonight," before hanging up. Charnel looked shaken. Despite Brandon's willingness to stay, She asked that he go back to the boys' room because she was afraid he would be punished if anybody found out. Brandon departed at around 2 in the morning. He saw the girls alive for the last time. After hearing of Charnel and Marna's deaths, Stevens, Marna's father, rushed to Xander's house the next morning, May 26, intending to find out more. When he got to the property, he went up to Xander and his dad, Monty. In his sorrow and hatred, Stevens blamed Xander for the catastrophe. Chris Sanders, a private investigator who had just arrived on the scene and was acting calmly, broke up the heated debate that rapidly broke out. Sanders persuaded Xander to go with him to the police station and got Stevens to back off. Sanders started interrogating Xander while driving there, exerting constant pressure. After a while, Xander lost it and admitted to the crime. He acknowledged that he had slain Marna to get rid of a witness after killing Charnel out of jealousy. At the scene, Sanders used a voice recorder to capture the confession. The police had already begun gathering evidence. The circumstances surrounding the girls' murders and the marks on their bodies suggested foul play, and Xander's confession confirmed the suspicions of the detectives. Upon reaching the station, Xander recounted his story while being questioned. In order to avoid suspicion, Xander explained how he had planned the crimes and intended to portray them as free acts. He explained how he entered the hostel covertly and did what he had to do. Messages, pictures, and journal entries on his phone were also found by investigators to be unsettling proof of his fixation with Charnel. The main emphasis of Xander's trial, in March 2019, was his actions and motivations. Anastasia Fesser, a friend of Xander's from fishing contests, provided one of the most important pieces of testimony. She described how, the day before the catastrophe, he called her and passionately said that he would not let Charnel to live her life without him. Now, his terrifying declaration that he would make her life intolerable stood out as a clear foreshadowing of what was to happen. Although Anastasia acknowledged that she had dismissed Xander's remarks as an emotional outburst and hadn't taken them seriously at the time, she now regrets not alerting the police or anybody close to Charnel and Marna to his remarks. Her testimony proved to be an essential component of the trial, providing insight into Xander's fixation and the deliberateness of his conduct throughout the proceedings. Key testimony was given by Charnel's new lover, Brandon Victor. Brandon described how, on the night of May 24, 2018, he crept into the girls' dorm to hang out with Marna and Charnel. They attempted to defuse the stressful situation by conversing, laughing, and talking about recent occurrences. However, Xander called to interrupt their evening. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, Charnel put the phone on speaker. Xander tried to get her to meet him by speaking softly at first. His tone changed to one of threat when she refused, concluding with the chilling declaration that she would come to regret her choice. Despite her obvious fear following the call, Charnel demanded that Brandon go back to the boys' dorm because she was afraid they would be in trouble if anybody discovered he was there. Brandon last saw Charnel and Marna alive as a result of this choice. When police found their bodies the next day, the investigation that finally resulted in Xander's arrest began. Recordings of Xander's admissions and testimony from private investigator Chris Sanders undermined the defense's attempt to contest the veracity of the evidence by claiming that Xander's confession had been forced. According to psychological assessments, Xander was emotionally unstable and had a pathological obsession with Charnel. The tragedy was caused by his jealousy, compulsive need for control, and incapacity to handle their divorce. Xander's family's involvement was also questioned. His mother, who had been too protective of him since he was a toddler, had always stood up for him, even when he displayed troubling behavior. At first, his father, former policeman Monty, admitted his son's culpability and said justice had to be done. However, Monty changed his mind after the punishment, which included 2 life sentences, and hired attorneys to challenge the decision on behalf of Charnel and Marna's families, claiming that the court system was unfair. The knowledge that the 2 best friends were now buried next to one another brought some solace. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to identify latent problems in interpersonal relationships and take preventative action to avoid disaster. It also calls into question how a person's character is shaped by their upbringing and emotional support system, as well as how unresolved emotional issues can have disastrous results. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who is 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Mueller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, They seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Muellers' Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Muellers' disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, the remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that 2 people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Muellers' Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies, before the corpses were thrown into the river. The plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered. But there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the 2 persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Muellers' possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had two suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did. The Muellers were very different from the Kehoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Kehoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Kehoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Kehoe house was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia, which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, the video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Kehoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation. Constantly one step ahead of the law, they had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices, but the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Kehoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Kehoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. He made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Kehoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Kehoe brothers, Kirby Kehoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Kehoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Kehoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, They had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Kehoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria, Kehoe, and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Kehoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chevy Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chevy Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chevy was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane or that Chevy was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013. following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Cheney's time was spent at the U.S. Penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In the little Florida town of Sebring, a guy who had just seen a nightmare come to life said these heartbreaking words. He was on the verge of becoming the sixth victim, and he just avoided the mayhem and carnage that would eventually be remembered as one of the most horrifying crimes this community had ever witnessed. Later, the police would characterize the crime as unimaginable and devastating, not just due to the extreme violence but also to the perverse motivations that led to it. How did it all turn out then? What may have motivated someone to carry out such heinous acts of violence? After compiling the official papers and witness testimony, we will go deeply into the specifics of how and why this tragedy occurred, and above all, pay tribute to the 5 lovely souls that were lost forever. Let's start by traveling back in time to a peaceful Wednesday in late January, the 23rd to be precise. In 2019, Sebring, Florida was simply going about its daily business as usual. People were returning to work, adjusting to the new year, and going about their daily lives as usual. Nothing seemed unusual, least of all at SunTrust Bank, where 4 staff members were going about their daily business as usual, processing transactions, helping clients, and surviving another weekday in their sleepy little town. This isn't the type of place where everyone is thinking about crime. Only roughly 10,000 individuals call this small, tight-knit hamlet in Highlands County home. It's the type of area where people feel comfortable running errands or getting coffee without giving it a second thought, and neighbors still wave at one another. In a city like this, the idea of a violent crime occurring in broad daylight was something you would only hear about in the news. But because of one man, nobody could have predicted that Sebring would make national news on this particular day. That man was 21-year-old Zephan Zaver, who had a dark side that no one had completely anticipated. At approximately 12:30 p.m., Zephan entered the bank. He wasn't there to perform any standard banking or inquire about his balance. He had only one goal in mind, though, as he was wearing a ballistic vest underneath his hoodie. He abruptly drew a revolver and pointed it at a bank teller, telling her and the other employees to huddle behind the wall. Customers and staff were forced to comply, in this type of circumstance, which put Zephan in command. Everyone was then trapped inside after he instructed the teller to lock the doors. Zephan instructed the 5 women, 1 customer, and the bank staff to lie on their faces on the floor with their heads facing the wall. There were icy, well-thought-out directives without any justification or obvious motivation. Then, in a terrifying moment, Zephan fired 9 shots in 5 minutes, shooting all 5 women in cold blood. Particularly in a little town like Sebring, where such brutality was unheard of, it was startling and brutal. What followed, however, was even more terrifying. Zephan stayed put. He made no attempt to hide or run away. Instead, he took a risk. He made a 911 call at precisely 12:36 p.m. As he talked to the dispatcher, he informed the operator that he had just shot 5 people. As if things couldn't get any worse, he then returned to the victims' bodies and fired 2 more shots at them. Even while he was still on the phone, he put the gun to his own head and threatened to commit himself. Even though this sounds terrifying, it is also unsettling that Zefin was so composed as he made his confession. To make matters worse, it is extremely unnerving that he fired again while on the phone, still speaking so calmly. It seems as though he was utterly cold without any fear or regret. The man you see in the video in the introduction, Victor Sparks, had just arrived at the bank with his wife, Deanna, at approximately 12:35 p.m., while the call was still in progress. As Victor got closer to the bank's north side doors, he saw that they were closed. They had intended to make a deposit, just a routine errand. He looked through the front glass doors, but he couldn't see anything because it was dark inside, so he assumed the doors were just jammed. They were still locked when he tried again. The sight of a row of 4 or 5 individuals lying face down on the floor with a figure walking behind them stopped him cold when he looked through the glass doors for the second time. Victor quickly realized that something was seriously off. He started to head back to his car right away, but as he did, he heard 2 huge bangs, the distinct sound of gunfire. He reported what he had seen to the police right away, but the harm had already been done. Deborah Cook, a 54-year-old employee, Marisol Lopez, a 55-year-old employee, Jessica Montague, a 31-year-old employee, Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old client, and Anna Pinion Williams, a 37-year-old employee, were later identified as the victims of this heinous murder. Families were waiting for all 5 of them to get home that day. Their plans were plans that would never materialize. The fact that none of these women knew Zepin Xaver or had ever interacted with him before makes the situation even more tragic. As startling as it may seem, only one person survived, bank employee Benjamin Wazakowski. It all happened suddenly. During his lunch break, Benjamin, a teller at SunTrust Bank, stopped into Checkers for a quick bite to eat. He went back to the bank and welcomed Larry Smith, a frequent customer, before making his way to the break room, which is located at the rear of the building. He began eating his meal and using his phone to watch some YouTube videos. However, things changed when he heard 2 huge explosions, approximately half an hour later. Benjamin believed they may be fireworks at first, but then he realized they were shots. He took a quick look at the security monitor, but nothing caught his attention because the screen was switching between cameras and the incident wasn't visible at the time. He was still looking at the monitor when he heard more gunfire. Benjamin realized then that something was seriously amiss. With no way to get in touch with anyone, he hurried out of the building by the back entrance, leaving his phone behind. He dashed to the closest residence through a wooded area behind the SunTrust Bank. He made it to the second house on Tubbs Road, where the residents phoned the police for him. After the first one he arrived at didn't help. There was actually one additional 911 call in addition to the one made by Victor Sparks, aside from the employee's call. However, the call with Zefin had already concluded when that call came in. The SWAT squad hurried to the area as soon as Zefin's call ended, ready for a possible standoff, but the crisis negotiator was still on the line with Zefin in a delicate and tense situation. She spent an hour trying desperately to calm him down. Her steady, soothing voice miraculously made its way to him. She was able to persuade Zepin to down the gun by being patient. They had been conversing for over 40 minutes at this point. She kept talking to him and calming him down until the SWAT squad showed up and managed to arrest him. That was the end of the horrifying experience. People couldn't stop talking about the crime because the story had already spread like wildfire by this point. Everyone was wondering why a young man would attempt to rob a bank or do something so drastic without any clear justification. Were the victims people he knew? Was there a fight or personal animosity that caused this? However, the answer is actually no. There is no proof that Zefin knew the victims, even though he did withdraw $600.00 from the bank 4 days before to the shooting. Zefin even stated in a contact with the crisis negotiator that he was treated kindly by the bank clerk, proving that he wasn't there to commit a crime and that his actions had no ulterior intent. He had a difficult past and was only a young man. The only question that remains is whether this might have been avoided. Zefin, who was born on April 2, 1997, informed police that he was originally from Plymouth, Indiana, but that he had only been in Sebring for a year or less. He explained that he was the kid of divorced parents which he felt had influenced him in ways he was unable to properly articulate. Furthermore, he was never good in school. Despite attending schools in Bremen and Plymouth, Indiana, he was never able to complete his education. His behavioral and mental health issues prevented him from completing high school. Police say Zeffin hurt himself when he climbed onto his father's roof when he was about 15 years old. His struggle with darkness had begun years earlier, but that was his first visit to a mental health facility. He acknowledged to investigators that he had been hearing voices, not just whispers but full-fledged orders, urging him to harm and murder since he was 11 years old, and that this was not the first time he had followed their instructions. Zeffin once attacked a student in high school without any provocation. He spent only a week in a mental health facility after the attack. It seems that he kept the voices a secret from the doctors. After his discharge, life continued on until that fateful day. Many people have speculated that Zeffin's breakup with his fiancée at the time is what led to this entire incident. Before he killed everyone, he apparently texted her, according to rumors. Later, Alexandra Gerlach, one of his ex-girlfriends, was contacted by the police to be questioned. Both of them had been admitted to the same hospital twice for depression, Gerlach revealed, and the two had first met at the mental hospital when Zeffin was first admitted. Gerlach acknowledged that Zeffin had suicidal ideas even at that time. Even after their second visit to the mental health facility, Gerlach revealed that Zeffin kept saying things about hurting himself. She claimed that she forced him to swear not to commit suicide. However, Zeffin's perspective appeared to change after that. "If I can't kill myself, then I want to kill others," he once remarked, and he turned into a furious individual. Gerlach claimed she didn't know the source of all that rage. Zeffin would confide in her that he had murderous dreams, including one in which he injured his classmates. He even brought it up to a counselor at his high school, which led to his expulsion. Gerlach stated that this might have occurred in 2014 or 2015, but she was unable to recall if anything comparable occurred at school again after that. Additionally, Gerlach noted that Zeffin enlisted in the military in 2016, but was released soon after. Zeffin had told her he had joined because he believed he could kill people and get away with it, she remembered. She added that Zeffin's threat to kill another member of his squad led to his expulsion from the service. After that, he joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a trainee correctional officer at the Avon Park Correctional Institution. But on January 9, 2019, a few weeks prior to the terrible murder, he resigned from this role. Gerlach said that once Zeffin was released from the military, she had very little touch with him. But Gerlach said she was private messaging Zeffin on Instagram a week after the incident, and he gave her a picture of a new weapon he had bought. When Gerlach questioned him about why he purchased the gun, Zeffin only said, "Because I just wanted one." Gerlach acknowledged that she was unable to recall many details regarding the weapon when questioned about it. She claimed that was the final conversation she had with Zeffin. When speaking with the police, the individual himself didn't mince words. Zeffin was uncannily helpful, almost as though he wanted to explain everything. He acknowledged that on the day of the killing something seemed different, even though he had only bought the handgun 2 days prior. Not only were there voices in his head, but they were louder than ever, demanding, overwhelming, and unavoidable. He was all alone at home at the time because his mother was gone in Illinois for a week-long work training. However, Zeffin did get in touch with one of his former girlfriends, Imani Davis, not Gerlach. Later, Davis testified about their past, having known Zeffin from a long-distance, primarily online connection. She disclosed that their relationship had been characterized by somber, gloomy chats since they first met while she was still in high school. Together, they had discussed trying to injure themselves, delving deeply into themes of death and hopelessness. They would talk about these bothersome subjects on the phone for hours or even days at a time. However, their relationship ended in May 2018 and they ceased communicating completely. That is, until the day of the shooting on January 23, 2019. Suddenly, Zeffin sent her a message. His initial expression was one of exceptional happiness, almost excitement, which was very out of character for him. Then, when Zeffin was still in his car in the bank parking lot at precisely 12:14 in the afternoon, Davis got a message that chilled her to the bone. The message read, "The fun part, the cliché clincher, is that I'm not going out alone. I've always wanted to kill somebody, so I'm taking a few folks out with me. Watch for me on the news when I try it out and see how it goes. Florida Sebring." Davis was appalled. "There's something wrong with you," she said right away. "Really?" She didn't stop there, though. Recognizing the gravity of the issue, since she was in gym class at the time, she showed her gym teacher the messages right away. The situation swiftly worsened from there. Law enforcement in her area and Sebring were notified, and the principal and psychiatrist of the school became involved. However, it was already too late. Zeffin reportedly smiled as he walked into the bank and walked up to the teller before abruptly brandishing the revolver at her. Another witness even asserted that, in the parking lot, he and Zeffin had met eyes right before the shooting. "In your own words, what can you tell me you include them?" Zeffin was charged with 5 first-degree murder charges. He entered a guilty plea to all counts in March 2023. By a vote of 9-3 in June 2024, the jury recommended the death penalty, which the prosecution had pressed for. Zeffin received a death sentence on December 16, 2024. Judge Angela Cowden emphasized how his acts were intentional and had a significant effect on the community and the families of the victims. By a vote of 9-3, the jury concludes that Zeffin and Alan Zaver ought to receive the death penalty. The state attorney's office lobbied for this decision, with assistance from the families of Anna Pena Williams, Deborah Cook, Marisol Lopez, Jessica Montague, and Cynthia Watson. Their family were forever scarred by the loss of these 5 lives. For instance, the daughter of Marisol Lopez expressed the profound gap that was left in her life. As he entered the bank, Lopez was actually the first to encounter Zeffin's gun. She was known for always making everyone around her feel better, even in the face of devastating events. The family and everyone who knew Marisol, a mother of 2 small children, will always miss her. Then there was 38-year-old mother of 7, Anna Pignon Williams. Anna liked her job at the bank and was just as committed as Marisol. She was a strong and resilient person because of her commitment to her job and her kids. Her family was devastated by her unexpected death, and the people of Sebring shared their sorrow. In addition to being a devoted mother to 5 children and a wife to her husband, Jermaine, Jessica Montague, 31, was employed as a teller at SunTrust Bank. Only a few days prior to the photo shoot, Jessica had been preparing to celebrate her wedding anniversary. There are no adequate words to describe the loss of the couple's 3-year-old child's mother. According to a friend, Jessica was a vibrant woman who was always able to make a space more cheerful. Her sudden passing undoubtedly devastated her family and left a hole that would never be filled. Another victim was Deborah Cook, a California native who was 54 years old. Since 1984, she has been wed to her spouse, Michael. Deborah was well known for her friendliness and dedication over her many years of employment at the bank. A granddaughter, a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and 2 sons survive her and continue her legacy. Her family recalls her as a kind, encouraging woman with a big heart. Last but not least was Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old bank customer on that particular day. Only a few weeks prior to the incident, Cynthia had tied the knot with her longtime companion, Tony Watson. Before getting married on January 3, 2019, they had been dating for 5 years. They currently reside in Venus, Florida, with their pets, which include goats, chickens, and 2 Shih Tzus. Friends knew Cynthia as a fervent animal lover. On the surface, Zippin appeared to be a completely normal person, which is why we said that this tragedy really took everyone by surprise. There was nothing about him that suggested he was capable of such cruelty. He was regarded as a polite young man with a career and what seemed to be a love of life in the Sebring neighborhood. He was known for having a routine and blending in without causing any suspicion. In an interview, one of his neighbors even went so far as to say that Zeppin appeared incapable of carrying out such a heinous deed. Zeppin is currently 27 years old. Zeppin is still being held on death row at Florida State Prison. Having said that, do you believe that this entire tragedy might have been avoided? Or taking into account Zeppin's psychological state, do you think it was inevitable that it would happen eventually? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine, and as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Baudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Baudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Baudoin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Baudoin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Baudoin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Baudoin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger. Now, the children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Baudoin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Baudoin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries, and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, A few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke, but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Baudouin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door. He subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Baudouin, was working the third shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. Are they all dead? His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Baudouin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Baudouin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Baudouin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak. By the patterns found in his criminal record, Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Baudouin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Baudouin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 a.m. on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23, later that day. More horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case. Even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day, at 2 or 3 a.m., by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him, and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the Bode ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorne's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorne was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorne persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorne contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorne was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall-Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorne's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorne had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorne died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin, having been incarcerated from the age of 27. He was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorne's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorne's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorne received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorne somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.